Greetings, chess players, and welcome to day two of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria match, featuring the top players from the San Francisco Bay Area region versus the best that Bulgaria has to throw at us. Yesterday, after the rough start in the round one restart, things got rolling really nicely. Lots of exciting chess. All that is available if you go to dailychessmusings.com. You can look at the results and click through the games from yesterday, or you can go watch the broadcast and kind of skip around. It was a 10-hour broadcast, so you can use that fast forward and just kind of tug to different points as you see fit. But in particular, I was just blown away by Shashwatch's game from round two. All the neat sacrifices. In fact, let's see. Well, you know what? We don't quite have time. I was going to say maybe I'll go back through some of the highlights, but it's about 5 minutes to the first round starts again today. So with me again for the beginning of the morning round is FIDE master James Eade, who does just a wonderful job explaining the mystery behind the moves and getting into the minds of these strong chess players. Yesterday he was, just explaining what they might be thinking about at the time, and then explaining what conclusions they might come to. And then lo and behold, we saw those moves being made right about when he was saying they'll probably come to these conclusions. So it was really insightful. Welcome back, James.
No, thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here. And I'm wearing my Stanford Women's National Championship basketball shirt because they're playing a rematch with Arizona this year. So I might have to cut out a little early, but otherwise I would be here for the duration. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, when you're at the game, go ahead and post a photo or two on the
Oh yeah.
social media, and I can share with our friends on the YouTube broadcast. Show them you having fun at the Stanford. You don't live too far away from the university, right, Jim?
That's correct. We could, it would be a little bit of a walk, but we could walk there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday was kind of neat during the second round because I had international master Josiah Stearman with me as my co-host, and I believe I want to say he's 19, and he's finishing up his fourth year at Cal. Just
Wow.
amazing. Maybe he's not even 19 yet, but he's finishing up. He's doing applied mathematics. But the interesting point was he was commenting on the game by Ashritha Eswaran, and she actually has a class with him at Cal, because she is also an applied mathematics major who is also graduating this year. So they will be graduating together. It's kind of neat, for those who don't know, the area that Jim and I roam around. We have kind of this neat. If you're in the East Bay, we've got the University of California, Berkeley. If you're more in the peninsula area, of course, Stanford University, and these two schools have a storied rivalry.
Yes.
It's a neat environment. It really, yeah, it's a lot of the reasons why Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. Um, but let's see. Let me see if I can get the games going for. Let's see. We are looking.
Let's see here.
I'm gonna look at. There's the round two.
Yeah, all I see is round two right now.
Awesome. You know what though? If you see round two, We'll go ahead. We'll
Uh-huh.
go ahead and click through it real fast. That first board one of round two. Go ahead and click on that. It's
Uh,
Semenov versus Sivakumar. And do
okay.
you see that
All
one?
right.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to
All right.
back up to this
And go to the start,
page.
and we'll go through this. And you, Jim, you're going to enjoy this game. This,
Okay.
I think this is the best game from day one. But let's go ahead and go through it together.
Okay. Okay, so I'm on your link to chess.com. So I don't know if you can see my board, but I'm going to call out the moves.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so make sure we're in sync.
Sure.
Uh, E4, C5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, oops. E4, C5, and F3, D6, D4 takes. I'm gonna stop this again because it was. Are you going through it or am I?
I'm going through it as well. With
I'm just taking knight takes D4,
yes. Uh
right?
huh.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this a little slower. Okay, now I get. Okay, gotta do this one move at a time. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm at bishop C4. 6 bishop
Uh huh.
C4, 6 E6. Now this is a standard Sicilian setup. It's been played countless times.
Yeah.
H8 is a move that's not I'm not familiar with. Maybe it's standard nowadays, but in the days that I used to play this, we would. It's a little unusual for me, but I don't know if you know more about that
Well,
than I
I
do.
know a little bit about A3 because sometimes a lot of times I like to play one A3 because I keep seeing it sneak into these in these openings. But yeah,
Yeah.
not
Well,
yeah.
I was a D4 player. I was never an E4 player, so this is not my specialty. But Bishop E7, I've seen so many. Uh, oh, that's the idea: is retreat the bishop.
Uh huh.
So the typical um, B7, B5 thrust to hit the bishop is no longer winning a tempo, but he's cost a tempo to move it there. Castles, castles, and then B5. It is very typical. Once again,
Mm-hmm.
looking pretty. But instead of the bishop being on B3, it's on A2, so it's a little safer. So this is interesting. I guess that's the point behind it. Bishop B7, Queen F3, standard again. All knight C6, all standard. Rook A D1 to protect the knight. Queen C7, that's where the queen is best posted. No question about that. Rook F. So white has completed white's development.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and black's almost there. The rooks are connected, which is really an important sign that you're almost completed your development. I've castled, but the rook on a8 has not moved. That's the only difference. He takes in the center, knight takes, rook takes.
And here,
The knight x e4. Okay.
this is where things get a little interesting.
Yes, I'm calculating now in my head, and obviously bishop takes, knight takes. Is the question is black winning a pawn? Now this next move shocks me. Okay, so he's protecting his bishop, sacrificing his queen potentially. Yet g takes f6 would be refuted by rook to g4 check, forcing king to h8, and then bishop takes on f6 checkmate.
Yep.
Not really a sacrifice. It's what we call a pseudo sacrifice. You think it looks like you can take the queen, but you cannot. So it's not really a sacrifice of the queen. So now black has a choice of taking on a2, but then that's not such a good idea because then rook g4. And so what he does is move his rook.
I think even queen takes g7 potentially if knight takes a2.
Yeah, the only thing is could he escape on h6 instead of going back to
It's
h8?
true. It's true.
Yeah. So in any case, that's one of the variations. So rook f e8 was actually played. Now this threatens again to take on e7 uh, instead of on f6. So, what can white possibly do to protect the bishop on e7? It looks lost. Oh my goodness, rook takes e6.
Amazing, isn't it? This was a heck of a chess game.
Because again, pawn g7 takes on f6, winning the queen apparently, still loses.
And now
And
that queen takes g7 idea, it works in some scenarios because the king can't go to h6.
that's exactly right, Chris. So now he's threatening queen takes g7 check. So, well, oh my goodness, what can I do? Can I play knight d5? He tries it. Can I play that? I'm attacking the bishop on e7 and the queen on f6. This time I can take it with a knight instead of the pawn, not opening up my king. So, this looks like it could be a good move, but is it? Well, the obvious response is to take it. And now, queen takes c2. This is interesting because what's the threat, Chris?
Checkmate. And also,
Checkmate.
yeah.
He's going to exploiting the back rank
And
weakness
also that queen
of the.
now has potential, to put, slide back and block a rook g4 check as well.
Absolutely. So that g6 square is now asking for the queen to go there if needed in defense. So I could take your queen and give back my queen, but I will not get checkmated. So, but this is really, really interesting, fascinating play here. Can't take the bishop. Okay, so he plays queen c2 with his threats. Now, queen f3. Oh my goodness. Can he play queen f3? Yes, because a queen check on the back rank is now met by rook d1. So he's no longer. It's a way of covering the back rank. So this is an interesting end. But what now? Now there's also other possibilities, like bishop takes bishop, queen takes, still supporting rook d1, so there's no back rank mate threat. But now I'm giving up my rook. He can take my rook. Oh my goodness. Do I have enough material left? Queen check. I still got my back rank weakness to worry about. King h8 is forced. What am I going to do? What am I going to? Oh, I'll just create Luft. It's a German word. Verse gives it a little air for the king. So there's no more back rank mates to worry about. And so black says, well, maybe I'll just gobble material, threaten the rook, and win based on my material superiority. And so white has to say, oh my goodness, I'm going to lose on material, so I have to keep up the attack. So rook h4. And now the king is saying, well, I've got no squares to go to, and he's piling up, but he doesn't have that much material left. Am I going to survive this? Now, he's threatening rook takes h7 check, which would look like a perpetual check at the worst. So, what am I going to do? Well, okay, I can get my queen back to h6. That would stop the perpetual. So I'll just throw in this check. I'm not mating him. Obviously, king to g2 is possible. Queen c6 check. I'm going to try to reorganize a little bit. King g1. So do I have a repetition of moves here? Maybe. Why don't I just take away this scary bishop? Because, he was cutting off a8. I'll give back some of my material because I've got a material edge anyway. All right, that forces this. Now, look what I'm doing.
Wow.
I'm attacking the... And if the queen moves,
Yeah.
I can check on 1. And my queen on c6 is covering the Luft square. So you gave Luft, but I took it away.
It's beautiful.
It's extraordinary. Now, white continues on for one move because now he's hoping for rook takes queen, rook f8 checkmate. But black says nope. Now I'm threatening your queen, and I'm threatening mate on e1. It's the end of the game. Wow, what an impressive game. White looked a little overly ambitious, and black sacrificed material back at just the
It
right
just
time to eliminate the
extraordinary.
threats.
This is why I feel like you said yesterday I wear a lot of hats, but it's kind of like my hats are
Yes.
like your shirt. I'm rooting for Northern California chess players, and I'm a fan of, and I have a front row seat for so many neat things. It's just
Well, these strong players playing each other, and both of them were going for the throat. And you love to see that kind of game. Super exciting. Lots of tactical threats. White just ran out of material, it seemed. They just didn't have enough left to
yeah,
force the checkmate.
Shashwath Sivakumar. It's the name of the player. Um, I may have mentioned his brother's name a couple times by accident yesterday. There's two Siva Kumars playing, both very talented, but Shashwath Sivakumar, just amazing stuff. Excellent game. And let's see if they got today's stuff going. Oh, go look. Nope, nothing for round three quite yet. But yeah, that to me was
Nope.
the highlight of round two. Um, but as long as we're looking at games and waiting, we might as well. Something else happened in round two as well, Jim, and that was Christopher Yu was black in his game. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let me see if I can find that game. There it is. And go ahead, let me know when you have it up, Jim.
Okay. So
And we'll go back to the beginning. And the
let's.
reason I find this so fascinating is Christopher Yu plays the Evans Gambit as white, much like some other great Americans have played the Evans Gambit, such as this one guy named Paul Morphy and this other guy maybe we've heard of, Bobby Fischer. And so to me, it's like it's really cool that Christopher Yu is attracted to this opening as well. But his opponent, who we know is a strong player, number 10 ranked player in Bulgaria, a grandmaster, used the Evans Gambit against Christopher. Uh,
Okay. I see E4, E5, NF3, NC6, Bishop C4 instead of the Lopez, which would be Bishop B5, Bishop C5. So you can see it's a symmetrical position. So what are you going to do to break the symmetry? Holy smokes, B4, can that be played? It looks like you're just losing a pawn for nothing. Bishop takes. Oh my gosh. Have I lost a pawn for nothing? Well, I'm going to attack that bishop. Well, where does the bishop go? It's interesting. Goes all the way back to E7. Now, why would I have done this? To move D4. So I set up that classical pawn duel in the center. The pawn on D4 and the pawn on E4. I'm going to control the center, I think. That's my idea. It's going to cost me a pawn, but as Nick DeFermian says when he's playing over Greco's games from 400 years ago, they gave up pawns for the center all the time. So this is a throwback. This is a throwback for centuries. White has been saying, I'll give you a pawn to control the center. And is it still good enough in modern chess? Knight a5 hits the bishop retreats, d6 shoring up the center, or is it? Take, take, I can take that pawn. So now material has been reestablished. Material balance has been restored. So now knight f6 hits the e-pawn, but e-pawn's defended. So white just castles. Get the king to safety when the game is open. Castle's not for black. Same thing, same idea, good idea. Queen c2, get the queen off the back rank, always good. If not too early, if in this case other pieces have been developed, the king has gotten to safety, it's time to get the queen into the game. C5, he says, I want some of that center. Knight to d2, And this is a good move. It looks like it's blocking the bishop, but it's only temporary. The knight's going to move someplace. It can move to b3, c4, f3. In all of those positions, it'll be accomplishing something. So it's not intending to stay on d2 for long. Queen c7 attacking the knight. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do? I have to protect it, or I don't want to
Oh
retreat it.
no, Jim, I forgot to put the board up for this. Ha. Oh, now I put the
Oh,
board up. Okay. Uh, yep.
I'm at f4
Okay.
now. Do you want to go back and do it
Um,
again?
sh-
Take it
sure.
from.
We've got time. We'll go back to it
Okay.
again. Thank you. Thank you for being
Okay.
such a patient co-host, Jim.
Hey, I understand the technical
The technical
difficulties.
difficulty was just
E4.
not having enough coffee first, I think. E4.
That's it. I'm going to take a sip of mine now. E4, E5, classic. It opens up diagonals for the bishops and queen, and it secures a central. It occupies the central square, and it attacks another. So classical been played since the dawn of time. As long as pawns could move two squares first, I'm sure this move has been played. Knight f3 into the center, attacking the pawn. Knight c6 into the center, attacking the pawn. Bishop to c4. The most frequently played move is bishop to b5, going into what we call the relopez. He was the Spanish priest, so it's also called the Spanish opening, the Spanish game. And bishop to c4 can play into the Italian game. So these sometimes are opening naming conventions. They're kind of confusing, but sometimes they're just about which player played it first. They might be named by their name or might be named by where their country's from. Like the French defense is named after an early telegraph match between England and France, and England played 1e4, and the French team responded with 1e6. So it's been known to be called the French defense ever
Really?
since. So it's
That's
just
a cool piece of
some,
chess history.
yeah, and that's just like one of the ways an opening can acquire its name. And so it's not always rocket science. It's just by chance sometimes, or the first player to play it sometimes gets credit for it. And that's the way we often. But this game is bishop c5. That you can see this is a symmetrical game. Every piece is occupying a corresponding square. You have the knight on c6 instead of the knight on f6. Otherwise, it would be perfectly symmetrical. But they're accomplishing the same goals, controlling central squares. The bishops have been moved so that they can attack a central square. So this is all a completely logical way of playing chess. But how do you break this now? And white has come up with the idea of the b4. But immediately you think, well, one of the elements of chess is material, or the power, the force of pieces. And material means that I have a certain amount of power. You start the game even. Now you're sacrificing a pawn. This pawn can mean very little, or it can mean in the ending everything. It could mean uh, uh, a complete another one position in an ending. But we're a long ways from an ending. So he's sacrificing a pawn. The bishop has to take it, so the bishop is now moved twice. So you still have the same time spent on both sides, the same development in both sides, but now the bishop has been diverted from c5 to b4 at the cost of one pawn. Is that important? Well, what are you going to do as white to exploit it on b4? He gets c3 in, and he gets c3 in for free because it attacks the bishop on b4, which must spend another move, bishop to e7. That's the third move of that bishop. So now what's the point of c3, though? Is that a good move, a bad move, in between move? Well, it supports d4, so now you've set up a classical center. It's beautiful from a classical point of view. A pawn on d4, a pawn on e4, a bishop on c4, a knight on f3, attacking the dark squares in the center, and you've occupied or attacked the squares, the light squares in the center. This is, from a classical point of view, perfectly logical and amazingly powerful. So it's worth a pawn from a classical point of view. From a modern point of view, it's not so clear. So what does black do in this case? Well, black attacks the bishop because you don't like the bishop on c4. It's a really powerful piece there. So divert it. And retreats. It doesn't want to be given up for the knight. You know, that's a powerful bishop. A knight on the rim is dim, we used to say. So the knight is not so well positioned there. You don't want to trade him. Uh, but now the bishop is in a defensive position rather than in an attacking position. So it's more passively placed than aggressively placed. So black's maneuver with the knight has accomplished that. Now d6 is to support the pawn on e5, but look, there's two pieces attacking it, and there's only one defending it. So white goes ahead and takes it. Why not? Now the material balance has been restored. And white has two pieces out, black has two pieces out, but one of them is on the edge of the board, not affecting the center at all. And so it seems like white has his center position well established. So this looks like white's pretty happy here. Knight f6, logical move, totally logical, attacking the center, developing the piece, allowing castling. Both sides castle because when the position is open, you got to get your king to safety. And king safety is one of the elements of chess you cannot ignore. You lose your king, you lose your game. So the queen comes to c2. It opens the d1 square for the rook to occupy, and the rook would be on the same file as the queen. So that's something that's in the air, but it gets the queen off the back rank, helping to complete white's development. c5 attacks the center. It says, okay, you've got the d4 square. With that pawn on c3, you're trying to control it. I'm going to fight it back. I'm not going to give you that square for nothing. So he's placed c5, and white plays knight to d2. Now, a knight is only going to be there temporarily. It's going to go to another square, either f3, c4, or b3. So it's not blocking the bishop as it might seem. The bishop on c1 can't get out through that diagonal, that c1 to h6 diagonal that it wants to move on. But, you know, the knight is going to move again. So it's not really as poorly placed as it might seem. Queen c7 is logical. Get the queen off that open file and attack the center. It's attacking the knight. If white ignores it, black will just take the knight. So if the knight's hanging, you have to defend it. How you can, or move it. Now, do you want to move it? You've already moved it twice. You want to move it a third time? Or do you want to defend it? White chooses to defend it with f4. So black says, okay, fine. I'm going to play b6. I'm going to bring my bishop into the game to attack the center, maybe on b1. b7, sorry. And maybe that is a good position for my pieces. And that way I can connect my rooks and complete my development. Happy as could be. c4, very interesting move. Okay, c4. Now the a1 to h8 diagonal is open for that bishop. So maybe that bishop is going to come into the game the same way. Black is trying to get his bishop to b7. Then white might want his bishop on b2. And although they're different colored squares, they can't directly fight each other. They're fighting for control of the center. Different center squares, granted, but they're doing the same thing on both sides of the board. So bishop to b7, knight e to f3. This is interesting. He's unprotected his pawn on f4. Can black take it? Well, if black takes it, the knight can move to b3, exposing an attack on the queen, capturing the knight on a5, breaking up the queenside pawns for black, and opening up. It'll now have the open d file, and white will have the half-open f file to operate on. So it's a little scary to take that pawn. So he says, okay, I'm going to bring my knight back first. Now that knight has a nice square, it looks, on d4. And it also is threatening knight to b4, forking the queen and bishop. Though I'm not so sure I would want to trade that knight for that bishop. What's that bishop doing? Well, there's e5 is in the air, which would attack the knight, remove the defense of defense on h7. So bishop takes pawn check would be threatened. So the knight threat to b4 is really severe because if you play e5 right now, knight b4 would be the answer. And so what does white do about that? Takes it away. Queen takes, now he says it's time to take that pawn. You were giving it to me the whole time. Now I'm going to take it. Oh, so now he plays e5. Can this work tactically? I don't know. Let's find out. How do we find out? E5. Can he play knight takes? Well, he doesn't play knight takes, so I'm not going to waste my time calculating it. It does look like knight takes, queen takes, bishop to b2, attacking the knight, would then allow him to capture the knight on f6, removing the defender, and allow him to play bishop takes pawn check. It looks scary. So instead he plays knight to d4. It's a really good square for the knight. And if you play knight takes knight, queen takes on d4 gives check and attacks the rook on a1. So, oh my goodness, what can White's queen's attacked, and there's all sorts of threats here. What can White possibly do? White just calmly removes his queen from the threat, goes back to b1. And so now Black is saying, hey, look, you gave me a pawn, and now I got all my position. My pieces are positioned extremely well. Why don't I start attacking you? Knight to g4. Holy smokes. This is getting ugly. Is king h1? King h1 is played to defend against queen e3 check. But I don't see how this works. The saving grace is knight takes f3, knight takes f3, exposes the queen on f4 to capture by the bishop on c1. So actually, knight takes knight on f3 would be a mistake on Black's part, because it would then open up the defense would be solid for White, and then the tables might be turned. So what, instead of knight takes knight on f3, which would have been my first instinct, what does Black have as an alternative? Knight e3. So the knights are now deep into enemy territory. You never want to have knights in your territory. They're scary when they're attacking. They're good defenders, but they're scary attackers. And so now knight to e3 is attacking the rook on f1. Oh my goodness, it's getting scarier. Plus, that bishop on b7 is now, if the knight on f3 moves, you can take the pawn on g2 with check. Holy cow, it's getting scary for White. I don't know what White can do here. Knight e4. Okay, you can get away with that, but you're sacrificing the rook. It seems to me that you're sacrificing you're not really, the rook on f1 cannot be taken because the knight on e3 is now pinned by the bishop on c1. It's pinned to the queen on f4. So the knight can't move. It's paralyzed. It's not terribly paralyzed. It's not like it's pinned to the king, but it's pinned to the queen. You can't give up your queen. So good move, knight e4. Good try. So now, how does Black intensify the attack? Well, this is very well played. The knights are now extremely well coordinated. And Black's defense is hanging by a thread. Okay, so what if I double up my attack on the knight on e3? But the knight on f5 is defender now. So if you take knight on e3, it can be replaced by a knight on e3. So this is really interesting. Okay, rook a. This isn't just like I want more material. I want more material involved in my attack. So if the queen moves, I can scarf up that bishop on d3. And it's just a good developing move. Black has completed his development. All the pieces are involved. All the pieces have moved. White still has a rook on a1, a bishop on c1. They have not moved at all. So you've got to think that Black is heavily favored here. There must be some tactical resolution to this that favors Black. Rook a2. Now he's moved that rook. Finally, the rook is in the game. It can cross the board from the queen side to the king side along the second rank. But Black says, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about that rook to defender. I just want to scarf up that bishop on d3, force the queen to recapture, and then take off another piece. Haha. 2 pieces for a rook? Are you kidding? I'll take that every time. Okay. So now what do I do? Bishop takes on e3. And this is really, you have to calculate this stuff precisely. Because now you have the threat of bishop takes f4 in response to bishop takes d3. Just retreating the queen from the bishop takes on e4 probably would have been lost. So this seems like the only tactical resolution. But what can black do here that would be sufficient to carry out the win? What possible move? Look at this position and think, what are you going to do? Well, bishop takes d3, bishop takes f4. That's going to be a long game, but I like it. I might settle for that. In blitz, I might play it just because, I'm pretty comfortable that I would win that game. Two pieces for a rook. Always take the pieces. You know, uh, that would be my first thought. So there might be another tactical solution if I have time to think about it, and you have time now to think about it. Is the tactical solution to this problem? Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? But can't he just take the queen? Well, yes. But now instead of, uh, you know, okay, now this is somewhat different from the bishop on f4. The pawn structure is now a little bit different, and the c pawn is under attack, but I can't move the rook to c1 because I'd lose the bishop on e3. So this is actually a superior way of exchanging the queens. What if I play rook d2? I'll just take this pawn. Now, not only do I have two pieces for the rook, but I'm also up two pawns. This is just got to be winning. Rook d7 attacking. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, he's going to play rook takes a7. No, he's not. And now White says, well, this ending is hopeless. I have no chance of winning this. So
a nice, very nice. You tell a story when you explain chess, and I just really enjoy it. It's story time with the magic chessboard or something. And just such a nice technique, very accurate play again from Christopher Yu. He is exceedingly accurate.
that was very accurate play by black. Queen takes f3 was a surprise to me, but it was forcing, and it forced a winning ending. And you always want to go into an ending that you can win rather than allow middle game complications to linger, where you could always just make one move. You can play 40 good moves and ruin it with one single move. So, this is the technical accuracy that Christopher demonstrates. This has to be pointed out.
Yeah,
Good job, Chris.
it's just so amazing. The other thing, just to remind the viewers, Christopher Yu is 15, and the kinds of things we're seeing from him yesterday and today, just remind me of the other great American chess players. Two of my favorites, Paul Morphy and Bobby Fischer. He's he's moving up the line, and he has such a bright future, and it's just so exciting again to be a fan of chess and to be living in this region and to have access, courtside access to just this wonderful, brilliant display of the game we're all so passionate about. Jim, I'm gonna refill my coffee, so we'll take a break for 8.5 minutes or so, and round
Oh,
three has not started yet. So
I haven't seen it yet.
all right, we'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are still awaiting the start of round 3 from in the PNWCC versus Bulgaria number 3 match. The Bay Area chapter versus Bulgaria. But you know, there's a lot of technical issues getting all the FIDE requirements set up. You have to have room cameras on every player, plus the players have to have a camera just on their face. plus the microphones have to be on, plus all the people have to be connected to their chess games. The arbiters have to double check everything's okay. I mean, it's a tricky thing, but it's important. It's important to do all these safeguards.
It's
Um, but there's something else that's important as well that I want to talk about, and that is helping others in the chess community. If we're in a comfortable enough place to be able to help others, um, and there's nobody better at helping others in the chess community than James Eade. He has started the Eade Foundation and it's just been running for a couple of years. And tell us about some of the projects you guys have already accomplished and are still working on.
Well, thank you, Chris. I was president of the U.S. Chess Trust for about 10 years, and that's a national charity. And shortly after my father passed, I decided I was going to start a foundation in his honor. So I called it the Eade Foundation. His name was Arthur Eade, and I give the one of the things that the foundation does is give the Arthur Award for Chess Excellence every year. And Grandmaster Mishra was at the time an IM and received the first award. And Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas won it last year for her production to help her produce the history of women's chess championships in the United States. So both of these winners used the money for projects that were consistent with the mission of the Eade Foundation, which is to develop chess communities. It doesn't matter what language you speak, it doesn't matter what country you're from. We're here to help you establish a chess community or add in any way to chess literacy and chess excellence. And so both of those projects were really consistent with what we were trying to accomplish. We've done things like sponsored last 2 years the Northern California Chess Championships. Sam Shanklin won the first year. Grandmaster Sam Shanklin won the first year, and was co-champion this year. Last year, rather, last December, last month. So we'll do it again next year, this current year, 2022. So we sponsored that the last couple of years. We were helpful with the Scholastic tournament that you and Jay Stallings ran, and so we were also hoping to continue to help in Scholastic championships or Scholastic tournaments that give people an opportunity to compete, especially during the pandemic. Chess became a killer app for the internet, for the online community, and so many of the communities that we're helping to form now are online. But we're doing this also in other countries, Nicaragua and Colombia, throughout the United States, and also in countries overseas, in Uganda, Zambia, South Africa, Lebanon, and just recently Israel. We just added Israel as our latest country to help establish a community. A chess teacher there needed help in bringing equipment into chess schools in Israel. We sent the chess equipment to them. And also in Asia and Bhutan, we were able to find a connection and start a chess program there. So it's all over the world, and this is just these are people or countries that just don't have the resources to afford the basics of chess equipment, chess sets and boards for enough to teach class, and so we give them the chess sets and equipment so that they can teach. People who know how to teach the game, play the game, can help kids learn how the pieces move. And as you know, once you learn how the pieces move, you're just at square one. You've got to learn a lot more to be able to play chess well. And so this is what the foundation is trying to accomplish all across the world, and help anybody. And if anybody wants to help us help them, go to efoundation.org, and there's a donate button there that if you can give us whatever you can, or whatever you decide to give, you're helping us help them, and I absorb the administrative costs. So every penny goes to the project that you want to support. And you've been a big help in getting the word out about the foundation because, one of the struggles we have is how do people find out about us and how do we find out about the people that need us? So these are types of things that are, your broadcast and your help has been instrumental in
Super.
getting the word
And
out.
also,
Thank you very much.
you mentioned Uganda. Right on our blog is Jim's video on his project in Uganda. If you go to the dailychessmusings.com, go to the Chess Musings blog, you'll see this tournament, all the information on that, and right below, I think it's 2 posts back in time, there's a video of Jim talking about the project in Uganda, which is very exciting. The foundation's been laid, the bricks have been made for a chess center school that Jim's helping to build in Uganda through his foundation, and it's so easy to just donate to that GoFundMe. You just click the link. I've donated. A lot of people have donated. It's simple. It just takes moments, and you would be surprised. The chess community is so big. I've seen estimates, but I don't even think they're accurate anymore after this online boom in the pandemic. But we're talking hundreds of millions of players globally and growing rapidly. And some of us are in a more comfortable spot, and some of us need a little bit of help. And chess hasn't changed in 400 years or so, and so it's as far as expenses go to get set up. If Jim was sending, and Jim used to work in technology. He lives in Silicon Valley, but if he was sending, let me adjust my camera just a little bit here. If Jim was sending computers and technology to, there we go, to these places, that would be extremely helpful as well, for sure. But as you know, after a few years, those computers are already outdated. And that's the, boy, what is going on with OBS is playing funny games. And that is my head's way too big now. Let's see if I can fix this without calling Megan in. And that's a testament to the progress we're having in technology. But chess, on the other hand, like I said, it hasn't changed in 400 years. And
so who knows how long those sets and boards will last? Long.
A long time. I'm gonna get Megan. I don't like the sizing of my head now.
But thanks for reminding me about that GoFundMe, because that project is really close to my heart. We raised the funds in order to get them to acquire the land where they used to grow food for themselves, corn, cassava, and I forget the other one, bananas, I think. And so, the corn they turn into maize, flour. And then they can, because feeding themselves is a real challenge. I mean, this is a fundamental thing to get. Can you get the kids a meal every day? That's a real challenge. So now you're giving them the chance to feed themselves. So that was the first part of just the land acquisition. But then we said, why not continue? It's, the idea, the ultimate goal is to build a chess academy. And so now they themselves created 20,000 bricks. And we have currently got enough money to support laying the foundation. So the foundation of the building has been constructed, but we're still trying to get the money to do. Then someone contributed building design plans just for free. It was a contribution. And so now we need to be able to use those still remaining bricks to build the building, but we need to hire people to help us build it. And So we don't have the funds for that right now, and so that's why we set up the GoFundMe to get people to give us the chance to help them and complete that building, and we'll have a chess academy in Uganda.
It's just wonderful what the reach of the EAD Foundation. I mentioned you're in technology. That was I used the Alt button, and that's how I got. Yeah, I know. I did use the Alt button. That's how I got messed up. There was a slight disconnect with Skype and the Windows. I readjusted mostly, but somehow things got really zoomed in or something. I don't know what I did. Megan's adjusting. It might be. That might be okay.
No,
now.
that's not open.
Okay.
We can't see you, Chris.
All right. Okay.
First, get where you're supposed to be so I can see you.
All right. This is where I'm supposed to be. It's interesting that the camera angle got adjusted without adjusting the camera angle. I don't know how I managed to mess things up so much, but thank you so much for helping us out, Megan. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Megan's been a champ yesterday too.
Yeah.
So, and I was in IT for a long time, but now this, that was before anything like OBS existed. There was no Skype, so I'm no help.
Yeah. So you obviously chess was an important part of you growing into who you are, Jim.
Yes.
But you took a break from it for a while and focused on working in technology. Was that out of necessity, taking a break just because of the time commitment that chess requires?
That's precisely correct. As an adolescent, my father taught me the game, which is why I named the foundation after him. But then I got to the point where I was too good for him, and he couldn't help me anymore. And he bought me books, and that helped a lot. Remember, My System by Nimzovich was an early and favorite. Meet the Masters by Edward Lasker was a favorite. And it just came alive. Those two authors made the game come alive for me, and I just advanced. And so he was teaching at a local college math, and he got one of his colleagues who was a chess player, he was a Class B player, to take me to the college, North Adams State College Chess Club. So I got to play players that were C players, B players, and that sort of thing. And I got as good as them very quickly, and then I got a little better than they were. And then those C players and B players started driving me to tournaments, and I could get better. And so I was a solid Class A player by a junior year in high school. My freshman year was the first year that I played a tournament. And my junior year, I was, for high school players, I was the highest rated in all of New England. And I just loved the game and kept playing. But when I got into college, I graduated in 3 years. So there was a time where the last 2 years, I just didn't have time to play tournament chess. So I started playing correspondence chess. And I played in the ICCF, the International Correspondence Chess Federation. And I became a master there and represented the U.S. in team competitions for those 2 years. So I kept my hand in chess, but I wasn't playing over the board tournament chess. But those team competitions were wonderful. I loved them. And then I got out of college, and I got a job which I thought was going to last forever for the Massachusetts Energy Office of the Energy Support. And we were funded by the National Science Foundation, and I thought the job was going to be forever. But all of a sudden, they made a budget cut, and everybody was out of work. And so my best friend was coming out to California to go to Stanford to get his PhD, and he said, "You want to ride?" And I said, "Yes." It was perfect timing. So I came out to Stanford with him, and we lived in Mountain View, which is right next to Palo Alto. And then I got into the chess scene again because the job that I had wasn't very intellectually challenging, and so I would go to every Monday to the Santa Clara Chess Club. and I started playing tournaments again, and got to play a lot of players in the Bay Area who were stronger than the players in Massachusetts that I came from. So I got to play experts regularly, and I quickly became a master over the board as well as correspondence. And because just playing those guys all along, regularly got me better. It made me a better player, and so I became a master, and I continued to play, but then my career took off and I got promotions and I got into like my jobs were no longer 9 to 5, 5 days a week, but they were just much longer than that and 6 days a week, just because the jobs demanded my presence. So I couldn't play over the board chess anymore. So I played correspondence chess again, but that's how I kept involved in it. And then when I wrapped up my IT career, and I started to say, well, chess was so important to me when I was young. I got to, like, we talked yesterday about the intergenerational aspect of it. Playing, I never knew my grandfathers rather. I knew my grandmothers, but not my grandfathers. And there were people my grandfather's age that would take me in and act like I was accepted, and talk to me about all sorts of things. And I learned some of their experiences. You know, they, they would talk to me about their lives when they were younger, and how they got into chess and all these things. So I got these stories that I was never exposed to before, and it was wonderful, wonderful part of my life. And so I decided I need to give back uh, for what I got through chess. And so that's when I started. I was president first of the Colty Chess for Youth Foundation, then Cal Chess, the Northern California Chess Affiliate for the United States Chess. Then I ran for the board, and I was a board member on the U.S. Chess Federation, and I served for 3 years there. And after that, I became the zone president for FIDE, representing the United States in FIDE. And I did that for 3 years. I also joined the Chess Trust, which I mentioned previously, in 2000. And I served from 2000 to 2019. In 2000, I was just a trustee. In 2005, I became treasurer. In 2010, I became president. And it was a great fit for me. It was just about giving sets and boards, chess equipment to Title I schools. And it served as the model for the foundation for me. So I owe a lot to the U.S. Chess Trust. And the people I met there, really, really people who were just givers, not takers. And it was in my element, really liked it. But then I got this idea to start my own foundation and serve the world, not just the United States. And that catches you up. And now the last over the board tournament I played in was 2010. It was my the first year of eligibility for the U.S. seniors, and I finished tied for second in that tournament. And I thought, nowadays these kids are just too strong. I got to play in senior events, or I'm going to get my rating is just going to drop like an anchor. And so part of it is cowardice, but part of it is starting the foundation takes a lot of work. And so I'm busy. I'm supposed to be retired, but I'm busy, busy, busy. And but doing things like this, commenting on other people's games, I found a new niche for myself. Not playing the moves, but talking about the moves others are playing. Has been a source of great joy for
Yeah,
me.
it's a niche that is it is your calling. Let's I mean you're just so good at telling the story of the moves, the games, and just getting in the heads of the players, and you have such a calm approach to doing it. Um, it's just it's just wonderful. It just reminds me of my favorite story times, and in fact, yeah, I read books with my kids, and and you can kind of get into the story, and I can really, and our viewers say the same thing. They really get into the games when you're describing the thought process. And speaking of that, we have gotten up and
Oh,
going. So let's check in with Christopher Wu
okay.
or Christopher Yu.
Okay, Christopher, where are you? Chris, there, no, Christopher.
Round three.
Yes,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And we'll start from the beginning and get to where we are.
All right. So the moves that I see, d4, nf6, c4, e6. This is the Nimzo Indian. And this is named after Aaron Nimzovich, the author of My System, which is one of the first books I bought. Knight c3 allows bishop to b4. This is the classical Nimzo Indian, the start of the hyper-modern school, a revolution in classical chess. The greatest example of classical chess was probably Jose Capablanca, world champion from 1921 to 27, something like that. And Nimzovich was active during that time, and he started a revolution in thinking that control of the center was not necessarily done by occupying it, control from a distance. And he was one of those strange, kind of odd thinkers where he said, you know, bishops, everyone thought bishops were better than knights. Well, you know, if I can cripple your pawn structure, I will do it. I will take a knight and give up my bishop in order to cripple your pawn structure. So e3 is it's a very modern, conventional approach to the Nimzo Indian. It's just I want to concentrate on developing my king side, getting castle, and I'll take it to you. So black gets the castle, so black gets his king to safety first, bishop to d3. Now black strikes at the center with d5. And white just continues with his development, normal moves, c5. Now the white center is under attack. You see the pawn structure is symmetrical. And so now, what does white do? White just castles. And so now we have a very tense situation. All right, you're no longer able quite to cripple white's pawn structure by bishop takes knight, because all this pawn exchanges may occur, and they may become uncrippled. And so now you've got 3 white pieces developed and only 2 black. And the situation in the center is not clear at all. It could be opened very easily by either side. So who's going to get the best of this? I have no idea. So I'm going to refresh my screen, see if it's updated at all. Looks like that's where we are.
Yep, that's where we are.
Okay.
We can go check in on, I hear some moves being played. Interesting, I'm hearing a lot of moves.
Me too. Yeah.
Interesting. A little bit different, right? So if you go to, that was game 24, Jim. If you hit the arrow and go to game 25, we've got the Krishna Kumar and Simeonov. Did you want to look at that one with me?
Okay, hit the arrow. Where is the arrow? There?
Or you can go, you know, alternatively, you can click on event round 3, and then you'll see Krishna Kumar and Simeonov there as well.
Okay, I've got it. I've got the game. You want to start from the beginning again?
Absolutely.
Okay, so d4, d5. Now this is a more classical way of approaching it, less hyper-modern, more classical. It's symmetrical plump. So knight f3 is a normal move. Knight f6 is a normal move. c4 is just offering the queen's gambit. The pawn can be taken and cannot be immediately recaptured. But most people say, nah, I'll decline it. And in this case, it's more of a Slav defense type of c6 instead of e6. The drawback of e6 is that it blocks the bishop on c8. So white continues. He says, okay, you still want to take it? I'll let you take it. Black says, nah, I'm going to decline. So this is traditionally played as a queen's gambit declined. And bishop g5 is the typical move. Knight bd7 is usually referred to as the Tartakower defense. And Tartakower was a Russian player who's very, very good. And this is the way he would play it. e3, so now the pawn on c4 can be recaptured by the bishop on c1, on f1. And so queen a5 is a variation. It initiates a variation that it was often referred to as the Rogozin. So this is a different variation than the standard queen's gambit declined, which would use bishop to e7 and castles. So queen a5 initiates a variation of the queen's gambit declined that's a little bit different. Knight d2, interesting move, and you can see it might come to b3, hitting the queen. Says once you move your queen out, it can become a target. But he's consistent with the Rogozin idea of bishop to b4. So now we have this little mix of, I'm going to try to cripple your pawn structure again, and maybe I'll give up a bishop or a knight for the reason to do that. And White says, okay, but I'm going to defend the knight. And what are you going to do? And that's where we are right now. A very interesting position. Black can't really play pawn takes c4 now because the knight would recapture, hitting the queen. So the knight's maneuvers have been designed to enter the game with an attack on the queen, gaining tempo.
Fascinating, fascinating stuff. And let's see other games. Looks like we can go ahead and look at.
He did take the pawn on board on that board.
Oh,
He
he
did.
did. He did
Yeah,
take the pawn. Okay,
just
we'll
I
leave it
said.
right here. We'll leave it right here for a moment.
Just I said he really can't do that. He
Yeah.
did it. Shows what I know. Oh, because he's exposing the attack on the bishop on g5.
Ah, very good. Yes,
Yes,
very
because the
good.
knight used to be on f3, but
F3. Yeah.
has
So,
moved to d2, leaving it exposed.
so
So he's saying,
that's the
what are you going to do?
drawback. Yeah, that's the drawback of that knight F3, knight D2 maneuver. The
That
advantage is, yeah, your knight can bounce to C4 or B3 and threaten the queen over there on
right
A5, but the drawback is now your bishop on G5 is
undefended.
undefended.
So this capture, bishop takes on f6, is not what Black would want to do normally. But the exposed you either have to move in some place. So knight recaptures, of course, the normal response
Mm-hmm.
to reestablish material balance, but also to develop the knight to its preferred square, f6. And now it allows the bishop on c8, which had no moves, to at least be able to go to d7.
Yeah.
So
Fascinating stuff. And I wonder, do you foresee that pawn b5 might be in the future in some of these variations, as it would be in a more kind of standard Slav, where you don't have a queen on a5 and bishop on b4 battery?
Well, b5 would be a threat right now in this position, I would think. But it's White's move, so White would probably capture that pawn on c4,
Okay.
making b5 a little less.
With their knight, right, Jim? So they capture it and attack Black's
I would
queen.
think with the knight, you could take it with the bishop and complete your
He did
development.
take with the bishop. Okay.
So now the knight to b3 is a possibility with the same idea of hitting that queen. But bishop takes has the added value of clearing the way for castling, getting the king out of the center. So bishop takes was also a perfectly fine move. It's a
And
developed move, moves the bishop towards the center. The bishop on c4 is attacking the d5 square, but it's well protected by black. So black is really controlling d5 much more than white is. But once you castle, you've got the knight and the bishop attacking d5, still under black's control. But now what's the bishop and queen doing out there on b4 and a5?
well,
Really part of the game are they playing in this game?
yeah, I mean, I guess the saving grace for the queen is it is on an open rank, right? So it can shoot across at
Yes.
some point
As we saw
potentially.
the importance of that attacking the bishop on g5, because right now black has the two bishops.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting because the bishop on b4 was saying, I'm going to take that knight on c3 if I can to give you a crippled pawn structure, which he couldn't. So he hasn't taken that knight. And so you don't normally give up a bishop for a knight without compensation of some sort, unless it's a very close game. And then it's in your best interest to trade bishops for knights. But this is an open game, or semi-open, you can say. And so white giving up that bishop on g5 for a knight was not what White really wanted to do. Black sort of forced the issue with that
And now
capture.
Black really doesn't want to play bishop takes c3
Right.
unless they have to, because they have the bishop pair for the endgame, right? Um,
Right. So you do not want to give up that bishop for a
and
knight right now, voluntarily.
And a lot of young players might be a little nervous about that bishop on c8. How is it going to get in the game? But
Absolutely correct.
oftentimes if you're patient, um, even, in these Queen's Gambit positions with your bishop stuck on c8, if you're just patient, the opportunity will present itself, and then you have the bishop pair. Whereas had you brought it out earlier, you may have exchanged it for a knight. So you thinking maybe a castle is what Black's gonna play here?
That's a very reasonable move. Both sides are prepped to castle.
Hmm.
Let's go back to Christopher Yu's game. There's
Sure.
been some action there.
So we're back on Christopher Yu's game, and when we left,
It was, I think, at C5 and just
yeah, it was at c5, and
okay. So white castle, which is perfectly normal, and black initiates the exchanges in the center. C takes D4, E takes D4, D takes C4, bishop takes C4 is of course reasonable. Now knight C6, because what black has done is left white with an isolated pawn. What do I mean by an isolated pawn? An isolated pawn is a pawn that cannot be defended by another pawn. So it can be defended only by pieces. Now, pieces don't want to do guard duty for pawns. Pieces want to attack or do something else more aggressively. And if they're defending pawns, they get a little depressed. They're not at their best. So black plays knight c6, attacking that pawn, saying, ha ha ha, your pieces are passive in defense, and mine are aggressive and attacking. And so Christopher Yu plays, or no, I'm sorry, his opponent plays bishop to g5, pinning the knight to the queen, making the knight not completely paralyzed, because it can move, but at the loss of the queen. So you pretty much have eliminated the knight's mobility with this powerful pin. So black immediately attacks it, says, I don't like that pin. What are you going to do? And white retreats, keeps the pin on. So now white is threatening to play at some point, maybe not right now, but d5, which would eliminate the isolated pawn. It would attack the knight on c6 and the pawn on e6. And if you trade the pawns, then all you're left with who's got the better development. You no longer have the pawn weakness of the isolated pawn. You've eliminated it. And I've got 4 pieces out, white's saying, you've only got 3. I have better development. So that has to favor me. But there are some moves to be played before then. It's black's move now. What is black going to do? Black's goal is to restrict that pawn advance. But that knight, which is the ideal blockader, we know that's from history, is pinned to the queen. So what am I going to do? How do I free up that knight? Can I free up that knight?
I think, a lot of times in a position like this, I look at my bishop on b4 that used to be pinning the knight on c3, and I
Right.
look at my knight on f6 that would love to be able to once again exert its influence on d5, and I think about bringing my bishop back to e7.
Yes, this is a very good thought process, Chris. And I wanted to point out one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's possible that the bishop can retreat to e7 for all the reasons you said. It could also take the knight, and the knight would be recaptured by the pawn. So now that pawn on d4 is no longer isolated. It's defended by the pawn on c3. But instead of an isolated pawn, you are left with what we call hanging pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And so the difference in white's pawn structure from black's is that white has what we call 3 pawn islands. The one pawn on a2 is one island. The hanging pawns on c3 and d4 would be another pawn island. And the pawns on the king side would be the third. Now you can see on black's, he has the pawn island on the king side, 4 pawns together, and 2 on the queen side. So he only has 2 pawn islands.
Yeah.
So black's pawn structure is to be favored. But he has given up a bishop for a knight, so white has the advantage of the 2 bishops. This is the art of chess play, chess mastery. Balance those. A superior pawn structure is it worth 2 bishops? That's what these players are asking themselves now. So, which which game would you like to go to?
Let's take a look. Okay. Let us look. You know, the one that there's a French defense. Is it? It is a French defense by uh, from an alternate route on the Siva Kumar
Should be 7.
Jovchev
Yeah.
game. Do you see the Siva Kumar Jovchev game, Jim?
Yes.
All right, we'll
Okay.
go. We'll
So
start there.
I want to point out first that Christopher's played the bishop e7 move that you recommended.
Nice.
And okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the game that you just pointed out, and we'll see how this begins. It is also opening d4, d5, as we talked about earlier. But now he plays knight c3, blocking the c2 pawn from moving to c4. Already a different type of opening. It's no longer going to be a Queen's Gambit accepted, Queen's Gambit declined kind of game. A very different type of game is coming up.
It's a lot less popular to go d4, knight c3, because you've restricted the use of that c pawn.
Yes, much less popular. That is a very important point. But that could be to your advantage because players are not necessarily as hooked up for, prepared for. Not necessarily know what they don't.
Napoleon Bonaparte, if I remember correctly, enjoyed d4, knight c3. I think that was something Napoleon enjoyed. There's a nice game or two.
Well, you know, I am not going to take his advice in chess. Knight f6, okay, and bishop g5, putting I'm going to cripple that pawn structure on the king side if you don't move that knight. But you've already moved the knight once. You don't want to move it twice. So what are you going to do? Yeah, it says I don't want to get my pawn structure crippled. I'll play e6. So now this looks a lot like a French defense. And e4 transposes to the French defense. So now we've gone from a queen pawn opening to a king pawn opening. This is the miracle of transposition. Now, bishop e7 is the classical reply. And e5 is one of the main variations. This is a classical French defense. And this is the first type of variation that the French defense would evolve into. So this has been played historically more often than any other variation, I would say. So knight is now under attack. Typically, they go to d7 now. That would be the typical classical response. But in this game, black retreats to g8. Is this good? Is this bad? Is this better? Is this worse? Is this the same? You know, it's hard to say. But I will say that the normal move, the one you would see most often, is knight f6 to d7. Now, h4 is consistent with the theme of sacrifice because you have, by playing your pawn to e5, you have gained space. You've gained space in the center, and the pawn on e5 is pointing towards the king side. So you've gained space on the king side as well. It controls the f6 square now, or fights for control. It's forced the knight on f6 to retreat from it. So white is willing to give up a pawn. If bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, queen takes, in order to continue to use that spatial advantage on the king side to attack on the king side. So black is saying, okay, if you're going to give me a pawn, at least I have something now. You have a space advantage, but I have a pawn. Is it worth it? This is the art of chess. Balance two different elements, material versus space. Which one is more important in this position? White is saying, I want the space. And black is saying, I want the material. Who's right? Queen e7, queen has to retreat, of course. Bishop d3, classically placed. It's where it belongs, it's variation. So I'm now attacking the h-pawn. Whether I can take it or not is another question. But this is why I've given up that h-pawn to open up the half-open rook file. The h-file is now open, and the rook is attacking. Black rook is defending. And you know you'd rather attack than defend. g6 is that Forest? I don't think so. Now look at the dark squared squares around the king side. They are all weakened because the pawns are all on white squares. But black does not have his black squared bishop anymore, the ideal piece to penetrate along the dark squares. Nevertheless, they're weak. They have to be
And
defended by
they
pieces.
do have a queen, and a queen can act as a bishop, right? So there's potential that that queen could
And knights can also invade
is
on the
true.
dark square. So this is
What
something to keep in
I'm
mind.
just curious if you go back one move before g6.
Okay.
Um,
Uh-huh.
if you're in this position, Jim, would you play g6?
No,
What?
I would not play knight g8, but I would not have
Yeah.
played
What
g6 in
what
this
what
position.
kind of alternatives did we have to
I
g6?
played.
Because I think g6 is
I,
a move that's interesting, but it also has major drawbacks in the dark square weaknesses.
I agree. I would not want to play it just for that
Mm-hmm.
reason. And I would play c5 in this position. That
Wow.
would be me.
Yeah.
And c5 is my attempt to gain space on the queen side. If you're going to gain space on the king side, I want space on the queen side. I don't want it to be all fun and games for you and not for me.
And if they don't do
So
anything about it, you could even play pawn to c4, right?
yes, and or what I'm intending to do is move my knight to
Uh huh.
c6 and put pressure on your put pressure on your dark squares in
Sure.
the center. If I can fight back there, I will. That's my goal.
And
Uh,
well,
and
if you
I,
played c5, it's threatening to it's putting pressure on the dark squares. It's creating some tension in the center. But white isn't planning on castling kingside, right, Jim? So
because that rook on h1 is being used in
yeah,
part of the
so
attack.
if just following this idea of yours with the pawn to c5. Um, that's a, this it's a tricky move. I'm not sure what I would do there as white in response to that. I would have to give that a lot of thought. What are your thoughts for white's responses to if 9 c5 was played? Uh,
Yeah, well, then you have to calculate knight b5 because the knight can come
oh
in on e6 and
yeah.
that and say, well, you know what? I'm not going to put my king in. The center is locked. I'm not worried about moving my king. I can live on f8 maybe. I can live on d8 maybe. So I might castle like queenside like by playing after c5 like something like king d8, king c7, get knight to c6, bishop to d7, rook over, king to c8. I might go all those links just to get my king to safety. And I'm not really too concerned if I can break up your pawns on the center at my leisure when I decide it's time to the time is ripe. Or I might just leave my king in the center and just keep pressing on the queen side. So you're attacking on the king side, you're not going to put your king there. I'm going to attack on the queen side. You don't want to put your king there. So we might both have our kings in the center.
Wow, that is an exciting variation.
Well, it's just
Hmm.
plausible. It's
Yeah,
possible.
it's very exciting stuff. I'm glad
Yeah,
you
and
pointed that out. I think we talked yesterday about how sometimes the there's some hidden treasures in variations, and that's something at a when I rewatch the show later, I'm going to go back and just kind of play through some of those moves on an actual chessboard. It's kind
yeah,
of kind of neat. Um, all right, so
yeah.
g6 was played.
All right, g6, and then queen d2, which is perfectly normal. You're threatening to get your king away to
Hmm.
safety, maybe by castling queenside, but you're putting the queen on the dark squares that have been weakened around the king side. And that might be the most important idea there. Now, b6 is a very good move. It might be even better c5 that I was talking about because you don't give up that d6 square because it's kind of like the way I was very stubborn that way. Said, you think you're winning because you got your knight on d6. Ha
Hmm.
ha ha. some tricks up my sleeve. But d6 is a more conservative way to play it, because you can play your problem here is your typical problem in the French. Your bishop on c8. It's bad. It can't get out. So the b6 is a typical way of solving this problem by moving it to a6. So let's continue with the game and see what the b6 is probably the smarter way to play. Not as aggressive as I would be, but it's probably safer. b6 followed by castles, which is white is consistent and says I want to get both rooks attacking on the king side. But you know, the French player is already saying, I'm not going to put my king on the king side. Have at it. I'm going to leave my king in the center, or I'm going to castle queen side too. But he plays bishop to a6. So now he has solved the French player's typical problem of what to do with my bishop, my light squared bishop. He solved it, or he had it. What about knight b5? Huh. Am I willing to trade my bishop for the knight? Gee, interesting. And black says no, no. Now, doesn't that look like a waste of time? Bishop to a6 to b7. He could have gone to b7 right now. But he's made the knight come to b5. Is the knight well positioned there? What if he drives it away with a6?
Yeah.
You know, so now, white has again shifted his attention to the king side. Now he's got two knights into black's territory, which is normally pretty scary. Both of them are defended. Can't capture either one. The knight on b5 is defended by the bishop on d3. The knight on g5 is defended by the queen on d2. And now he's attacking the pawn on h7 twice. And I'm going to take that pawn if you let me. White is telling black, if you don't do something about that pawn, I'm going
to... you know, doing something about that pawn, moving it up 2 squares here, pawn h5, you think?
I think that looks like the safest, but what about g4 then?
You're right, yeah. G4 is you have to look at all the checks, captures, and threats, and you put your pawn on h5, and immediately white can respond with g4, and then you're wishing you didn't put it on h5, perhaps.
And then black is getting all his space and all the actions on the king side. That's what white wants. King side action. Fight me on the king side, he says, please.
So instead of h5, what would be your recommendation for black? Maybe.
Well, I'd probably throw in a6 before I had to think, just to save time on my clock. Because, you know, if you want to take a pawn, fine, I'll take your piece. But so make white say, okay, I'm going to
c3.
Yeah, and so, you know, while you're playing your knight to c3, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do.
And then maybe you could play h6 on the other side, kick the other knight back. I mean, these knights are easy to send packing, right?
I'm not really going to threaten to take that pawn, though, because the pawn is pinned to the rook on h8.
Very true. Very true. So, yeah.
But I can defend it by playing h6, and it's not as committal as h5.
Yeah, so h6 is a defensive move only. Because, and you know, these things are easy to forget when there's an early exchange. You know, when whites moved a h-pawn down the board early. In this case, it's easy to forget that they don't have a pawn on h2. But that is in play.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You can forget that pawn has been lifted. You kind of assume that it's still there, but it isn't. So. Very good point. Always make sure you refresh your vision. You I close my eyes sometimes just to look at the board fresh, just to see it for the first time again, so that I'm not making those assumptions that we sometimes do.
We play so many thousands of games, and you get used to things being in certain places, and when something's a little unusual, like the h-pawn being missing, it's a big change. Any factor, any little ingredient different on a chessboard can really affect things profoundly.
So I have to leave pretty soon, but I'm going to tell you a couple of things about this position. In the left side of the board now, the queen side, black wants the action. I'm going to play A6, driving a knight C3. I'm going to play C5 and B5, and I'm going to be gaining space on the queen side where your king is.
Yep.
So white is attacking on the king side where my king isn't. So this is a kind of an interesting little dynamic that's gone on
Yeah,
here.
and I'm really grateful to have had you explaining the ideas behind the moves for this round, Jim. Before you go,
Yeah.
I just want to remind people about the EAD Foundation. You can go to eadfoundation.org and you can refresh your memory. Jim gave a very good summary of what the EAD Foundation does, and it does it better than any organization I know. Jim eats the overhead himself. He takes care of it, so all your donations go directly to the causes. Um, so when you're thinking about uh, helping. The chess community has hundreds of millions of people. If you're in a slightly more comfortable position, it's just like a chessboard, right? It's almost like we're playing Bug House. If you can hand a piece to your partner in Uganda, or your partner in Nicaragua or Bhutan. Jim's involved in Lebanon, Israel. He was naming countries. And the other thing I want to remind folks about before they go is Jim's father, Arthur. His birthday is January 29th, I believe. And his unfortunately Arthur is no longer with us, but he's the guy who taught Jim how to play chess and bought him his first chess books. And Jim has a award in honor of his father memory, and the award goes to the winning essay on which you would use funding to help with the chess community. And it can be anything inside the chess community that you would use that funding for. And the information about the Arthur Award is also on eadfoundation.org. But the reason I bring it up specifically is because the deadline is the end of this month. And many, of you, especially younger folks who are watching the broadcast or playing in this tournament and watch it later on, that's enough time to. I know you guys are good at writing essays. Your English teacher says, "Oh, another essay is due in 2 weeks. Another essay is due on Friday." Something. You add one more essay, and let us know how you would help the chess community. And who knows? You might win the Arthur Award, and Mishra, the youngest grandmaster, was year number one. Alexi Root, year number two. Mishra used that funding to help him get the grandmaster title. In fact, Alexi Root used that funding to help write a book about the history of the U.S. Women's Championship that we're all excited to read. It's actually finished, but not released yet. I can't wait for that to come out. And maybe you're next in line. Maybe you're next in line. So get that essay into the EAD Foundation. Jim, thank you for joining us today, and have a great time. Jim's going to a college basketball game. Fun stuff. He's going to go root on the Cardinal women against Arizona, which is a big rivalry in.
Rematch of the national championship game
What
last year.
what a fun. You have a great time today, Jim.
Thanks, Chris. I enjoyed my time with you and doing the commentary on these wonderful games. You're doing a
Thank
great
you.
job. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
And ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead and run an ad, and when we come back, we'll check back in with that game we were looking at, Alexei Jovchev and Siva Kumar, and see what's going on. That was a very exciting game. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players, and we are back. I don't know why my camera is so big on this one. That's funny. Let me try and get things arranged a little better. I am back. Jim is off to that wonderful college basketball game between the Stanford Cardinal and Arizona. Are they the Sun Devils? I think Arizona is the Sun Devils. A big Pac-12 conference rivalry. But let's get back to our chess. A lot of exciting things have happened during the break, and I haven't even looked at them yet. Let's go take a look together. All right, so we are back, and let me make sure. Yep, I switched to the board. Good. Sometimes I forget to switch to the board, and if you notice that I'm commenting on moves and such, and you don't see the chessboard, feel free to give me a shout in the YouTube chat and remind me. That's fine. Interesting. Nothing has happened. Jim, let's remind ourselves that Jim, in the Sivakumar Jovchev game, Jim was recommending possibly just playing a6 to kick the knight, get the knight back, and then make some decisions. But Jim was actually thinking, of launching a pawn attack down the queen side. Eventually a6, and yeah, just pushing those pawns down the board. Let's see what's happening on our other boards. We spent a fair amount of time. Ooh, this is quite an exciting position here. Let me make sure I have the names correctly. We've got Abhinav Penagalapti versus Evgeny Ermenkov. And we've got ourselves an exciting position here. Right now, the main features of our position is the coordination of white's rooks. They're stacked in a battery formation in the D file. Very nice. The knight's hanging out close by. However, material is equal, and I gotta say, I'm liking, white has a couple extra pawns, but black has an extra minor piece, and is hoping to trade rooks here. And I don't see that white can avoid it, at least the first trade, because it was, where is that going to go? So rooks are going to get traded. Is Abhinav going to play rook takes d8, try and trade the second rook, or is he going to take back with knight? There's good reasons for both moves. And then it's going to be tricky for white to, in some cases, for white to start advancing these pawns, because they're giving the king protection as well, and they've got a long way to go. But certainly that's white's ace in the hole, and black. I'm sure Abhinav knows that. He knows that eventually they are going to try and advance those extra pawns down the board. But right now, I definitely prefer to be black with the extra minor piece. While we're waiting for Abhinav to make his decision, and while we are waiting for Abhinav to make his decision, let me switch to another game. Here we've got Georgiev, Beiser Georgiev, and Arun Dixit. And let's see what's happening here. This is kind of an interesting jump, because white's king is right in the middle. Let's see how this game started, first of all. So we have ourselves a Sicilian. And this is mostly Sicilian theory. But how did the king get on? Okay, so the trade of queens is, yeah. Nope, that's not how. Hey, it goes just to support the rook on c1. Okay. With the queens off the board, you know, having the king active is useful. It's useful. The king is a piece. We are now in the stage of the game where promoting a pawn is a goal. And whenever you reach, that stage of the game where one side is going to win by promoting a pawn rather than by a direct checkmate, an active king is useful. Black plays the immediate check. Let me check my messages real fast. Okay, good. The check, and then we're fully expecting, obviously, king takes c2, and then black wants to do something about this bishop right away, and probably the best place for that bishop is going to be d7, so it's adding some extra support to a4 if needed, and yeah, so king takes c2 is what we're expecting, and then probably save the bishop, move it to d7, and we should have an interesting endgame. There's still enough pieces on the board that it's a lot of chess left to be played in this game. Moving on, let us take a look at Stefan Simeonov versus Sriram Krishna Kumar. And let me back up and see how we got here. Okay, so yeah, this was the Queen's Gambit declined Slav. I believe we even looked at this with Jim earlier. So the interesting feature of this line was, first of all, the queen coming out, the Rogozin kind of ideas. The other interesting feature was the knight on f3 is going to move to d2 to support c4 and potentially attack the queen on a5. So we see this kind of fun stuff happening. Interesting there that white takes with the bishop, not the knight. I mean, the knight could have taken here, threatening the queen, right? But white prefers to take with the bishop, opening up the potential for castling. And then black strikes right back with e5. White says, I don't want to be in the center if it's going to open up and queens are on the board, gets out of the center. Exchange of pawns. Black gets out of the center as well. Exchange of knights. And now, moving the knight closer, moving the knight on c3 closer to the black king benefits white. But then black says, bam, here's a pin. That, develop with the threat, with the bishop. And white... Black has a nice threat, and so white returns the favor with a3. That bishop on b4 wasn't terribly. It wasn't doing the job of pinning the knight anymore, obviously, but it was. The e file is open, so it's keeping rooks from going to e1. So now the bishop returns to safety, goes back to e7, which is a good move because it's. Helping secure the dark squares out here. I mean, obviously this knight is pinned, but it might not be forever. It might not be forever. b4, another nice push. So white has a little bit of initiative here with some pawn pushes. Queen c7. But black keeps moving pieces to obviously they're getting pushed back, but also was the queen doing much on a5? It was supporting. It was. Now nothing is defending the bishop on f5. So let's see. Rook goes to e1. Rook goes to e8. Both sides put a rook in the open file. Queen b3. Whoa, yeah. That's a little bit of a drawback to this rook e8 thing. Move is that it creates a weakness here that white's exploiting. I wonder if bishop g6 is a possibility here, because that would take care of two problems. Bishop g6 would take care of the fact that black's bishop is not defended, so it is a potential target. If he puts it on g6, then it is defended. Plus, it's also defending f7. And let's see, bishop takes. Oh, I need to remind, I just remembered that I need to apologize to one of my, I just remembered another private lesson that I forgot. Yeah, by the way, I do teach private lessons as well, and you can email dailychessmusings@gmail.com if you want to get some private instruction from me. This will probably be the only time I mention it, and the only reason I'm mentioning it right now is because I am doing a live broadcast, so I am not teaching. Not teaching. I'm typing this as I go. My lessons this afternoon. There's one or two students I forgot to send that to. I remembered yesterday. Every day, if you want to know about Coach Chris's schedule, every day I get up, I check my emails a little bit in the late morning. Then I spend time preparing for my first two lessons of the day. I teach a class, and then I usually teach another lesson. Play some fun games with my students, and then relax in the evening with my family, watching some good TV. And then before I go to sleep at night, I have fun looking through databases and preparing my lessons for the next day. So that is kind of the ever repeating schedule. Now, let's see here. What just happened? What just happened? What just happened here? Bishop takes b4? I didn't expect that. I was thinking, maybe bishop g6. Bishop takes b4? That's very exciting chess. Now, of course, so why did the knight go to f6 right away? Let's take a look, first of all. If ax b4, then bishop can just take the knight, right? Because when the black bishop, when the dark bishop, black's dark bishop, leaves the e-file, it opens up a new second attacker, a discovered attack on the knight on e4. So he takes the pawn, and instead of taking back, which would lose the knight then, white comes back with a check to at least expose black's king, and then takes back. And now black plays rook g6. So very nice spotting of the tactic, Sriram. I missed that tactic a moment ago. I was just thinking of bishop g6 immediately. And Sriram, excellent job. You spotted a tactic, and that was a nice one. Let's look at that tactic again one more time. It was surprising. I was answering a text message real fast, and then boom, all of a sudden I go forward a move, and what? We're throwing away a bishop? No, we aren't throwing away a bishop because we're threatening e4. So we're winning a pawn. We're winning a pawn. So when it's all said and done, now is it Sriram? Yeah, Sriram is ahead by one pawn. And more importantly, perhaps, he's got some reasonable king safety now because his bishop is on g6. But white's pawns over here are isolated. Those are weakened pawns, and Sriram has strong pawns. I like his chances in this endgame. He's one pawn up, but he's also got a better pawn structure on the side that's going to be mobilizing. See, the pawns in front of your kings, they won't, they aren't necessarily going to be the ones that are gonna win you this game as much, especially when the kings, see, both kings are way over here in the g file, so the the potential breakthrough outside pass pawn is going to be, maybe the a7 pawn eventually. We'll see how it plays out, but I like Sriram's chances. Nicely done spotting that tactic. Climbing back into that game, Christopher Yu versus Peter Drenchev. Let's see where we left off. Okay, so we saw this moment of all this tension in the middle, and things could go a lot of different ways, and then we saw some trades. And then remember I had mentioned to Jim that perhaps it's time for the bishop to fall back because it's not pinning the knight anymore. But this knight needs to stop this pawn from moving forward. And so therefore, since this knight is pinned, it can't do that job. It cannot stop white's isolated queen pawn from moving forward. So I suggested maybe moving the bishop back to e7. It's exactly what Christopher did. So I'm happy. I'm happy we agree on that. Anytime I can guess Christopher Yu's moves, I'm thrilled. White plays rook e1, improving. Black plays b6, creating locations for this bishop to go to, right? Answering the question of what's going to happen with the bishop on c8. Well, it's going to go to b7, getting on that long diagonal. White's bishop falls back to a2. And now Christopher moves his knight to h5, and this is where the game is at right now. It is Pitar's move, Grandmaster Drenchev, and obviously there is two attackers on the bishop on h4, so probably he's going to play bishop g3. But see, bishop g3 puts that bishop right where the knight can take it at any point, and then Christopher would have the bishop pair advantage in the endgame. Plus he doesn't have an isolated pawn as white does, so he'd have two potential endgame advantages. So alternatively, certainly you could play bishop takes, in which case I want to leave the queen in this semi-open file, so I would probably take back with the knight, and which opens up the bishop on b7, increases its scope. So if bishop takes, I think knight takes is what's going to be played, and then bishop takes, knight takes. Maybe white plays knight e5, and we've got ourselves a fun, interesting position. And then finally, the other opportunity, I guess, would be pawn g3, but this is a little tricky because it does create some weakness on g2, and remember this bishop over here, so you have to be very careful about that. Anytime you move pawns forward, they create weak squares behind them, and when the weak squares are directly in front of your king, you need to be very careful. But it could be that g3 is actually the best move, because if g3, then if bishop takes, then knight can take back, right? You wouldn't take with the pawn, because that would just severely weaken your king's safety. So a lot of moves here for white. As I see it, there are three main possibilities, all involving this threat on h4. White could trade for e7. White could move to bishop g3, or white could play pawn g3. So three alternatives. Let me go ahead, draw the arrows properly on this. So bishop g3, pawn g3, or bishop takes e7. And Christopher no doubt has plans for all three of those possibilities. But already I'm starting to like Christopher's position better. I would rather be. White does have a center pawn, but it is an isolated pawn, and I'm really starting to like the way Christopher's pieces are getting organized. Let's move to another game. And this is Abhinav Penagalapti versus. Oh, this was a game from yesterday, I believe. All right, so. Yep. That was yesterday's result. We don't need to go back through there. Back to Sriram's game. Interesting. Rook e3. I don't think I had even mentioned that as a possibility here. So Simeonov is moving the rook up, but you know, rook takes e3, and then fx e3 is looking probably best. And then black again. I talked about these 3 pawns being better than the 2 weak pawns. A5 threatens to create a potential passed pawn. So white's got to be very, very careful about that. In fact, if they take, it's a passed pawn. If they don't take, it could go to a4 and be a passed pawn as well. What I mean by if they take, it's you know, exchanging those pawns. The 2 minus 3 would, you know, result in 1 passed pawn. So I'm expecting the a5 push, but first I think rook takes e3, fx e3, and then a5. So let us move along. Here's Arun Dixit and Baizer Georgiev. And what do we have here? Well, first of all, this bishop is a monster. It is on a beautiful, beautiful diagonal. Not that diagonal. That was a weird arrow, Coach Chris. How about this diagonal? There we go. Yeah, that bishop is on a beautiful diagonal. Both sides have 2 bishops and a rook. This could get really, really interesting. It is Arun Dixit's move. All right. Well, I mean, if queens were still on the board, then I think the move would be a3. But queens are not on the board, so you aren't going to be checkmating white's king. So I don't think we play a3. This is a very powerful pawn chain. It is a very annoying and powerful pawn chain. So maybe you start things off by playing e6. Try, start dismantling that thing right away. If you play e6 though, I mean, white. What would white's response? Checks, captures, threats. Chris checks. White could play bishop d2, threatening the rook, right? But that's fine. I mean, this rook on a5 isn't. Well, it is doing something. If we've played e6 first, then there's 2 attackers on. See, there would be 2 attackers on the top of that pawn chain. So the bishop d2 move forces the rook to leave that rank, and then there's just the 1 attacker, and then a white could add support with bishop c4. So actually, yeah, this pawn chain of white is troubling. White's controlling some critical squares. There's other troubling things about black's position that I'm not a huge fan of. One is the advanced a4 pawn is more of a target than an asset at this point, with the queens off the board. But the one thing I like, and we'll keep going back to this, the one thing that I really like about white's position, I'm sorry, black's position, is this dark bishop that sees right through the pawn chain. It's a monster bishop. All right, let's move to another. Back on Christopher Yu's game, we're still waiting for Pitar to make his decision of the three choices I highlighted there. Looks like we have a draw. We just got a draw in Abinov versus Evgeny Ermenkov, and that's interesting. There is still some some chess to be played here. I would have liked to have seen them battle it out a little bit longer, honestly, just for our viewing pleasure and education, because you've got a situation where white's got extra pawns, which are baby queens, extra passed pawns, but on the other side of the coin, black has an extra minor piece. Black has a bishop. So you've got this bishop versus three pawns. Imbalance. And imbalances are fun. I love watching these things play out. But, excuse me. But yeah, they agree to a draw. So, a little bit sad. A little bit sad that ended that way, but good result, excellent result. Congratulations, Abinov, getting a draw against a Grand Master. Put yourself in those shoes. You have an opportunity to have a draw with a Grand Master. You'd be pretty excited too, I'm sure. Okay. There is the human element. We can look at everything on the chessboard, but the human element's very, very important. Whoa, this is now when we left this position. Let's go back to where we had left this. So we had this French defense in by transposition. We looked. Remember the H7. The H7 situation. Black never played H6, the defensive H6 that was available. Never played it, and never played did play the A6, but after they castled. So the game has continued in a different fashion than what Jim was expecting, and that Jim was expecting. James Eade was expecting the black king to hang out in the middle of the board, expecting the a6, pushing the knight back, and then a pawn storm on the king down here, and that never materialized. Both sides are castled queenside now, so we'll keep an eye on how this continues. In fact. Black plays f6, so white could take with the knight, and that is a interesting, thought-provoking move, because if knight takes f6, black could play knight takes f6, and then ex f6, right? And then queen takes f6. And then potentially we'll we've got these two rooks just staring at each other in an open H file, with neither side really wanting to capture first, because you capture, and you when your opponent takes back with their rook, then they get control of the file. So that's interesting. Interesting stuff. Alternatively, we could probably reach the same thing. Ex f6 looks, knight takes f6, all this stuff kind of, all roads lead to Rome, and in this case, Rome being f6. So interesting. I expect a lot of moves to be played very, very quickly here, very soon. And after the dust settles, who's gonna be better? I kinda favor white. I kind of favor white because remember, white's pawn chain was pointing in the direction of the king's side. They have more space available to their pieces. They were better set up for that king's side action. So I kind of favor white, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Just, terribly exciting, terribly fun chess that we are seeing. So we'll kind of go back and forth, I think, between the Siva Kumar game here, because I'm expecting some quick action on this game, and the Christopher Yu game. The Christopher Yu has some none of the above. All right, so a moment ago, I said one of these three moves. Drenchev's thinking about one of these three moves, and look what he plays. I was totally wrong. So what's he doing here? Well, if let me really take a moment to think here, because I don't have the luxury of having Jim on the call with me right now. If EX D5, then Queen takes D5, then Queen takes D5, then Knight takes D5, then Bishop takes H4, then Knight takes H4, then a lot of stuff being exchanged there. I'm not convinced that gives black any extra advantage, though. So white has moved that isolated queen pawn forward. Remember, they wanted to do that. The reason Christopher played bishop e7 was so that his knight was guarding against moving the isolated queen's pawn forward. Grandmaster Drenchev is being stubborn with this idea of moving it. I thought he had to focus on this problem over here on h4, but he's stubborn in his resolve to do that kind of thematic push with the isolated queen's pawn. Alternatively, instead of doing anything about this right away, Christopher could simply play bishop takes h4, right? Doesn't that just win a piece? Because if knight takes queen takes, I mean... Alright, so if bishop takes, pawn takes, queen... Queen can take. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff that way. I'm sure Christopher's running through all these calculations. One of the tricks here, though, is with the bishop on h4, it has the potential to, before the knight on f3 has a chance to take it, it can play a check on f2. So there's that line. There's also, I mean, what happens if bishop takes and white plays a little intermezzo here with queen a4. So queen a4 is cool, and I'll tell you why. It gets the queens off the same file. You're still threatening the knight. You're still threatening the knight and the bishop. So this... It took me a little while. Okay, so bishop takes h4 is played. And now we are expecting, what I'm expecting Drenchev to play here is queen a4. No! Oh. See, I'm not as good at guess the move as Jim is. Now, I mean, queen takes h4. If I'm Christopher, I'm happy to bring my queen, have my queen come downtown, right? Get real close to the opponent's king. Rook e4. Well, okay. All right, you win. I gotta move my queen. But how about I just put it in the same file as your king, queen g5. Ah, but then maybe you play h4. But then you're creating weakness. More weakness around your king. I'm really starting to like Christopher's position. Especially, don't forget, if Black's queen is on g5 and Black's bishop is on b7. They're teaming up on g2, and that's very serious. That's very serious. In fact, also, the knight can hop in. So this is going to be a serious point of contention very, very soon. I'm thinking that this is really starting to swing hard in Christopher's favor. Moving back to, I'm trying to give some a taste of what's happening in a lot of different games, but of course I have my favorite positions. And we're still here in the Siva Kumar game. Let's see what's happening in the other Siva Kumar game, Shakith. So you got Shakith Siva Kumar and you have Shashwath. They're brothers. Very talented family. Congratulations to the parents. So we've got Viktor Boev versus, let me make sure I got the right Siva Kumar, Shakith Siva Kumar. And even material, first of all. Even material. Black's got some, and both sides have some pawn weaknesses. I'm starting to favor White's position. The way they're utilizing their pieces a little bit more, though. But maybe this rook, see, this is a closed file. So maybe if you're white, you want to move your rook to the semi-open file right now, targeting b7. But then black could play b5. But then you could play c5. And then what? dx c5. And then white has a passed pawn. Right? A protected passed pawn. A very dangerous passed pawn. So, okay, so this does not work good for black. If white plays rook b1, this does not work good. The key here, let me erase the arrows, and we'll go through step by step into the creation of this passed pawn. The key here is rook b1, threatening b7. So b7 needs to be defended. You can't defend it with the rook because the bishop could come down, right? You can't defend it with the queen. You could defend it with the queen. But then white could start stacking their rooks and adding more pressure. You don't want to defend pawns with your queen if you can at all avoid it. So, the natural response would be, oh, well, I could just play b5, right? And then if take, then take. And then we'll be okay. However, you're not okay. because if rook b1, then b5, Victor would have this very clever c5 move. And then you're not okay, because this is going to become a passed pawn. So, Shakith, maybe I'm hoping, again, I'm, kind of rooting for the players from my neck of the woods. I've watched these players develop over the years. Those I haven't met yet, I've seen, and most of these players I have met once or twice, and their parents too. You might be noticing that we have a very wide variety of last names reflecting different cultures in the Bay Area, and that's because we attract talent here from all over the world. It's wonderful. Before the pandemic, I would do a lot of commuting and teaching, and my students would serve me different things. I might get very wonderful green tea after one lesson, and a nice chai after another, and then a Russian black tea perhaps after another. It was I talked about it yesterday. Working with Emery Tate, I used to drive Emery Tate. We'd commute together because commuting's tough in the Bay Area. Traffic's just terrible. We'd use the carpool lane, get to commute together, get to our class early, have tea together. He'd show me stuff, then chess stuff, and then teach that class. Then we'd commute back across this Dumbarton Bridge. He used to think that was a funny name for a bridge. He thought maybe it's pronounced Dumbarton, but no, it's just Dumbarton. It's our bridge between Fremont. Oh, Rook B1 was played. It's our bridge between Fremont and the Menlo Park, Palo Alto area. So it connects. It connects workers with their, at say Facebook, or it connects the workers' homes to where they work at Facebook. We have another freeway that Emery and I used to commute a lot on, and that is 237, and that connects the workers from their home in Fremont to Google down there in Mountain View. So Emery and I mean, these freeways were jam-packed because these are big companies, right? So Emery and I would just have a lot of time to get to know each other and chat. And then if we could get to Fremont, we were exhausted from the car ride. It was already an hour something car ride just to get across the Dumbarton Bridge, even using the carpool or fastest ways possible. And then we'd get to Fremont, and then boom, I'd drop him off at a house. He could teach a private lesson, and I would teach a private lesson. And then from there, sometimes we'd even continue. I'd pick him up again, and we'd go to Dublin. And that's where Christopher Yu is from. I never taught Christopher Yu. I'm not sure if Emery did. I think he might have. I remember back in the day, Emery mentioning Christopher Yu. He mentioned Christopher Yu to me. I just remember this now. Emery, I think the first time I ever heard about Christopher Yu was from Emery Tate. Interesting. Okay, so there's a neat connection there. And then, And then oftentimes Emery would take the BART back to the Fremont area because he lived in Newark, and then I would continue up and over all the way back to where I live, which is in California's Central Valley in San Joaquin County. So outside of the Bay Area, I was what was known as a super commuter. I can't do that anymore for health reasons. I had to pause, so I do what I can. I do what I can, and still, anytime there's big events, I want to be there. Let's see. All right, so Shakith, Siva Kumar, Shaketh is in a little bit of trouble here. This is a little bit of trouble. So how do you handle this kind of trouble? You could play Queen C7. We don't like B5. We've already looked at that. So if you were to play Queen C, okay. So let's review. Rook B8 may not work because you can just attack that rook quite easily. B5 doesn't work because of the passed pawn creation. Queen C7, then it leaves us. There may be another option, but I believe, we're looking at the main ones here. If Queen C7, then, what I was saying is white can potentially stack some rooks, and this could be quite troubling. They could even start by keeping that pawn in place with Rook B6. And then obviously they're thinking about Rook E to B1. Yeah, this just, this looks tough. This looks really tough. This just shows you the level of precision that is required. I may be wrong on some of this. But it's the level of precision that we're seeing from these young chess players in Northern California. Hopefully Shakith comes up with something better than I'm seeing. Let us. Here's Mike Zelazny, and it's a rook and pawn endgame. It ends up being a draw. Looks like. Let's see how it happened though. So again, from Mike, we're seeing this Philidor defense, right? But he throws in this knight f6 move. When I play Philidor, I'm usually doing the Philidor counter gambit because, like I said, I like to play very aggressive openings. But Mike plays it the proper way with knight f6. Take, queen takes. He's okay losing the right to castle because... number one, he knows what he's doing, and number two, the queens are off the board. There's a check. So even, with that queen trade, it actually answers a lot of questions for black about how they can get their pieces in the game faster. And so already, I think black has more than equalized here and is doing just fine. So, Mike has given us he's given me some new perspective on Philidors. That's wonderful. Bishop B3, then take, knight E5. Very nice square for the knight. Right in the center of the board, moving into the action. H3 to stop the knight G4. Then rook to E8, activating a rook D1, check, no worries. Now the rooks are unified. King's happy to move forward. It's an endgame. I actually like Mike's position a lot better here. B5, moving forward, potentially even going to play B4. Where's that knight going to go? And then E4 becomes unguarded. Yeah, I'm really starting to like Mike's position. See, when the knight already moved, and now this is the E4 pawn's weak. There's already two rooks stacked in the file. That's a neat, nifty little maneuver by white here. Let's see. It's Alexander Avramov. He's obviously playing good chess, and he's thinking about popping his knight up to F5, up to an outpost on F5. But it's an outpost that could disappear. Rook D7. Knight goes back to F3. Rook takes. Knight goes back to G6, which is a discovered attack on E4. Defend. Knight threatens the defender. Rook moves to indirectly threaten the undefended knight. F6 holds the pawn in place. Now this pawn's not moving forward. And as soon as I say that, it moves forward. Well, it's not moving forward without the exchange of knights. And this is pretty even. And so it makes sense that this turned into a draw. White could play g4 here. And then I guess black could start pushing pawns or moving their king closer. A5, this pawn's kind of weak. And you don't want the rook to come there and lose that pawn or force your king away from the center. So you would play a5 next, and so on and so forth. But it's a rook and pawn endgame, and at this level, with pawns even on both sides, same amount of pawns on both sides, one rook each. You would expect this to be a draw. And so the players agreed to it. Certainly I would have liked to have seen a few more moves so I can learn a little bit about rook and pawn endgames. By the way, make sure you know your rook and pawn endgames, because when you think about it, the rooks take a long time to get in the game. So you usually have a rook left in an endgame, and you start with 8 pawns, so you usually have a pawn, or you're usually going to be left with some pawns in the endgame too, right? So then rook and pawn endgames, very important to know because they're just one of the most common. Looks like Nathaniel Zhang lost, and it's one of these kind of situations that are just unstoppable. So how did this happen? Let's find out. What happened to Nathaniel Zhang against Daria Dereshki? So d4, d5, all good here. Knight f3, knight f6, and then c4. Nothing too far out of the opening. Pawn takes, knight c3, a6. A little on the slower side. I expect white to play e4, but white plays a4 to stop b5 from being played. Knight c6, and now both sides have same amount of pieces developed. There's e4. White has nice pawn center, but black gets an extra piece developed with a pin. Bishop e3. Bishop takes. Pawn takes. So here's the start of interesting things. This, whenever your opponent gladly messes up their pawn structure like this, instead of developing, taking back with the, well, you can't take back with the queen. Hello, Chris. If queen were to take back, then knight takes d4. So gx f3 is forced, which is why Nathaniel played it. See, Nathaniel has a pin here, but he values the pin could disappear after, like, bishop e2. So he needs to mess up. See, he needs to mess up the pawn structure before white has a chance to play bishop e2. So he does, and then e5. Very aggressive move. Very aggressive. Striking at white's center right away. White could take or push or capture, right? White has three main options here. Push is what they do. I like to call this free space. You're pushing the pawn forward against a knight. Knight to a5. Could potentially come down here to b3, but right now it's doing an important job. Defending the pawn on c4. Hello, Lola. That's my dog Lola saying hi. Rook g1. Okay, so the rook's in the semi-open file. And then knight h5. Now, see, this is where things get troubling. G6 is a perfectly reasonable response. G6 is a perfectly reasonable response. If white plays F4, you play EX F4. But G6 solves a lot of the pressure put on by the rook on G1. But knight, using a knight to add extra defender there, this knight is weak out here, and it can be attacked immediately by rook G5, which, of course, is a fork. Yep. This is where the problem starts. Knight's on the rim or grim, and there's a fork. So Nathaniel missed a fork. Always back to those basic tactics. Checks, captures, and threats. Rook G5. G6. Of course, rook's going to take E5. Bishop E7. Bishop C5, putting more pressure on the pinned bishop. Castle, and then the bishop's lost. And then, yeah. See, the knight can't take. The knight can't take the bishop. It wants to. But of course, if you do, then you're going to lose the queen. And then, so he moves the queen out of the way. Rook takes the knight. And now all black needs to do is get their queen to a dark square. So he attacks the knight, which is stopping the queen from going to D2 or C1. Threatens the knight. The knight takes the rook. He's happy that happened because then queen D2. And now the queen can come here and apply the kiss of death. Yeah, things can go wrong really fast in chess. Things can go wrong really fast. It's a brutal game. And I am sure Nathaniel Zhang has learned another valuable lesson. We all learn from our losses. If you sit down at the chessboard, it is one of the main results. You might win, you might lose, or there's that small chance of a draw. But more than likely, it's when you sit down at a chessboard, it's a win-lose-draw situation, and if you win, obviously you prefer that outcome. But when you lose, you need to have a healthy attitude and use it as a learning experience. This whole tournament is a wonderful learning experience for all these young players. Playing against such a seasoned Bulgarian team. Our average age is much younger than their average age. It's wonderful experience. Hats off to everybody who is involved in the organizing of it, and the PNWCC, Pacific Northwest Chess Center Chess Club. Hats off to you guys for figuring out how to do this. Mission 360, Kevin Pan, Eric Lee's organization. Wonderful job trying to. You're even working on setting up another in-person Norm opportunity in the Bay Area. Wonderful. These two guys are in high school. Bay Area Chess. Thank you for stepping up and giving these guys a site to play in, because once again, the site requirement had to be in, and is very strict, about site requirements, the approved sites, the cameras, all this stuff. This group of talented young chess players was accepted to another chess club. They said, "Hey, you can use our venue," and then they reneged on that offer. I was happy to help facilitate in whatever way possible I could, and sent out texts, and Bay Area Chess stepped up to the plate. And of course, again, I'm happy to facilitate whenever I can, and I'm happy to have a seat at the table and watch history and watch these young players develop into world-class players that they are. And so I'm just thrilled that Daily Chess Musings gets to be a part of this. If you value this kind of experience, go to Daily Chess Musings, check out our website, dailychessmusings.com, join our club on chess.com, and like and subscribe. Like this video, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's time for another coffee break for me, so I'm going to run with some ads. I will see you guys with some more action. Don't forget, the second round today, we will be joined by Kevin Pan himself. All right. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters, and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let us adjust this window a little bit. I manage to mess things up sometimes. Just doing what I do best, which is messing up windows in OBS,
You
apparently.
need to scoot over.
Second best is bringing you great content on Daily Chess Musings. And today, if you're just joining us, we are watching day 2 of the third match between the Pacific Northwest Chess Club, the Bay Area chapter of this, versus Bulgaria. So we're seeing a whole bunch.
There we go.
We're seeing a whole bunch of. Yeah, I can sit here when I'm doing. That's fine. We're seeing a whole bunch of very talented young chess players from Northern California take on Bulgaria. So the Bulgarian team is seasoned veterans, many grandmasters, this and that, much higher average age. But what we have in Northern California is just a wonderful scholastic scholastic chess system. Many individuals have been helping with this over the years. I have been involved in chess in Fremont for about 25 years, and Fremont is a hotbed that many of you may have heard of. Fremont, California. It's my hometown. We had the first elementary national championship team, and then we had a second school, and I taught at both. I've taught at Wybell Elementary School. I've taught at Mission San Jose. I'm teaching at Gomes Elementary. You might see me doing that on YouTube on Thursday nights. In fact, I have almost taught at every single public school in Fremont, California over the years, teaching chess. It was my hometown. Now I live a little bit to the east of the East Bay. So I live in California's Central Valley region, a very famous agricultural region. But my roots are in the Bay Area. It is the place that will always be home to me, and it is a place, over the past 25 years I've watched, and I've worked hard with so many kids, spreading my passion for chess to them, and each generation gets stronger until this point right now. It took about 25 years, but we are in the golden age of chess in Northern California right now. It's a challenging age, it's a pandemic age, but it is the golden age of chess. We have so much incredible talent in our region. Any one of these players that I'm highlighting in our broadcast would be like a feature player in many other regions in the United States. But in Cal, and that's okay. They enjoy making a mess on the floor, huh? They enjoy the camaraderie. That part of the reason that our players are so strong is they have each other to challenge each other. We have this community. So other important people in our community are too numerous to mention. Of course, James Eade we've had on. He has over the years done so much for chess. Tom Langland, our tournament director today, does so much. He works full time during the week and every weekend. There he is running tournaments, oftentimes scholastic tournaments for our young players. Elizabeth Shaughnessy, maybe 35 years, maybe 40. Her Berkeley Chess School has been around. We all have roles to play. So many good coaches. I can't even begin to list all the other fantastic coaches in our region. And so again, it's a special thing. And now the young people themselves are starting to become the leaders, and that's wonderful too. you know, there's no reason for old people to be always dictating to the young people and being the organizers. The young people, the Kevin Pans, the Eric Lees, high school guys are organizing a FIDE norm tournament for March 25th through 29th that Josiah Stearman will be playing in as well. We had Josiah on the broadcast. It's an opportunity for Josiah to get his first Grandmaster norm. And so if you want to know more about that, you go to dailychessmusings.com, look in the blog, find our latest blog post on this event, and then you'll see, you know, support more FIDE hybrid tournaments, FIDE tournaments. Click on that link. It'll take you to Mission 360. And we'll hear more about Mission 360 from Kevin Pan later on in the broadcast today. But suffice to say, I am so impressed. I'm so impressed that they're taking a lead on this, because we need more quality events like this. And here at Daily Chess Musings, it is my goal to bring you this type of programming. If you like seeing, you know, these kinds of shows, these kinds of live broadcasts, please give me a subscription on YouTube. It doesn't cost anything. Just hit the subscribe button, and go to dailychessmusings.com and see what other things we're doing. All right. Having said all of that, let's get back to the board, shall we? So we left by looking at Nathaniel Zhang's tough learning experience. We aren't even going to call it a loss. We're going to call it a learning experience. We've got Kimberly Liu and Plamen Vasilev, and let's see what's happening in this game. I don't even think we've looked at this game yet. So d4, knight f6, queen pawn, you know, and this probably is going to be like an Indian game, right? So a little bit of hyper modern strategy to the queen pawn, and then white plays a g3. Interesting stuff. Okay, there's our traditional c4, but this bishop being on g2, that's different than a lot of structures. Obviously, with the tension here, it sets up a pathway potentially for the bishop on g2 to have great influence. Bishops generally want to be on long diagonals or pinning knights. Pinning knights are long diagonals, so here white chooses the long diagonal, bishop e7, knight c3, castle, knight f3, creating the path for castling. Queen a4. That's interesting. You know, anytime we see a queen come out a little bit early, that's interesting. I think, you know, I probably castle here, which would also make sense. So queen a4. A6. Now there's an interesting response, and you know, I kind of like it. It's setting up b5, which is a little bit dangerous to be exposing that because of the bishop on g2. But on the other hand, you're threatening the queen right away, and possibly threatening the knight a little bit later. So it sets up some fun dynamics in the chess game. Queen takes c4, b5, queen b3, and now Kimberly gets her bishop on b7 to face off with the bishop on g2. Castle, knight b to d7, and knight e5. I was expecting that at some point because Kimberly's bishop is not supported. It is on the long diagonal, but it's not supported. But you know, this is an invitation to just take white's castle, fianchetto bishop, and generally that is a very good move, because once you get rid of that bishop, then there's weakness in front of your opponent's king. So yeah, she does in fact take, and then c5, pushing at the center. Beautiful. Ooh, knight to c6 though. Nice little fork at play. What is that? Force queen e8, right? Have to hang on to the bishop. Knight takes e7, queen takes e7. Dx c5, knight takes c5, capturing back with the threat on the queen. Queen b4, pinning. So the queen's white's queen was under attack, and then white returns the favor by pinning the knight on c5. So good job. Queen b7, stepping out of the pin, but doesn't that just lose a knight? Well, of course not, Coach Chris, because it is a check. It is a check. So white has to deal with the check, not capture the knight. f3 keeps the threat alive on c5. Rook a to c8, supporting the knight. Bishop e3, threatening the knight again. Knight goes to d5, and that's a little complicated. That's a little, it's. I'm not going to say it's a bad move, but it's a little complicated. A simpler approach would be knight c to d7, and then you're totally fine. You're totally fine as black. But Kimberly's bringing it. She's bringing the knights forward, keeping things complicated. More power to her. Knight takes, queen takes, and then rook a to c1. There's a lot of attackers on c5. So now the knight has to go. So maybe that knight should have went back to d7, like I was saying. Maybe that was what needed to happen at that point. Could be that Kimberly was just a little too aggressive with knight d5. But you know what? If you're going to make a mistake, make it being a little too aggressive. At least then you're directing the flow of the game. If you're a little too passive, you don't learn as much, and chess is not as enjoyable. Rook to d1, rook f d1, threatening the queen. Kimberly's in a little bit of trouble. Queen e5, king f2. Why king? Oh yeah. Supporting the bishop, of course, Chris. Rook takes, and I really prefer white's position here, even though material is even. But it's a lesson. Kimberly was just a little too aggressive. So what do we do now if we're Kimberly? Well, first of all, we could activate our rook, but where? I don't know if I want to go to d8. Nothing's supporting it there, so we got to figure out what we want to do with our rook. We could potentially... she plays queen. She answers the question. Queen d6. Can bishop c5 be played right away? Or actually, queen takes d6 and then bishop c5 might be better. Or even not... Yeah, let's see. Just thinking it through. Let's really calculate here. Queen d6 first, then knight takes d6, right? Then you've got a rook c6 fork. So we saw a rook moving up and forking. All right. Now I'm expecting rook c6 fork again. And then pawns will start falling. Let's keep it right here. I'm expecting rook c6 any moment. We just saw a similar fork in the last game with Nathaniel. While we're waiting for, let's make sure I got his name right. It is Plamen Vasilev. While we're waiting for Plamen Vasilev to make his move, just a reminder to like and subscribe. Please like this broadcast. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Today, my big focus is on getting you to be part of this community, my daily chess musings community. I do special things all the time, and we have a whole bunch of free content and free events. Plus, when you're ready, we offer a few tournaments with small entry fee, including our U.S. Chess Federation rated Correspondence Pyramid, one of our more popular events. You can play correspondence chess. James Eade talked about playing correspondence chess. It is I play correspondence chess. It is how I got that, in teaching is how I really improved a lot. Those two things put together. If you teach something, you have to thoroughly understand it to be able to explain it. And I'm a good explainer of complicated things. It's one of my talents, because I take the time to understand. Before I present a lesson, I take the time to become very, very clear on the game or the idea that I'm going to be teaching. The other, yeah, there's the fork. The other, so maybe knight c4 is the best chance here. Yep, knight c4 is played. But black is in trouble. Correspondence chess has really helped me grow as a chess player, especially in the endgame phase. I'd set up with 3 physical chess sets and pencil and paper. And I would have, a lot of people are used to doing, analysis on a smaller chess set next to a board. I'd have the main position and 2 analysis boards, sometimes 3 even, and just chart out on the paper. I would use circles to represent white moves, and I would use squares to represent black moves. I could use different colors and highlight certain things to draw more attention. It was my own way of doing the analysis, and I would chart out endgames and the details and the variations, and study endgames. I went through so many endgame books, both the great historic ones and the more modern ones, and just to learn as much endgame as possible during that phase of. And I became a correspondence chess master. In fact, at one point I was ranked within the top 10 in the United States. Another correspondence chess player who's a correspondence chess master, we talked about James Eade, talked about myself. Tom Langland, our tournament director today, is also a correspondence chess master. So you're seeing a pattern here. Now, correspondence chess is something that I've also used to help my students get better. So I take my approach to correspondence chess, show them how to chart out positions on a piece of paper, how to thoroughly analyze and write it all out, and then just organizing casual correspondence friendly matches between students, recommending that they play chess with their mom or dad. You can just leave a chessboard out. Maybe you get one of those magnetic ones, put it on your refrigerator. Make a move every day. Correspondence chess helps you get much, much stronger. You're taking your time, you're looking at things deeper, you're giving moves much more attention. And when you start looking at things in greater and greater detail, that's when you're going to notice new things that you would have missed. So what should you do? Go to Daily Chess Musings, look at our correspondence chess pyramid, our rated correspondence chess pyramid, and join. It's really fun. So the rules are all listed there. You have to be a U.S. Chess Federation member. You join the pyramid, and you can challenge somebody so many levels above you. And if you beat them, you move up. But somebody can challenge you from below, and if they beat you, you move down. So it's like a step ladder, but it's not as linear, right? There's more variety, more crazy bounces, double jumps sometimes. But it's also correspondence chess, so the games take longer. And at $25 a year, it is a really good bargain, because you're going to be playing 2 correspondence chess games usually at the same time, and You'll play many games in the year. Maybe you'll play 5, 6 tough games in one year. Tough games where you're putting all this extra attention on every move. And our games are played on chess.com. So the same platform we are using to broadcast this tournament is the platform I use for the rated correspondence chess pyramid. So there's my big plug. You've seen the ads for the correspondence pyramid. You should think about joining. If you're watching this broadcast, think about joining our pyramid. All right, moving right along. Let's, I want to check back in with Christopher Yu. Clearly, just we're looking at a 15-year-old Grandmaster elect, and let's see where we are at. He is playing Jovchev, who is also a Grandmaster. Christopher Yu has a 2-to-1 time advantage right now, 40 minutes to 20 minutes. And it is Jovchev's move. What do you do here if you're white? I want to get this knight back in the game. So knight e3. Oh, he plays b4 though. Jovchev has been surprising me move by move. And obviously he's a Grandmaster. So he knows what he's doing. But, some of this is also just style choices, where there's two possible good moves, and he's choosing choice A for him, which is choice B for me, or vice versa. Now, if you're Christopher, honestly, this is looking very drawish, because we've got on the queen side we've got 2 pawns versus 2 pawns. On the king side we got 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. We've got a bishop versus a bishop, and a knight versus a knight. I mean, you can't get more even than this. Both kings have not entered the endgame yet, but as we saw yesterday, the endgame that Christopher played in his first round yesterday, it was just absolutely beautiful. He is very, very precise. He is a very precise chess player, and we'll keep it right here for a bit. So he's activating his king, getting his king a little closer to the action. So maybe, if he's thinking, king e7, right? It has, right now you have to be a little careful, because your knight is defending the pawn, but your knight can also be kicked. So until something changes with this relationship here, Christopher has to keep his king close to that pawn, so he doesn't just drop a piece in the endgame. In fact, if white wanted to, they could play f4 and kick the knight right now. But you might keep that in your tank and just, if I was playing, I wouldn't. I'd probably play knight c3. Then if king e7, then, whoop, I don't want to be moving Christopher's pieces. Let's let Christopher move Christopher's pieces. And then if the king steps away from f7, then play f4, and you might be able to collect a pawn. Usually not at this level, but right now, Jovchev could play. He could activate his knight either here or there, because a knight on the rim is grim, and it certainly shouldn't be in the first rank for the endgame. Or he could, potentially push the pawn against the knight. I'm expecting him to activate his knight right away. That's what I'm expecting. Once again, my name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings, live broadcast of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria match number 3. I believe it's our first of 2022. It's the first of several live events I hope to bring you, featuring top level chess. I don't think anybody else is broadcasting this event. I think, I don't have it exclusive. Somebody else probably could, but certainly, I have the support of the players and organizers. As we saw yesterday, Tom checked in to give me some useful advice on why I was unable to switch games. And when I forgot to put the chessboard up. So I haven't seen a lot of chat in the YouTube. If you're watching the YouTube, go ahead and say hello. F4 is played. So where is Christopher going to move his knight? Many choices, many good choices. Knight c6 is playable. Knight d7 is playable. Knight g4 is playable. And I believe even knight d3 is playable. I'm calculating them all. There's, it's where does Christopher foresee his best chance at possibly getting something out of this endgame? Where does his knight want to be to do that? And I figured he might be aggressive and go with the knight g4 idea. Knight g4 takes e3 away from the knight on d1. So now a choice has been made for his opponent, Pitar. If he wants to get his knight in the game, it's going to c3. Well, it's just such a neat thing to have a front row seat for this level of chess from this young of players. I mean, if you look at the photos that are going, on the side of the screen, look at how young all these players are. It's just so wonderful to see this. It's the it's been such a stressful time period, and these young people, I think the world of. They are so impressive and have such bright careers ahead of them. Let's switch. This was a draw. So the Abhinav Pengalapati. I'm sorry, Abhinav. Penagalapti, Abhinav Penagalapti, and oops, I didn't want to click on that. Georgiev game ends in a draw. Let's go back a few moves. So here, there's still some complication. Black is set up in the C file, white set up in the A file. And then we see some exchanges, and it's a. Did we look at this game last? I think this game was from last night. Yeah, I think maybe it was from today. But the C pawn's not going anywhere. There's 3 attackers on it, 4 attackers on it, because the knight is well. And what is white gonna do? Maybe queen d4. That's gonna be a draw. All right. Christopher's game is looking drawish. And then here we are. Here's something that's not looking very drawish. We're getting to a queen endgame. Very complicated. When Kasparov played against the world years and years ago, through voting for the world team got to vote on which move they thought was best. Kasparov steered it into a queen endgame because it's incredibly complicated. So, back up one step. We had the potential for the queen endgame. with bishop takes and queen takes, right? But white just sidestepped that. Semyonov didn't want to play a queen endgame, so he plays a queen g1. And so now I'm expecting black to respond, Krishna Kumar to respond with bishop d3, which supports the queen. Then we may end up with a trade of queens and have a bishop endgame. So went from a possible queen endgame, a very interesting queen endgame, to much less interesting bishop endgame. So queen takes b1, bishop takes b1. Nope. Queen e3 is what Semyonov plays. And now, you know, potentially there's a few good moves here. But I'm starting to like black's position a little, you know, a little bit more, especially with these three pawns. Over here, there's potential pass pawn. White's got those pawn islands to worry about. And black is also ahead of pawn. So up by one pawn, endgame, and a better pawn structure on the action side, the queen side. Let's see what Krishna Kumar comes up with. And he plays queen c2. I like this move a lot. It pins the bishop on g2. So, you know, perhaps white wants to play king h3 here, just to unpin that right away. Just to unpin that, because, yeah, you don't want to fight an endgame down a piece. You're already down a pawn. You don't want to leave that pin too long. By the way, James E. texted me. He is at Maples Pavilion. He made it. He's watching the basketball game. Women's basketball at Maples Pavilion. A little bit later in the broadcast, we will have Kevin Pan. He's playing a national chess tournament right now. He's going for a national title, the Scholastic Rapid Online U.S. Chess Federation National Championship. And we'll find out if Kevin Pan wins that today. He's certainly one of the favorites. FIDE master Kevin Pan, one of the founders of Mission 360. Yeah, I think we're looking good. Bay Area group's looking good on this particular board. 20 game 25 of this tournament. All right, let's turn our attentions to Arun Dixit's in a little bit of time trouble here, but on the other hand, there is that 30-second increment, so that's going to help him. He's playing very capable Baizer Georgiev, and we've got ourselves a 2 bishop and rook endgame. Lots of pawns, lots of possibilities. I'm taking in a lot of features of the board right now. Deciding what it is I think I might do. If I am Arun Dixit, I might say, you know, my rook's not doing anything important in the A file. Maybe I move it to the C file. Now the C file is clogged up with the bishop, right? I mean, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. in the C file, but still, it is an open file. It is an open file. Alternatively, there would be an improvement for the rook. Alternatively, potentially playing h5. Maybe bishop e5, threatening down there. These are moves. I think I'm leaning toward rook c8 and then h5. I think I would leave my bishop where it's at for right now because it is supporting a weak pawn. We'll find out. We'll find out because Arun Dixit is a little low on time. And needs to, you don't want to live by the increment. So these are kind of easier choices. Everything's very closed. So it's very unlikely that there's going to be a tactic that destroys you as a chess player. Especially with his bishop occupying the same diagonal as his king, it takes away the dangerous checks. So I'm hoping Arun Dixit makes his move soon, so he doesn't get too low on time and feels some pressure that way. Because otherwise, he's got a fine position here. I mean, he's got a weak pawn on e7, but white isn't going to be able to capitalize on that. He's probably just running through the checks, captures, and threats before making his move. We'll keep it right here, see what Arun decides. Don't forget that you can donate to that Eid Foundation GoFundMe for the Uganda. Ah, he played Rook C8. Okay. Slight improvement of the Rook, nothing too exciting. Slight improvement of the Rook. A more exciting move for white here would be Bishop D4, which forces the trade of bishops and gets the king. So bishop, and then king improves just a little bit. I think that makes the most sense. The other thing is bishop g5 hitting e7 also makes some sense. For the time being, I would leave this bishop alone. Just leave it clogging the file. Don't touch it. I'm expecting Beiser Georgiev to play bishop d4. So let's kind of look at what that endgame. I'll draw some arrows for you guys. If bishop goes to d4, bishop takes this force because it is a check, and you don't want to lose a pawn to the king over here. King takes d4, and then black's king can come up to f6 to keep white's king from going to e5. Very important. And then white can thrust forward to g4, maybe potentially opening up some stuff over in the f file for their rook. So this is what I predict. And Jim Ead says it is halftime now from Maples Pavilion. Let us see what the score is. I think you just sent me it is Stanford 41 and Arizona 33. So excellent. Last score update from Jim. Let's see if this happens. Bishop d4, bishop takes d4, king takes d4, king f6, and g4. This looks pretty likely to my eye, at least. Fun stuff. Thank you for joining us. Joining me today. If you're watching this broadcast, please give me a subscription. Like the video, subscribe. It makes me feel good to see those numbers, right? And it's one of those things you can revisit later and kind of pick and choose. You can scroll through the YouTube video. I know they're long videos. They're like 10 hours long. You can scroll through the videos and choose the moments that you find interesting, but it is there for you to look at again later. Let's get back to Christopher Yu's board. We were expecting a draw. I went back too far. That was Mike Zelazny's win from... Here we go. Here's Christopher Yu. Top board of the day. Grandmaster-elect versus Grandmaster. I like, obviously White's king's position. It's in a center square, so White's king's slightly better than Black's king. Black's bishop's slightly better than White's bishop. Black's bishop's on a longer diagonal, so one thing negates another. Black's knight is better than White's knight. White's knight's still sitting back there, but so roughly even, and should end up being a draw. Does White dare start creating some trouble over here? That would be a little dangerous, being that Black's bishop and knight are better placed for action, but White's king is better placed as well. So maybe if White wants to, he can drum up some action, either with a4 or g4. G4 it is! I was about to draw the arrow, and right when I was doing it, the pawn moved. Okay, so first of all, hx g4 is probably what White is hoping for, so Christopher probably isn't going to play that. Instead, knight d6. The knight is influencing squares on is influencing squares on both sides of the chessboard. It's a good central location, but then the knight is taking d6 away from Black's king. Maybe Black wants their king on d6. And so therefore, if Black wants their king on d6, potentially knight d2. And then if g takes, right? And then, it's even more drawish. It's even more looking toward a draw. But certainly, Pitar is not playing for a draw. Otherwise, he would have offered it already. Instead, he played g4, which is a provocative move. Let's, you know what? I think it's a good time for another commercial break while we're waiting for some of these moves. So I'm going to go ahead and play the ads. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing a live broadcast of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria match. It's a bunch of top chess players from San Francisco, California Bay Area versus some great players from Bulgaria live. Let's get back to our boards. And it ended up being that indeed it was a draw. We thought it looked drawish, and players agree to a draw. Let us move along, see what else is happening here. So there, in this particular game, this was the Krishna Kumar versus Semyonov game. There's potential for a queen endgame, a pure queen and pawn endgame, or a pure bishop and pawn endgame. Semyonov didn't do either of the trades, and Krishna Kumar potentially has a better game here because of these pawn weaknesses versus his 3 pawn strengths. Plus he is ahead by 1 pawn. So we'll keep it here for a bit. See if candidate master Sri Ram Krishna Kumar can pull out a victory here. But it's his opponent's move right now. I don't really like White's position very much. Things have gone wrong. What do you do? What do you do if you're White here? Things have gone wrong. You're at a disadvantage. You want to, right now his queen is defending, physically defending the 2 weak pawns, so that's good. His bishop isn't loose anywhere on the board. It's helping defend. But at the same point, Black's H pawn is creating problems now. Black had a weaker pawn structure on the king side, and he's threatening to use his weak pawn structure to make White's pawn structure weaker as well. I mean, even if you try and bypass with g5, then there's fx g5, so this pawn is pinned as well. f3 is pinned, so if if at any point hx g5, then the king's going to have to take back, and that's less than ideal. It's difficult. This is a difficult situation for White, and time is ticking away. But they do have a 30-second increment. Bishop to h3, supporting g4. So I'm expecting, hx g4 here. Hx g4. You can't take back with the f pawn because it is pinned. So then bishop takes g4, and then hx g4, bishop takes g4, and then probably queen d5. Because then you're threatening this and this 2 weak pawns, right? That are defended, but it's a good centralized location for your queen. So that's what I'm expecting. At some point, when the time is right, Krishna Kumar's better queen side is going to potentially be winning for him. But we'll wait and see. I mean, he could start right now. He could start rolling right now. Pawn b6. Rolling to create that passed pawn. It is a possibility. It's a 2-on-1 situation potentially over here. Create a pass pawn. The bishop's already in a good location to help support. Nope, he goes with the queen d5 move. I think it's a prudent choice. He didn't need to rush b6. b6 is going to be there. For example, you know, if white just does anything like queen c3, then black still has b6. It's going to remain a possibility. So might as well put the queen in the best location first before taking that step, because you can never take a pawn move back. Other pieces can move forward and back, but not pawns. Pawns aren't pieces, they're pawns. They cannot move backwards. Let's see what other games are still going. I'm just out of curiosity. Oh, where did we leave this one at? Let's see. So we... All right. I had drawn all these arrows for the big potential trade here. The bishop d4. White was going to play bishop d4. Did he? No, he plays g3. So I did all that calculation for no effect. Black's king steps closer to the center. White plays h4. e5. Wow. Nice move. dx en passant. There it is. If you don't know about en passant, it means if a pawn moves up 2 and is adjacent to your pawn, you can take it as if it only moved up 1, because it's trying to cheat the d5 pawn of its right to capture. And so to make it fair, we give the pawn on d5 here the potential to take. But it has to do it on the next move, dx e6, en passant. And then, of course, bx e6 is the only good move here. And there's several moves here that white is calculating right now. You start with your checks, then you look at your captures, and then you look at threats. Checks, capture. I don't see well, I mean, you could try and like scoot a pawn forward, I guess, create an additional threat. All right, so the check is played. It's a very controlling move. Black had a finite number of replies, so was able to play fast, but white knows what to expect. And now maybe bishop takes e6 is another check capture. It's your most forcing move. So again, we're analyzing checks followed by captures followed by threats. Not saying these are always the right moves, but they're the ones you look at first. Bishop takes e6, king takes e6. Certainly a possibility. Also, g4 is kind of your threat. So your check capture is bishop takes e6. Your threat is g4. And you look at these moves when you're analyzing, regardless of which side you're on. And then you look at the checks, captures, and threats in response to those. And then you look at the checks. It's how we calculate as humans. Computers can look at all the possibilities. Chess players, we like to look at the most narrow branches first to see if we find a solution there, then expand out. So look, you go keep it simple, right? Look at the linear branches, checks, captures, and threats. Let's see what else is happening. This ended up being a draw, so we've got Abhinav and Evgeny ended up being a draw. And we've got Shashwath, Sivakumar, and Alexi Jovchev. And Sivakumar played a just brilliant game yesterday. We looked at it in yesterday's broadcast, and I looked at it this morning with Jim. He's played the awe-inspiring tactical game of this tournament. I will feature it in the next issue of the Cal Chess Journal for sure. But right now, white is in charge. This is quite troubling. If I am black here, if I am Sivakumar, I'm going to move my king. Oh, good, I did switch to the board view. I'm going to move my king to b7. Step out of the pin, and then I'm calculating. Still, we like white's position a lot better here. White is ahead in material big time. Got 2 against 1, so there's 1 point advantage there, plus a potential pass pawn, plus the rook versus the bishop. So it's a total of 3 points. $5 minus 3 is 2, plus the extra pawn. It's a 3-point advantage. About even in time. If you're a Sivakumar, you want to try and get out of trouble and then make things murky. It's okay to play hope chess when you're down, 3 points. You can play a little bit of hope chess. Coaches say don't play hope chess, meaning don't play I hope they make this mistake and then I will win. But hope chess is useful when you're down. It's wonderful seeing the photos of the players, by the way, scrolling beside our chessboard. So you can kind of see who these people are, what they look like, because a lot of them do not have profile pictures on chess.com, and if they did, they might use some sort of cartoon or emoji or something, and yeah. It's cool. I'm enjoying the little picture photo slideshow. I've gotten more photos from the tournament that I will be posting on our blog as well, so you get those updated photos. But this has been very enjoyable. Let's see. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Shashwath? Are you gonna play King b7? Step out of that. Yeah. I still don't. I really don't see another move that I like any better than that. I just don't. I mean, I suppose there's Queen f5, which means the bishop and the queen are defending each other. The queen and the rook are connected, right? But that's good piece coordination. But why leave this pinned? Just move out of it right now. There's no white's queen is not going to check you on the next move. So step up and out of the pin. Because you're starting to get a little bit into time crunch, and you'd prefer to kind of also play the clock. If you're down 3 points, play the clock more. Play faster, because you're probably going to lose anyways. Play faster and play a little bit of hope chess, and those are your best chances to come back from the deficit. But of course, it's tough, sitting in the hot seat. It's easy for me to, look casually. I'm tired. I did a 10-hour broadcast yesterday. I'm going to be honest. I'm tired. I keep taking breaks, sipping more coffee, this, that, right? These players are sitting in the hot seat. They are the gladiators. They are tired as well, but under tremendous pressure. So whoever I have, too, as my guest host, I mean, it's easier for us to just casually explain moves and find solutions than it is for the players sitting there in the hot seat. All right, so this isn't looking so good. I expect him to make some moves soon, though, it looks like his brother lost. Shaketh lost, and we were expecting that. That game was going the wrong way. And then Mike Solazny's game was a draw. Nathaniel Zhang's game, he lost. Kimberly Liu is still playing. And I mean, can't white just take bishop takes e5 right here? Looks like that pawn's a goner. Let us go to Nidish Nathan and Badev Kirill. And Nidish Nathan lost. So the Bulgarians are playing good today. They're bouncing back. I think the Americans won more games yesterday. Oh boy, Ashley Ping. Let's see what's going. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Ashley Ping's in some trouble. I was happy to go back to her board, but not happy to see her in trouble. Not happy at all to see her in trouble. White can just play rook takes f7. Alternatively, a fun little tactic is rook c7 because black's rook can't take because of the threat of back rank mate, so you could do that too. Many winning moves. I think I would actually probably play the rook c7. Be interesting to analyze that later on. And Ilyan Popov beat Yisun Lee. So yeah, the Bulgarians are playing a really great chess today. We had a draw. Remember this game we looked at with Jim? It was yeah. Ended up being a draw. Let's see. Looks like Nathaniel Zhang has started his second game of the day though, and has a good position. These players can take a break and then start their second round when they are ready. The important thing is that the FIDE arbiters are there. The site is approved. All cameras are on. All connections are always on. There cannot be an internet disconnect during the games, and that's crucial because let me tell you, middle of the night my internet disconnects a lot, and I don't know what time is it in Bulgaria right now. Let me find out. What time is it in Bulgaria right now? It is 12:18 a.m. in Bulgaria. 12:18 a.m. So it's actually tomorrow in Sofia, Bulgaria right now. So these guys are playing late. Our guys woke up early, their guys stay up late. It's a trade-off. I think as a chess player, I prefer the staying up late, but most scholastic chess players are used to waking up early. Oh my goodness. Those are exhausting tournaments to run. Those scholastic tournaments with round 1 at 9 a.m. or something, right? I mean, it's just tiring. Let us... Oh, we saw a move, actually. F5. Interesting. Where is this knight going now? That was a good move by Dario. I mean, the instinct would be to go to knight c5. But then black can play b6. And yeah, so the knight's going to get hit again. So where to? Where to? Question to the knight. You could play knight c3. It is defended by the bishop, so that works. So let's explore. Knight c3, bishop f7 perhaps, threatening the queen. And then maybe queen sidesteps into the same file as opponent's king. So that's one option. By the way, if you notice me miscalculating, feel free to let me know. It's not rude. I expect that in my classes when I'm teaching group lessons. If a student sees me making a mistake, I want them to speak. Okay, so knight d2 is played. This is an interesting game. We'll keep it right here. because I suspect Nathaniel has some good stuff. Has some good stuff now. Particularly if this queen were to ever leave, then he's got bishop c4 check right away. Bishop has to trade. Knight gets c4. Knight goes to e5. All that kind of good stuff. What about bishop f7 now? I mean, I think you still just play queen g5, right? Yeah, I mean, I could rely on like engines and things to help with my analysis, but that would not help me, right? So you want to try and grow and understand that there's bishop f7. All right. So I seem to be with it on this game. And now queen g5 is what I would play here. I mean, you could. All right. So there's something to be said about this connection point, right? Something to be said about this, right? But there's something also to be said about potentially going to g5. So we'll see. We'll see what Nathaniel comes up with here, what he thinks is best, because that's all that really matters. Does he think it's best to put his queen in the same file as his opponent's king? Or, I mean, you move the queen over one square, and then you're potentially connecting with this bishop, right? But you move the queen back to like h3, and you're potentially connecting with this bishop. So, you know, it depends. Which of these two squares does he want his queen to be putting more pressure on and teaming up with the bishop on? These bishops are nicely placed. Nicely placed. But white cannot castle, so that's a little concerning. You know, the king's just hanging out in the center of the board. I like white's position, but it means you have to do a lot of that extra calculations. Double check, triple check your checks, captures, and threats. I'm not sure why I said threats that way. Usually I don't. All right, so we're looking at Mike Zelazny's second game. So let's see what Mike does as white. He starts with the English, opening, setting up the long diagonal for his bishop. His opponent has this, you know, kind of Slav structure against the English. And so, yeah, we've got a nice battle beginning here as well. Let's keep it on Mike Zelazny versus Victor Boev for a little bit. Let's see what's coming on. Reminder, my name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. I am a correspondence chess master and a longtime chess coach and advocate facilitator of scholastic chess in Northern California. I was asked by some parents to do a live broadcast of this event, and it is absolutely my honor to do so. Seeing these kids play such good chess is so inspiring. You know, each generation hopefully gets better than the last, and I am just so inspired to watch these things transpire. My YouTube channel is called Daily Chess Musings. There's a story behind that. For a lot of years, I ran a blog called at chessmusings.wordpress.com, and that particular blog, man, I did a whole bunch of world championship coverage from before Anand was even world. I mean, I had been doing that blog for like 15 years. Okay, so you know, thousands of posts, literally. And but I got sick early in 2020. I got really sick. I was in the hospital, and all chess was paused. Live chess. It was a very depressing time for me personally. But I am a role model for so many. I am a teacher. I'm a mentor, and I used chess to give me some guidance. I said, I'm going to do some cool things. So I put up, maybe a few hundred chess lessons on my YouTube channel. Some of my favorite games, some of my favorite lessons. I started hosting free online chess camps. Before I knew it, my chess.com club that I set up for the daily chess musings is what I upgraded my chessmusings.wordpress.com to. And my club on chess.com had 2,000. Club, well, first 1,000, then 2,000. Same with the YouTube channel, first 1,000, then 2,000. I have reached a lot through these platforms, and in 2022, I hope to really amplify it even more. I really hope to. That's like my personal goal, is to keep sharing my passion for chess with bigger and bigger groups. It's not because I'm an egomaniac, it's because I am that passionate about chess. I just have this desire to share my love for chess with as many people as possible. Same way Jim Eade has that desire with the Eade Foundation. And that's why Jim and I get along so well. We have a lot in common in that sense. And so what you can do to help me do that is share this channel with your friends. Share my chess club with your friends. Share my website with your friends. Let's really start amplifying. Let's do this at the grassroots level. That's the way I've grown. I didn't grow through, like paid advertisement and paying people to subscribe, or fake accounts, right? I mean, there's a lot of ways to kind of hack the system. I'm not doing that. This is all organic. And it's free. It's free to join my community. It doesn't cost you a thing. If you wanna play in the correspondence pyramid, great. It's only $25 for the year. But if you don't, that's fine too. It's a judgment-free zone. So Zelazny's probably going to castle. Black will do the same. And then I expect pawn to d4 soon. So castle, white wants to castle, and then d4. These are what I expect. Let's see, it's just kind of standard opening procedure. We still are expecting Kevin Pan to join us in a little bit, and that'll be good. He'll bring some fresh energy. Fresh energy to the room. Looks like Sivakumar Shakith. Sivakumar had a quick draw in his next round. We can play through the moves real fast. See what happened. Let's do that. Doop, doop, doop. So we got a French defense. Jim Eade would love that. All this makes good sense. White's pieces are finding good squares. Black's pieces are finding good squares. Then the early trade of queens. Black's bishops are looking great. But there's no queen. I mean, they're in attack formation, but the queen's off the board. White's knight is beautifully placed. A5, yep. So this is like a high-level draw. It really is. When you get to round 4, players are tired, just like broadcasters are, right? So there's no shame in taking the draw. And the draw favors Shakith's rating just a little bit, I believe. So, no shame at all. Nitish Nathan just started. So we have d4, g6, bishop f4. So probably going to be a London. Probably, you know, that would be my guess. Some kind of London structure. In fact, the bishop might go to e2 instead of d3. But, you know, that's just a guess. There's other ways this could go. This could proceed. It's very transpositional. Black's going to play bishop g7 right away. You don't create that hole and not fill it. I don't know why they're taking so long here. But that game just started. So that is game 40, if you're keeping track. We have looked at a lot of games. Yeah, we'll keep it here just for a little bit. Watch Nitish Nathan. Yeah, it's interesting. Yesterday, Jim was talking about how he, you know, was trying to. He ran a big tournament in 1995, and he found out that 1 p.m. was Victor Korchnoi. 1 p.m. Pacific time was Victor Korchnoi's nap time. Yeah, these players, they have to do certain things to maintain their health and focus, and if they don't, it impacts very negatively, especially as they get older. You start losing that energy, as Josiah was talking about. Josiah is well aware of that, and is you know, which is why we're looking forward to Josiah playing some norm hunting in March. End of March, be back here, and we will broadcast the that tournament as well. I'm sure. I will talk with Kevin about that later. That'll be a very exciting tournament. Yeah, all right. So bishop g7 should get played anytime. I don't know why it's not. And then we're back here with Mike Zelonsky and Victor Boev. And Victor plays cx d5. So it went cx d5. Mike never castled. Interesting. See, I was expecting him to castle and then play d4, and Mike took it a different direction. He took it a different direction. Still could definitely castle and play d4, though. Let's take a look at Dario Dereshki and Nathaniel Zhang. And Nathaniel's looking a lot better here. I'm hoping he finds the rook. Yep, he found it. I was just about to say rook b1. Yeah, things aren't so happy for black right now. Not at all. There's Dario Dereshki, speaking of. Also a young player. And it's kind of late for a young player, right? In Bulgaria. It's well after midnight now. What's he going to do with his queen? Queen a4 maybe? Queen d6 maybe? What do you do with your queen? Move it to a place where it's not likely to get threatened a second time right away. Queen a3. Bishop takes f5 looks pretty good because you win a pawn and you're threatening mate. Right? Right. So we don't promote gambling here, but if I was a betting man, I'd bet on bishop takes f5. Come on, Nathaniel. Let's see you win a nice game here. I like, you know, he played dangerously. He played courageously in this game. I'll go ahead, post links to all the games as well. And I think I'll do a highlight video and cover some of it in also the Cal Chess Journal. So give us a thumbs up on this video, please. This has been a big effort on my part. I had to scoot around some private lessons, which means the remainder of my week is going to be jam-packed. In addition to this tournament, I have students playing in the National Scholastic Rapid event. Normally I would be doing a lot of coaching during such an event, and instead I'm broadcasting here. So there's that trade-off. And also I have students playing in the Baltimore Open. Normally I'd be doing some coaching that way as well, and I'm here broadcasting. I'm doing secretly I'm doing coaching during my breaks. So I run a commercial ad. It's not just to get coffee or use the restroom. I'm checking in with students as well. I am, thrilled to be able to bring you this coverage, but would appreciate the upvotes, the likes as well. Let's really, help the channel grow. And yeah, this one played all the way out. Yi Sun Lee. This game played all the way out. Last time we looked at it, we were like here. Let's go forward a little bit. Played all the way out. We saw Yi Sun in a little bit of trouble, and then there's the trade. Heavily favors white, right? Trading queens there. The rook. White's got 2 extra pawns and a rook versus a bishop. But good for Yi Sun, fighting it out to the bitter end. To the bitter end. There's no way to stop that pawn though. But another learning opportunity. Another learning opportunity. Oh my goodness, we are low on time on this board. Maybe, Ashley Peng's hanging tough. And maybe her opponent makes a mistake in time pressure. She's got things. See, this pawn on b7 is disconnecting the 2 rooks. The 2 rooks aren't connected. For white to really win this, you gotta connect those rooks, which is going to mean sacrificing some material to dominate the 7th rank, to create the pass pawns. You gotta dominate the 7th rank, create pass pawns. You're going to have to sack some material here. Is white willing to do that, though? Sometimes you're a little nervous about giving back material gains. We'll keep it right. Yep, still not doing the. Yeah, I was expecting one of the rooks to take on b7. So, if you are Ashley Peng, I give you permission to start scooting your pass pawn forward. There you go. Until white figures out what white needs to do to try and win this, start scooting that pawn forward, and you might just find yourself stealing a victory. Still, you take this pawn with one of your rooks, the knight takes back, so you're trading a rook for a knight and a pawn. It's only a 1-point loss, and you dominate the 7th rank and have a pass pawn yourself. That's, but a minute 20 is what we're looking at time-wise, so, it doesn't matter. Rook takes, knight takes, rook takes, and you're dominating the 7th rank, and you got a pass pawn. So why not? Under a minute. Exciting stuff. Under a minute, ladies and gentlemen. This is another way to go about it, right? I mean, you could have taken the pawn first, or you could take the knight first. All right, so bishop takes c5, and then rook takes b7. Yep. And now, do you push e4 right away? Because if you get there, you're only 2 squares away, and it is guarded, right? Right. I think it's your best bet. There you go. Runaway pawn. Never coming back. Remember, they have a 30-second increment, so if you see their clocks going up in time, yeah, it's a 30-second increment. Having a little bit of spring allergies already. Okay, so some quick moves. Little bit of lag probably. You know, it's a big. This is cool, and we're watching a live game between players in San Jose and Bulgaria. Whoa! Think about that. Think about that. They're able to play live chess against each other. It never ceases to amaze me. We live in such a wonderful time period. Wow. Okay. You're so close, but yet so far, Ashley. Bishop b6 threatens the rook. And maybe up. That works too. Yeah, that works too. Mostly you want to play fast and try and get this pawn scooting forward. Is white going to play the check? Are they going to do it? Or, you know, you could also move the rook over, attack the bishop. So you got a check and a threat. You have no captures to analyze. Again, checks, captures, threats is how I like to do it. I learned that from Mr. Dan Heisman, who's a national master in Pennsylvania. Very, very good, gifted teacher. He doesn't even know I learned that from him, I don't think. I mean, he was working with a student named Daryl. I don't want to say Daryl's last name. And this was back in like 1999, maybe 2001. And I sat next to them and watched. And he just kept preaching this checks, captures, and threats during the game analysis, and I learned. So the challenge here is white's king can stop this pawn. There's no doubt about that. But there's white has 2 pawns over there. Black's bishop is perfectly placed to cause a problem for them, though. Neither of those can move forward. With so many extra pawns, you know, it's a how many extra pawns? White's got 5, black's has 2. White has 4, black has 1. As material disappears, the deficit becomes a higher percentage. White's got everything guarded nicely. Black only has 1 hope to win, and that is the e3 pawn, because of course you can't do a checkmate with just a lone bishop. And white's got passed pawns on both sides of the board. So, I mean, Ashley's playing because the time situation. There's no reason not to. Your opponent could have a catastrophic disconnect, right? I hate to say it, but in chess, you take it if you can. If you can learn a lesson but still avoid a loss, yeah, we'll take that any day of the week. At some point, if you're Ashley, you might hope that your opponent does a pre-move, even though they don't need to, and just try and sneak in e2. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't notice. But now it's very troubling. King d7 is needed. Got to move the king over, right? Yeah. But now, see, this bishop takes that, and now you cannot stop. So this is resignable. At this point, she gave it a valiant effort. So we don't need to wait there for the actual resignation. Let's see. All of these games we looked at, and they are all concluded, with the exception of, finally, a queen and pawn complicated endgame between Alexei Jovchev and Sivakumar. Alright, so again, there's a whole bunch of extra pawns, but with the queens on the board, white could go wrong here. White could go wrong. Queen endgames are not easy. I really hope you've enjoyed today's presentation of this tournament, this wonderful event between top players from the Bay Area, and I chuckle because Jim's sending me updates. Stanford is still winning 55-46 into third period. So I really hope you're enjoying this special coverage. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. That helps me put this effort in the future. Like I said, this was a big effort. It's my pleasure, but it is also a big effort. The only thanks I want from a casual viewer is a like or a subscribe. If you stopped in, if you checked us out, like or subscribe. Sivakumar is getting very low on time, down to 20, 19, 18. Queen f7 maybe? Probably. 9, 8. Queen f7 maybe? Queen d7 also. Okay, Queen f3. You just need to stay connected. Boy, he took it down low. Took it down low. Got it exciting. So there's no threats, serious threats from black right now. I think king b4, getting your king more active, would be. And Jimmy just let me know the final score. The final score is 55-46. Stanford. Good job. All right. Local team won. Jim's going to be happy. We're still going strong. I mean, he left the broadcast, went to a basketball game, watched a full basketball game, and we're still going strong. This is beauty of chess. So I like baseball too. because I can do both simultaneously. I can watch baseball and do chess. They're both long games. Some of you may be saying, well, it's not baseball season, Chris. And I say, well, that's okay, because there's this thing like Pluto TV where I can watch the Major League Baseball channel and watch classic games rebroadcast all day, 24 hours, anytime I want. Right now I am doing my Vin Scully impersonation, meaning I am being the host. Vin Scully was a Dodgers announcer for a lot of years. When I say a lot of years, 6 decades. Dodgers main announcer, and he worked alone. Still alive. Just absolutely legendary. I used to listen, when I was down in Bakersfield, I used to listen to Vin Scully out of Los Angeles, and it was like listening to my grandfather call a baseball game. Just absolutely wonderful. Of course, I'm an A's fan and a Dodgers fan. So forced trade of Queens, and then game over. Too big of a pawn deficit. So that one is finished as well. Let's see here. Getting low on time in Arun Dixit versus Bizar Gorgiev. Let's see what we got. Low on time. Fighting it out. Rook and pawn endgame. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happens if king c5? Then rook takes a2. This is very sharp. This is very sharp and critical. Rook takes rook takes h4 or rook takes a2. You would go the a2 route because then you have a deep pass pawn, very close, obviously. So what I'm expecting is rook takes a2. King takes b4. Let's see if this plays out. What I'm expecting. And then you move the rook back over to h2. So you can scoot the pawn forward, but you don't get to because the king would play king 8 takes a3. And then white's got a pass pawn over here and 2-on-1 on the other side. But when king takes a3, then you could play rook takes. Yep, so it's this pass pawn is going to be the key. Let's see if I call this. I kind of hope not, because again, I'm rooting for the Bay Area team, but I have to. Interesting. The rook takes h4. He went for instead, and wait. After rook takes h4, what did white miss? What did white miss? You might want to know. What about rook h6? That is trouble, because you're still threatening b4, right? So I think white missed a possible win here with rook h6. Black could move the rook away, but still defend. Rook e4. Then rook takes h7, right? And then again, you have a passed pawn. So white had a way to create a passed pawn and missed it. In time pressure. Now we're looking very drawish again, but for a moment things change drastically. So it just shows you, hopefully, it just shows you how volatile chess is. I mean, you can play really good chess for a very, very long time and still make one little mistake and miss a winning opportunity or lose a... Okay. I'm talking with... we're going to get Kevin Pan on broadcast with me. So hang on. I'm going to run some ads, and we are going to maybe be back with Kevin Pan. Let's see, that was, oh. Okay, yeah. All right, excellent. Let me run some ads. I'm looking forward to this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk with FIDE master Kevin Pan when we come back. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the FIDE Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the FIDE Foundation? What's the FIDE Foundation? The FIDE Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the FIDE Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the FIDE Foundation does. The FIDE Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the FIDE Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria chess match. It is January in 2022. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. Give us a like and subscribe. Soon we are expecting to have Kevin Pan joining us, FIDE Master Kevin Pan. For right now, I will be, just steering the ship alone. Soon I will have a co-host, I fully expect. In the meantime, let's get back to the boards. That's why we're here. Let's enjoy some chess. Okay. Not much left to be seen here. And yeah, we see a draw played all the way out. 80 moves. She says, I will get him on Skype. Megan! Okay. Whoops, and we are live. I'm talking to, I'm hollering, letting my wife know to help me out with the Skype, and we are still live. I don't know why I would think we're on commercial. So 80 moves, draw all the way to the bitter end. 2 kings. Let us see who's still playing. And we've got, who do we have? Dario Dereshki is black and Nathaniel Zhang. Oh yeah, we were checking in on this one earlier. And last we saw Nathaniel had a nice position. He didn't, he kept his king in the middle, but he's got, black has no good way of getting at it right now. The bishop's guarding a2. There's no possible check from the queen on b5. So this king is actually secure, even though it's still in the center of the board. Black's king, not so much. It's got pawns in front of it, but it's also got a queen in the same file, a pawn nearby to disrupt that pawn shield, and these guys, the bishop and bishop. What's the matter?
She said she'd get him. You called me in because she said she'd get him on Skype, right?
Yeah. Well, did we give him the handle?
I needed to make sure what your handle was.
Oh. Okay.
So I'm trying to get the mouse to
Why-
make sure.
Why don't we, we'll go to another commercial break real fast, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing, we'll come right back and see Nathaniel Zhang win this. But let me, my OBS window got covered up. Let me go to our ads. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, all those who want to learn chess are welcome here. Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player, an extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a no.
Yep. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria 3 chess match featuring top players from the Bay Area region versus top players in Bulgaria. Joining me right now is Kevin Pan, FIDE Master Kevin Pan, newly minted FIDE Master Kevin Pan, and Kevin's joining us instead of playing in this event. I'm seeing a big delay on the video. This is interesting. I usually don't see that. Kevin's joining us rather than playing in the event because he was doing something else. What were you doing this weekend, Kevin?
I was playing in the national online quick tournament, and I just finished. So.
And how did you do?
Going strong until the last round. I had 6 out of 6, and then ended up losing to the #1 seed in the last round, but I ended up in 3rd place. So
you finished top 3. Who was the #1 seed? Just out of curiosity.
Also an FM. His name is Sandeep Sathuraman.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Well, he got the better of you this time, but certainly no shame in finishing in the top 3 in a national tournament. How many rounds was it again?
7 rounds.
7 rounds. Wow. Okay. So and that one was also online, done by the what's the name of the
Charlotte Chess
Thank
Club.
you, Charlotte Chess Center. Yeah, they're doing a lot of awesome things. I know Christopher got a lot of his norms there. So did Josiah. We had joining us is also they've been very, very active and are doing a wonderful job. So let's get to our boards. So while we are discussing the boards, what happens is we disappear, Kevin, and
okay.
You can I'll tell you which games I'm looking at. Are you on chess.com already?
Yes, I am. And
Super. So I was looking at the remainder of when we left before commercial break. We were looking at Nathaniel Zhang. I believe he lost his first game of the day in a tough loss, but he's bouncing back big time against Dario Dereshki. Can you pull that game up?
1 sec. How should I pull it up?
You go to your event, the PNWCC versus Bulgaria, and you go. It is game 37 in that event. If you're having problems getting there, you can always go to my blog, dailychessmusings.com. You can go to the Chess Musings blog, and there's a direct link to the chess.com event.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm on it.
Awesome. So we're Nathaniel is bouncing back big time. Let me know when you're at his game.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
there.
great. So what we'll do is, first of all, why don't we start from the beginning, and we'll let you kind of lead me through. So go back to move one. Right at the beginning, you
Okay.
can call out moves and pause anytime you want to talk about things, and I'll draw arrows for the viewers to see. Let me make sure. Okay, yes, we are good on the broadcast. Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. So right, I'm not that much of a C4 player, but looks like the opening is
Yeah.
fine. Black going for E5, D5, just getting the center of the
Mm-hmm.
board. Okay, so it looks like on move 10.
Okay, fast forward to move 10. Um, Move 10, Queen H5.
Yeah, I'm looking at this move C4. I think that would have been pretty strong.
Instead
Um,
of
just
Queen H5, playing C4.
yeah.
Grabbing that extra
So,
real estate in the center of the board.
and you're like preparing D5 and C5 as well.
Yep,
So
yep, yep. So
yeah, that
Queen
looks like pretty.
H5 is played, and certainly castling in response to that makes sense.
Okay, and then he
And then
plays
he
C4.
plays
So
C4, and then 11 Knight B4, and then C5 as you were predicting. But then, see, there's this neat dynamic, right, with the pawn c5 threatening the bishop, but the check fork from the knight. What are your thoughts on this?
yeah, from first glance, it looks pretty scary for White actually.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it'd be interesting like to see what he did here because from a first, it doesn't look like he can win the knight back that easily. Maybe he played like bishop a4. I don't know. Let's see.
He plays King
King
d1.
d1. Oh
Yeah.
wow, yeah,
And then, yeah, I know, very gutsy. Some gutsy chess here.
yeah,
Knight takes a1. And then, of course, cx d6, queen takes d6. And then... and now we start seeing things get interesting. Even though White's king's in the center of the board, he's going to find some safety there. So tell me, go ahead and click through and tell me which of the next moves you want to pause on and discuss.
Um, okay, let's see. So like after queen b4 on move 17,
Okay, moving forward. We've already
I
seen some
would
of this today.
probably still take black here. It's kind of uncomfortable to like even though white has like the two minor pieces which are traditionally better than the rook, right?
Yes.
But like these three pawns on the queen side like completely unopposed and the king, the piece, all the white's pieces are not coordinated. So
Yeah, I know. This was a little chaotic. Um, and then where do you want to go next?
okay, so f5. Okay, wow, g4. It's I mean amazing that like black doesn't like play against the king actually.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Once once White's king gets to e2 and the bishop's protecting it from any checks, it's pretty secure.
yeah, it's like a little cocoon around the king, and then now I guess he was just able to like solidify the entire position,
Hmm.
and it's actually Black's king who's in danger now.
I
So
know it's a really cool dynamic that Black's king is traditionally placed behind those castled pawns. White's king never was able to castle. White's sitting in the center of the board. Um, but what? Where do you want to go next? What move number?
okay, let's see. Okay, let's go to like move 28.
Okay. Yeah, especially after like move 25, it really, White's bishops really start. Let's get to 28. Then there's the rook c1, g5, and now that pawn is ready to disrupt whatever shield white black has. Um, and what did you want to say about move 28?
Um, Yeah, so now white has achieved like perfect coordination. So g6 is threatened, and then he's gonna play d5 eventually, just freeing up the
Mm-hmm.
a1 bishop.
Yeah.
So like both bishops are geared toward the king, so looks pretty good for white now. Uh,
And then Queen A5's played, and then this is where we left right before break, right before we brought you on the air. I was just loving the White's bishops, the queen, the fact that White's king's sitting in the center of the board, but perfectly safe. Black's queen can't touch it. Whereas Black's king has pawns in front of it, but is in tremendous danger. It's cool.
yeah.
So then there's that d5 you were talking about. Rook takes f2. Um, just what, to expose White's king to some danger there, pull it away.
Yeah, it's an interesting try for black. I think black realized that he has to go for something,
Mm-hmm.
otherwise it's too much for him to handle. So rook f2. So it looks like if after queen takes d2, if white had played like bishop e2,
Mm-hmm.
thinking that if black takes on c1, there's queen takes e8.
Yep.
But there's actually this in between move rook f8.
Ah, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And that's very
and I
important.
think black would might even be winning here now, but Nathaniel found king g3, another pretty crazy move.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah. And then
Then the
let's
rook
see.
f8 to avoid back rank mate and threaten f2. And then
Yeah,
bishop g7 is the finale. And obviously, if king takes g7, queen h6 probably, and if king g8, uh, pawn d6. So just
yeah.
Nathaniel roared back in the second round of the day. Let me see what other games I want to look at with you, and then while we're if there's like a pause, there's some other subjects I want to talk about with you as well. But let me look around. So a lot of the games are finishing up. As is usually the case, final round players are a little tired. It's been a long haul, and it's like I don't know, 1 in the morning something in Bulgaria right now, and
Yeah.
and then again the players in the United States. I mean, they're waking up early playing in morning rounds, but I think the schedule was a little bit more convenient for the American players this time around. Not too early in the morning. What about you, Kevin? You like to sleep in? Yeah, and you probably stay up late playing chess and video games and stuff. Yeah,
On some days.
when possible, when possible. What kind of games you play other than chess, by the way? And just out of curiosity.
Well, I'm not sure. Like, I'll tell you the name. One of the games is called Valorant. It's like a first-person shooter, if you know what those are.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but
so you have a eclectic gaming taste. Um,
yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, you've always been an aggressive chess player, so I, when you're doing it now, is that Valorant is it a team competition or just a one-on-one?
It's a team competition. There's
Aha.
five
And
people.
so,
Yeah.
what do you prefer your role to be? Are you like one of the are you one of the guys trying to capture the flag, or one of the guys providing cover, or you know?
Um, Probably like playing defense
Yeah,
a little bit easier, but
yeah. So let's see. We're looking at why don't we check in on Mike Zelensky's game versus Victor Boev. If you can go ahead and click on over there.
yeah.
And tell me, take a few moments to take in the what's happening, and read the position for us. Give us your perspective on the position. It's Mike to move right now. His clock's ticking. What's he thinking about?
So first glance, Black's position looks very, very powerful. even though white is up a pawn,
Uh-huh.
this black pawn on d3 is just taking control of all the light squares, and with the light squared bishop, it's not looking too good for white.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like the rook's being attacked right now. Let's just say he moves it somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Like rook g1. So there's like a multitude of moves that can be played here. Like rook c8 just looks pretty strong already. It's
Yeah, it does.
yeah, you can't really stop rook c1, so I'm
Oh,
not sure what
no.
he can do.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Let's see.
Mike, I think he won his first game today. I'm starting to lose track. He played his Philidor's defense, as he does a lot, and I think he won his first game today. But this one, yeah, it's definitely looking like black's in control. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses. What would you play as white here? Since rook g1 doesn't look so hot after rook c8, as you pointed out. I mean, can we interfere with the bishop's diagonal with like pawn e4?
Yeah,
Does that work at all?
I think we have to at least try that because any rook move loses.
Of course, it's very dangerous, right? Because then if e4 bishop takes e4, then the e file is going to be open on your own king. But I think it's. I'm trying to see, Now, what about moving the rook forward? Does any of that work in the h file?
Yeah, the issue is that like the queen on b4 also attacks the knight. So if he moves the rook, he has to go to g1.
Of course, you're right. This is kind of bad. So e4 takes care of both, though. So
yeah, looks like e4 is like the only move.
Yeah, it's like the only move. So I'm sure Mike's gonna find it because when you're down to just when you're in so much trouble that you only have one move, then you tend to find that one move. So, as long as I got you here, Kevin, tell me about this chess Mission 360 project you're doing. So how did that start, and where are you, and what's going on with that?
Yeah, so Eric Lee, I think he's playing this tournament
He is,
too.
yeah.
Yeah. Him and I, we started the Mission 360 like nonprofit. So we're looking to spread chess. So we've already like organized a couple like of these hybrid events. In the future in March, we're looking to organize like a norm tournaments.
That's very exciting. Yeah, it's March 25th through 29th. I saw on the calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like inviting all like the foreign strong GMs is really cool.
And hard.
But other than like
it's hard too, right? And expensive.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's very expensive.
Where are you going to host the tournament? Do you have a site yet?
Not sure, but I think we probably gonna host it in like the Bay Area chess offices or where this tournament is being held right now.
Yeah. There's options in the Bay Area, especially right now with the pandemic time period. There's maybe even more spaces than normal in some ways, and less, I guess, in others. But there's options for you guys. So tell me, how did you go about figuring out about inviting some foreign players so you could get these, so you could have it norm worthy?
So like the norm tournament circle, this is what I've heard. Like it's not that big. There's only like a few like foreign masters in the US, so obviously like our parents and I, we went and asked them. We also, like Eric and I, we also have private coaches who are GMs, right? So we can also ask them for connections.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. So just a bunch of asking and a lot of rejection, but eventually we got there.
Awesome. So who are your foreign players?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can send you like the list later.
Okay, yeah, it's on the Mission 360 website. I think I saw Leonid Udison, and then you've got a player coming all the way from China who's 2600, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very exciting. Let me pull that up right now. I'll tell you. I'll pull it up on the smartphone. Josiah's going to play as well. Maybe get his first Grandmaster norm. And have you gotten any IM norms yet? And will you be playing, Kevin?
Um, for the one coming up, I probably won't be playing, and yeah, I feel like I need to get my strength up a little bit more before I start trying to like get these IM norms. So
Well, that's
yeah, do
very
a little bit more
prudent of
training.
you. I mean, I remember way back in the day, people were wondering. Magnus didn't play in one candidates. He skipped one whole candidates, and then we ended up with Anand Gelfand, which was a great world championship match. But then Magnus played the candidates, won it. You know, he used the time to train, and then of course ended up beating Anand, and the rest is history. Let me see what we got here. So upcoming events. Um, I'm looking at your Mission 360 foru.org. And you got Jinxiao Zhao, 2605 from China. You got Gabor Nagy from Hungary, 2531. Leonid Yudison from Israel. You got Balaji from the United States. You got Raja Panjwani from Canada. I don't know Raja. I'm not familiar with him. I'm familiar with all these other players. Eric Lee is already playing, so Eric's going to be playing. Millen's going to be playing. That's wonderful to see Millen playing. So, yeah, looks pretty good. You got how many so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. And then it's going to be what, 5 rounds?
It's gonna be a round robin.
Oh, so it's
So
going to be a round
yeah.
robin. Is it already closed? So are you good with the 10 players, or are you still looking for more?
I think for this event, the upcoming one, like right here, I think we have all the players, so
Yeah,
it's all the requirements. So
yeah.
yeah,
So
good
it's
to
going
go.
to be a 9 round tournament.
Yeah.
Um, that's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, we'll especially if you're not playing, I'll want to have you back to help. I would love to be on the broadcast team for that as well, and have you back. Um, and so, how can we help your organization, Kevin? What do you guys need help with? You know, just let us know. What can we give you donations? You said you're a nonprofit.
Yeah. So right now, like we don't really need like directly the money, but we're planning to like apart from these like high elite tournaments, right? At
Hmm.
the end of the day, we're looking to like spread chess to like the new players and um yeah, just bring it to more people. So we're planning to host like Eric and I, we're planning to host like group lessons for
Super.
um yeah, for like more like not like professional strength, like 1500 or below
Yep.
and new players. Yeah, so maybe just like the publicity for that for our once we start hosting those, that would be amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. We can
Yeah.
give you. We can. I can throw all the publicity that I personally can, but I'll also connect you with James Ead as well, because
Yeah.
this seems like it falls in. And by the way, he has a Arthur Award that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast. Arthur is his father. The Arthur Award is some financial reward, but also recognition. It's prestigious. Mishra won the first year. Alexi Root won in year 2 for she's writing a book, has finished it on the women's history of the U.S. Women's Championship, which is going to be fascinating for me because I know a lot about chess history, but I can only name so many U.S. women's champions. You know, I don't know who was winning back in like the 1960s and 1970s, so I'm really looking forward to that book coming out. But you and Eric have some time. You should write a quick essay. I know you're good at scholastic stuff, Kevin. You go to Mission High School. You got until the end of January to submit an essay about what you guys are doing, how you're going to use Mission 360 to benefit the chess community. So you've got yourself an assignment. Get it in, and yeah, you'll be in the running for this year's Arthur Award.
All right.
And we're still waiting to see if Mike Zelazny comes up with this E4. It seems like it's a forced move, Kevin. I mean,
Yeah.
He's probably he must be calculating beyond the e4, quite a ways. Worried about the potential opening of the file on his king, right? But he has. I mean, it's an unpleasant move. It's not something you want to do, but it's something you gotta do, right?
Yeah. So it looks like he has time, so
Yeah.
he can afford to.
Let's. I'm gonna see what other games are happening while we're waiting for that. So how's your brother doing? How's Christopher Pan doing? We've been talking about Christopher Yu a lot, but how's Chris doing?
He's doing well. He's in college now. I think he's gonna play with a Berkeley team at the amateur team West coming up. So
Nice. And is he?
yeah.
He goes to UC Berkeley, right?
Yeah.
Cool, because Josiah's there and Ashritha's there, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of strong chess players
There
who go to Berkeley.
certainly are.
Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, it's an elite university. They aren't attracting the chess players with a full scholarship. They're attracting them just because it's an elite university. And then when does he graduate from Cal?
I think he graduates. I don't even know, but maybe I think it's next year or.
Okay.
I think he has all the, like told me like he has all the credits he needs to graduate, but like, he wants to like experience college more.
What's his major?
Computer science.
Ah, okay. The other two are applied mathematics. So he's doing the computer science, and computer science is a little more hardcore than computer engineering, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. It's more like it's more of the science stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about you? Now you're what, sophomore in high school?
Yeah.
And you're starting to decide maybe what sort of are you taking the SATs this year?
No, I took the ACT, which is like the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and what universities do you think? I know you got a little bit of time to decide, but what are you thinking about?
Not sure, not like entirely sure. Obviously, like, I'm aiming for like top tier ones, but
Yeah.
not sure I'll be able to get
And
in.
are you going to do computer science like your brother?
Maybe. I'm like, kind of exploring with computer science right now, like taking classes and doing some competitions, but I don't know. I might do it, but it's a little difficult.
Yeah. There's a lot of money to be made in the gaming industry too.
I'm a pro player.
Yeah. No. I mean, creating games. I mean,
Oh.
I think I was like looking at a thing the other day. I couldn't believe it that Candy Rush makes way more money than Call of Duty. With all those like micro payments and things. It was just mind blowing to me that a silly mobile game. A bunch of the top earning ones are mobile. It's mind blowing. So I switched to Nitish Nathan versus Ivalio Stoyanov. So if you can switch to that. And we'll start at move one, because I have not looked at this game very much with the viewers yet today. So if you can lead us through.
Okay, so looks like Nitish is going for like some sort of London setup, but his opponent is playing a little bit of like a peculiar opening, I guess. So looks pretty equal though.
Yeah.
And then, all right, so knight f5, bishop f4. Okay, so and then Nitish goes for this bishop takes d6. I'm not sure I like that move too much because, okay, I get that you're like getting double pawns, but the bishop pair, I would value that more because, okay, I don't think you're gonna be able to win any of the pawns, and actually the c file is actually looking pretty weak after b4.
Yeah, it's one of those classic imbalances. Some creating pawn weakness or having the bishop pair. But here, in this particular case, you're saying you value the bishop pair more than the pawn weakness. And
Yeah,
what
but
were you mentioning about the C file there?
yeah, so I was thinking black could like double up and try to attack c3 because it's a backward pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
It can't really push to c4 easily. But okay, moving like to like the current position on the board,
Okay.
it actually doesn't look too bad for white actually because okay, sure, I was talking about like how the bishop pair is that powerful, but they're both running into a pawn, right?
Yes.
I think this bishop on e6 we call it a tall pawn. It's not really doing much as a bishop, so yeah, still a long way to go, I think. Okay, so he just played g3. I think an idea with this, maybe he's gonna relocate his knight from g2 to f4, maybe. Um, yeah, the idea is maybe bringing the e3 knight to f4 and then bringing the d2 knight to e3, maybe, and then yeah, just applying a lot of pressure on d5. So
Yeah, a lot of
yeah, white's position looks pretty good at
a
the
lot
end.
of good knight maneuvers since the bishops are blocked off by the pawns right now. Um, Again, I mean, in an open battlefield, you're going to prefer riding the elephant, which the bishops were originally. But in a forest, you're going to prefer to ride a horse in battle. And those knights, as you just pointed out, the knight to g2, knight to f4, and the knight to f1, followed by knight e3. Those are some improvements that white can make to their position easily, and black has a harder time. Black has a harder
Yep.
time doing the same. That pawn on c3 is weak. Um, do you do you think that black's going to stack their rooks in the c file?
Uh, yeah. So I think he just played 97. So it looks like he like a few moves before he played
Uh
97.
huh.
So looks like he is gearing up to play like rook c7, rook c8.
Okay.
Um,
So white's going to be slowly, what you're expecting is white's going to improve their knights and get them a little further up on the king side, and black's going to stack in the c file, and then we'll see what happens from there. Interesting stuff. Always enjoy your perspective. All right, so let's see. Let's go to Christopher Yu's game. So we got Grandmaster-elect Christopher Yu versus Grandmaster Pitar Drenchev. And Christopher played there was a couple interesting games so far in this tournament you'll want to go back and look at. One was a very, very tactical game, and the other was Christopher Yu's endgame from his first round. I don't know if you were aware, but yesterday there was a mishap. Did you hear anything about this, Kevin? The Bulgarian
yeah.
camera disconnected or something, so they had to restart.
Yeah. So like with these like type of hybrid events, I guess it makes sense. Like, even though it's like a hassle, you need to like meet all the regulations. I guess, so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the only way it's possible. But on the other hand, they make it so that the norm opportunities are there. I mean, it's amazing that players in San Jose are playing chess with players in Bulgaria. I mean, it's like 2 something in the morning there now. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's tomorrow. I mean, that's how far away they are. So tell me, go ahead and read this position. Tell me what you notice, what you think, what you expect.
Okay, so somehow Black's king ended up on c7. Maybe we should go back later, but
We can do it right now if you like. You want to go back to move 1?
all right, sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right, so just, tell me what you're seeing and I'll click through.
Okay, already a very interesting. I guess this is probably prep from Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Like move 3 h4 already. I don't see this that much. But it's very interesting now. Like a lot of GMs I've noticed are playing like this h4 h5 idea. It's just like it doesn't like directly win the game. It's always in the back of your mind, right? If you're black.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why they're playing it.
It's high level and it's also coffee house level, right?
Yeah.
In a lot of my speed chess online or whatever, if I'm like playing the London, something with a closed middle for white, then if I get the early h4 and then the h5, even if they take with their knight, I'll throw my rook. and then they're just like exposed, you know.
Yeah.
So it's high level, like you said. It's popular at the elite level, and it's popular at the way below that as well. So then C5's played, which so now we've got some tension, the D4 C5 tension, but with the extra H4. Uh, there's a lot of extra variables here earlier.
Yeah.
And then Christopher plays D5, so he's got extra space for the moment, but not necessarily extra control because that C5 controls D4. Then E6. Where do you want me to go, Kevin? What strikes you is interesting coming up in the moves?
Okay. Okay, so he chooses to go for G3, which again, very interesting. I'm I'm pretty sure this is already like a new game, unless he's actually prepped all of this. But okay, Bishop G2, like putting more pressure on
I've
D5.
never seen an approach quite like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and then he brings knight to H3 and then to G5. Um, Interesting way of developing the knight, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Right, and then knight E4, and then he gets in H5. So yeah, like what we were talking about earlier, he plays H5, and then Black plays King D7 for
Wow. Wow.
yeah. I
So
don't know if he had to play that, but
I expected the king to end up there, like capturing back, right? Somehow, and no, he just voluntarily did it.
yeah, I guess he's saying that okay, Christopher has spent like all this time on the king side, right?
Uh-huh.
So I mean, I guess Black's kind of saying like, okay, I can afford to take the time to play like King D7, King C7.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's got a big shield in the center of the board.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got the time to do it. And then
Yeah, I'm sure there's like nothing wrong with just playing Queen C7 and castling Queenside, but
this is more
King
interesting.
D7 is a more more eccentric way.
If Christopher's being a little eccentric, then his opponent's playing right back, right? This is an interesting one. Very interesting game. I'm glad we jumped here, and then especially given the time control, right? This is a faster time control for a FIDE rated event, G90 with a 30-second increment. It seems slow maybe to a lot of our viewers at home, but yeah. So where do you want to go next, Kevin?
Okay, let's see. So Queen B8, attacking C4, so that's pretty interesting way. I guess. Oh, it's also good actually. So I think he plays Queen B8 because, okay, first of all, you're attacking C4.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, if White decides to take on G6, you can actually take with the Queen now. And this Queen on G6, Bishop on F5.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting stuff.
Right, and then Queen A4, King C7, Bishop D2. Okay, and then I'm at the current position right now. So
Okay, we skip ahead. The bishop on F4 is on the same diagonal as Black's king.
yeah.
So Christopher's pivoted nicely to put the Black king in danger again, right? So the Black king maybe scooted over, and with the King D7, and then we were thinking you mentioned King C7, right, and should find safety over there. But the way Christopher's bishops are orientated, bet this knight pin on E4, right? That's interesting.
Yeah. So like Christopher right now, Bishop F3, he's just threatening to take on H5, I think. Because okay, let's say Black makes the move. If we take on H5, take on E4, and you can actually just take the Black queen directly. And when the Black bishop takes your queen, you just take it back with your like newly. So, yeah.
Cool stuff. I like these. I like these kind of ones where you're doing an indirect exchange, and then the one of the pieces at the beginning of the dominoes comes back to recapture at the end of the stack. That's fun. But H4 was played, so Peter saw that, I guess. So there goes all that kind of fun stuff. But now the question has to be asked: is it time for e6? Unleashing the bishop on f4 with a check. Is that on the table here?
Yeah, I think e6 because the pawn itself is not like the key asset here, so you can like afford to, I guess, lose it on e6. But so after e6, you even have this ridiculous looking king b6 that's possible, but maybe after queen b3, queen b5, or like queen b3 knight d6. I don't think black would want to go into that. So
Yeah.
right. So okay, let's say e6 and king c8, I guess.
All right. So no king b6, king c8 instead.
Yeah. So I don't see a direct threat for white. Um, Black's rooks are disconnected, so I guess that's a plus.
Always.
This is
Yeah.
There's this interesting move I'm looking at here.
Eh,
Maybe white can play after king c8. Yeah, e6, king c8. Maybe white can actually just take on h4 with the rook.
Yeah, because we left the g3 h4. There's still tension there that we were ignoring for a moment when black pushed forward to avoid the bishop h6 fancy queen trade where white gets the better of it by swinging the bishop all the way around the racetrack there, the oval. Yeah, I think that looks good. That looks good. So maybe. Probably Christopher's thinking about that right now. He's probably thinking about e6, king c8, and then rook takes h4. And then bishop takes h4, though, right?
Yeah, bishop h4. So, like, you're giving up the rook, but the dark squares are very weak. So, I think this is the type of move that Christopher would try to go for because he's a pretty aggressive player.
Pretty aggressive, but insanely accurate at the same time.
Yeah, so after bishop h4, like, I'm thinking either knight d6 or you take h4 or knight d6 immediately.
Knight d6. Wow. Wow.
I'm sure there's something for white here.
It looks like, and and this is a spirited battle. As we said, Pitar did some rather eccentric king moves, right? Christopher started with the early h4 to mix things up, and then used a very novel approach afterwards. Not not the usual, right? For that kind of setup. And then Pitar just decided, you know what, I'm going to move my king right in the center, come and get me. And yeah, Christopher responded to that quite well here. We'll keep it right here and wait for Christopher's move. What's coming up in your chess career, Kevin? You just played in a Rapid Online, finished number 3 today. What's next for you?
So like I just recently like made like FM, right? So it's like my major goal. Like for like the past year, I accomplished it, so that's nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I guess the next step is just going for IM norms, which is gonna be like pretty difficult, but it's one step at a time. So
yeah. And you're only a sophomore in high school, so it's not a race. Now, do norms expire? This is a good question. I know a lot about FIDE regulations, but let's say you get like an IM norm, and then you're like busy with school and other things. Is there like an expiration date, or do you keep that norm forever? Do you know?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming you should be able to keep it.
Yeah.
Just like you don't lose your like rating after.
Yeah.
You don't play for a while, so I think you should be able to keep it. But.
Yeah, and then like you said, these it's harder to collect these norms, especially in the United States. I mean, you could go on a nice European vacation and play in a lot of tournaments, like back to back to back to back, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, that could be fun too. Have you been traveling? What countries have you been to?
I've been to like for chess. Like 5 years ago, I went to Batumi in Georgia.
Nice.
Like, across the world, yeah, for World Cadet tournament.
I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
And then you went to Dubai recently, right?
oh yeah, yeah.
Can't forget
That was
about
probably
that.
like the cherry on the cake. Like we got to see like the world championship match in
I
action. So
know. Did you bump into Magnus and Jan at all? Did you get to say
yeah,
hi?
we took pictures with them, but it was like all of us, like 100 people. So
Yeah.
couldn't talk to him directly, but yeah, it was nice to like be in the same picture as him.
Yeah, that was that was a very very exciting match, and the game six was just record breaking and just classic Magnus. Just willing the victory with that pawns crawling forward, the bishop and the pawns. Just amazing stuff. Jan never quite recovered from it, but just I'm a huge Jan fan now. Um, Way more than I was before, just because of his uh, he was very polite and amicable, and that was rough, right? And the
Yeah.
press was. Did you go to any of those press conferences?
One of my teammates did.
I
She
couldn't
actually,
believe how rude they were to him. How rude they were to Jan. I mean, I don't even want to repeat some of the questions they asked, but I couldn't believe it. They were ruthless. So did you see any of those iconic gold vending machines or something like that? I've heard rumors that they have like vending machines you can like we have soda, they have like gold in Dubai or something. You can.
uh, no, not at the expo,
Yeah.
but like we went to see some like 7-star hotel, like absolutely crazy. Everything is literally gold.
Whoa.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's right. There was an exposition too, like a World's Fair, right? Did you get time
yeah, World
to
Expo.
tour that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Uh, so like our tournament is actually like hosted by like the Spain, like like the country of Spain for
The
their
Spanish Pavilion area.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
So we got
cool.
to see all the other ones too, so it's cool.
It's so awesome. I mean, you get it's nothing against like traditional schooling and whatnot, but the education you're getting, being able to go to Dubai and go to a World's Fair, you get huge cultural education, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Um, so what was the if you were wandering around Dubai versus like wandering around Fremont, did it feel much different?
Um,
Or let's say wandering around Dubai instead of San Francisco. I mean, did it feel like a different country?
well, I would compare it to like Vegas or New York.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of skyscrapers around. It's like you can tell like it's really like it's a big city. It's pretty modern. So, but it's actually pretty similar to Vegas because like both have like big buildings and the climate is also like pretty dry. It's like a desert. So yeah, I thought that those two were pretty similar.
Yeah.
But the San Francisco climate is like way different.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Climate wise, for sure. And San Francisco is very unique because the hills, right? And Dubai is very flat.
oh, I didn't know that, but
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure it is. I think some of it's even like built on the ocean. Am I right? Is it like a
yeah. I think some of they made like man-made islands on the
yeah,
ocean.
man-made islands built on the ocean? It's like amazing engineering. Absolutely amazing stuff. So how long were you in Dubai for?
A little more than a week, like 10 days.
And who did you get to play while you were there? Because you were playing in a chess tournament against other top players your age from around the world.
Yeah. We actually played this Indian team. They're called like Velan Malt Nexus.
Uh huh.
They had like 3 GMs and an IM, which is just crazy
From
for
one
a
high
school team.
school?
Yeah.
Holy moly. Talk about
Yeah.
stacked. I'm guessing it's a private high school, is what I'm guessing, right? It's not like a.
Either a private high school or maybe just a chess academy, but
Okay.
yeah.
And who are the GMs and IMs? Do you remember the names? Probably people we've heard
Yeah.
of.
So in board order, like from board one, the first board is Gukesh D.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay.
Second board is Pragananda.
Oh my.
Yeah, so if he's on board two, you know their team is
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
and then board 3 was like Leon Mendoza,
Yeah.
I think. And then I don't remember the IM. I think his first name was Pranav. I don't remember his last name, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But that is like stacked. So I take it your Mission High School lost that round.
Yeah, we lost all our games, so
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, it's like yeah, it must be a private, and you guys are a public school, right? You're just a regional school.
Uh-huh.
So how did Mission High School score? How did Mission San Jose High School score?
So in the group stage, we didn't perform too well. So in the playoff stage, we were playing off for 9th through 12th. But we ended up winning both our playoff matches, so we ended up 9. So I guess that's like the good part of our trip there. Yeah.
That's very impressive. Very, very impressive. And now, was this something that you had been planning on doing for a long time, or were you just kind of surprised when you won the trip to Dubai?
Yeah, the qualification phase was online. We played in it like for like a year. Like we actually signed up as our junior high, but then we were all in high school when it actually happened because of COVID and
Yeah,
all
you
that.
signed up in junior high, and then
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it just kind of happened like after we won the final game, final match of like qualifying. So yeah, like it didn't like really feel that much to me until we were actually there.
Yeah.
So,
Crazy, crazy. Let's catch up with the game at hand that we're watching. Christopher Yu and Pitar Drenchev. It's a very interesting game. And a few moves ago, we were speculating that Christopher might, in fact, scoot the pawn forward, say check, and then king c8. None of that happened. None of that happened. 23 g4 was played instead. Obviously, taking care of that queen bishop battery on the pin knight. Bishop fell back to e6, which stops the pawn from moving forward, right? It blockades the pawn. So the energy of the bishop on f4 will not be released on the king as long as that bishop's there. And then queen d3 and rook h to f8, threatening the bishop. So what happened there? I thought we were pretty sure that e6 was the way to go. What did Christopher see, you think? Why did he play g4 instead of e6 on move 23? Putting you on the spot here, Kevin.
Okay, so I guess e6 is a little too much for him. I guess he wants to be more methodical in this position. So g4, interesting move, I think. But this bishop to e6, I think, is a really good move for black because like moving to the current position, it's not easy for Christopher to actually make much progress here, in my opinion. I say that and then he just plays knight f6. So okay, another interesting position after knight f6.
Yeah, once that bishop gets in e6, that's tough. And then the rook f8, it seems like, but then knight f6, right? This must have been what he was planning on.
Yeah.
Getting the knight on the 6th rank, saying to Pitar, all right, my knight's in the 6th. If you take it, you unleash my bishop on f4. If you don't take it, my knight's there.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be easy to get rid of the knight because white could play g5 next move. Let's say like, yeah.
What about this deal with the queens just staring at each other now? Should black consider trading queens since his king's in a little bit of under a little bit of pressure here?
Yeah. So like normally if since black's king is like weak, you should look to trade queens. I'm not sure how good it would be in this position, but maybe it's the best black has got because I'm hesitant because if you play queen takes d3, right? E takes d3, you're like fixing white's pawns. Well, not really fixing, but like the e3 the d3 c4 pawn like look pretty strong together. And then after that, not sure how he can defend h4, and looks like Christopher is just gonna like roll down the king side after
Oh,
that.
this is true. This is true.
Yeah, but if he doesn't take, like, I don't know what he can do, because if he doesn't trade, then h7 is hanging, like h4 is hanging. Christopher can trade on g6 himself and then play like g5,
Uh-huh.
which I think is an interesting idea. Like if he accomplishes that with g5, there's no way you're getting the knight out of f6.
Yep.
And then it's just a matter of time before like h4 falls and then g6 falls. So
Oh man. Yeah. That now he answered our questions right when. Yeah. I was wondering why he didn't play the e6 earlier, and this just looks better now.
yeah,
It
it's a little bit less like risky.
Yeah, and it just looks
And he's
better.
still
The
better.
knight blocks the defense of h4, blocks off the bishop from h4. It's in the 6th rank. Black would love to have 2 moves in a row here, right? If they could do something where they could like defend a weakness and get their king off the diagonal it's on, but they don't get 2 moves in a row, of course. So this is unpleasant for black. But of course he's a very strong player. So what would you do as black here?
Let's see. So I don't want to let white like get this g5 in. So I would probably take on d3. Like trade the queens, and you have to move your king. So let's say king to b6 so we don't cut off our rooks.
Sure.
Yeah, and then if rook takes h4, I think bishop takes f6, e takes f6, rook takes f6, and should be fine for black there. So like we were talking about for white, g5, and then here it's gonna be tough for black. Yeah, first move that comes to mind is just h3, like somehow save the h pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, and like for a moment black is holding, but I don't trust black's position. But...
Yeah, so he does do the trade of queens as we expected. And remember earlier, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin wanted to get the king to b6 to get off that diagonal, but with the queen still on the board, queen b3 was an option for Christopher. So the only other alternative was moving to the 8th rank, disconnecting the rooks. But now the queen's off the board, so 6th rank's the preference. But now all that other stuff that Kevin was just saying is on the table. And you were saying g5 maybe next is...
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he won't play rook h4 because after take on f6, won't be easy to win that for white. So g5 is like the move that keeps like his winning chances up. And it is a good move, right? Because it's not easy for black after that.
So then the knight is untouchable, right? Because 100% you can't take it, because then white's going to have a up. And here we go. g5 was played, and h3 in response very rapidly.
Yeah. So I think I was recommending this h3 move earlier, but I mean white has to be better here because of knight on f6. Like black doesn't really have that much play to do. The only thing I can see that he can go for is like h6, trying to get rid of this lock on the f6 square. So let's see. So let's see what Christopher's plan is. He can probably play like move his king somewhere out of the way. Like king d2 or something. And then he could play like rook a1 to g1 and bishop g4, disconnecting the defense on h3, and then take on h3. But on king d2, black would probably play h6 because that's like the only try.
H6, you said?
Yeah.
And what's the reasoning behind playing h6 there?
So if white takes on h6, you take on f6, and yeah, this
And
lock
if
is
they
gone.
don't take, then you're threatening to take on g5.
Yeah, if they don't take, you take on g5, and again, like
Sure.
your f6 might fall eventually.
Sure.
So
And one thing that I'm curious about, I like your king d2 idea, but when I'm calculating through, just like the checks, captures, threats things, I was looking at bishop d5. What do you think about that? It's because if bishop takes, then you could play like knight takes d5 check and forking. But I guess the knight on c6 is still defending the bishop on e7, right? So if bishop d5, bishop takes. Oh, pawn takes, and then maybe you can start pushing a pawn to d6.
yeah, I think after bishop takes d5, if black takes, you take with the pawn, and then
Yeah.
should be winning.
So he might go that route. And he does. He does.
Oh wow.
It seems a
Nice.
little more forcing, right?
Yeah. So, bishop d5 is I think it's a good move like you suggested, because h6 like was coming, right? So white wants to do something immediately and try to like delay h6. So bishop d5 obviously threatens e6, so black has to respond.
Yeah. I think for sure your king d2 is winning. It makes perfect sense. But it gives black an option, right? It allows black to make a choice, probably h6, but we don't know. Whereas bishop d5 is very forcing, but not as forcing as maybe I first thought. Let's see. Actually, it's kind of given black a choice to pick their poison, right? Which pawns are going to get to the sixth rank? Do you want a pawn on f6 or do you want a pawn on d6? Wow. I see what's going on here. This is interesting. Let's check in on a couple other games because I think Peter is going to be thinking for a while there. We got, let's just go up one game to Yisun Lee versus Ilyan Popov. What do you see happening here?
Looks like Yisun is just up an exchange, like directly up an exchange.
Yep.
White's pawn structure is a little bit like, well, not really pawn structure, but like white's king might be a little bit dangerous, but I'm pretty sure Yisun should be able to win this pretty easily.
Awesome. What do you foresee? What would your winning technique be? If you were white right here, what would you like your next? What would your winning plan be to take this advantage and turn it into a victory?
Okay, let's see. So first, I would probably play like c4. Just like when you have this setup like d4 or b3, like normally you just want to play c4. Just taking more space and putting pressure on d5. And then after that, it's not too easy, but I would probably double like the rooks on the c file, and eventually play c5 maybe.
He plays rook e2, so he could end up doubling the rooks on the c file that way, right?
Yeah.
But his queen's in the way, so likely not. Curious, now, if we go back one move, you were describing like c4. If they take, you take back with your rook to speed up that doubling, right? Because then you got good.
I would take with the pawn.
Oh, you would take with the pawn, actually. Okay, good. See, these are the types of things that are good learning moments. All right, so on move 32 you had played c4 and then dxc, you would take back with the b pawn.
Yeah.
And
so,
why would you go that route rather than taking with the rook and maybe getting rook c7? Weigh the two options for us.
Okay. So first, like if you take with the rook on c4, like this would be good, except I think black like is gonna play knight d5.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, and that's like the main reason I want to take with the pawn.
Yeah, because the pawn's not there anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, and when the knight's on d5, it's pretty much the best square this knight can be.
Sure.
It's in front of your d4 knight, d4 pawn.
You got to keep that knight from d5. Excellent point, Kevin. Thank you. But he played rook e2, and now we're on black plays b5. So black's doing a little bit of a minority attack here. What do you think of the move b5 there, 32 b5?
Personally, I wouldn't like. Personally, I don't like this move that much, but I get like black has to try something
Sure.
because, again, it's not that easy to play. But like you're opening a position when white has rooks and you don't have bishops, right? So
yeah.
like naturally it wouldn't be
So
that good
what
of a
is he
move.
trying for? What was black trying to accomplish with that b5 move? What do you think?
Okay, so one thing I noticed is if like this is like kind of hopeful, but if like white allows it, um, let's say like white makes any move,
Mhm.
let's say like queen e3 or something, possibly black can take on a4, and then hope for the knight to get to c4 by knight b6 and knight c4.
Ah, okay. So that, yeah, you're right. And when when you're down the exchange, it's okay to play some hope chess, right? Because
Yeah.
you're losing anyway. So if things are even or you're winning, you don't. But it is hopeful. But yeah, I think you found what, because the b5 move didn't quite make sense to me, and I was curious what you thought was happening. I think you're spot on. All right, so queen a2, and then rook a8, and Yisun looks really good here. He looks really good. Let's see what else is happening. We can look at Shashwath's game, and Shashwath's game from day one, Kevin, amazing stuff. It starts off as just a regular calm Sicilian, and all of a sudden there's like pseudo sacrifices and queen sacrifices and tactics, pieces hanging everywhere. And he played it with 100% accuracy. It was like something out of
Wow.
the 19th century and then some. It was the craziest chess that I've seen in a very long time, but it was controlled chaos. Just absolutely fantastic. So yeah, that's definitely one of the ones. Oh, by the way, for those who don't know, Kevin's my official assistant editor on the Cal Chess Journal. So we'll be talking about our wrap up on this event. Let's see. So what do you think about this Siva Kumar Jovchev position after move 17 rook c8? How do you read the position?
Well, white obviously has a lot more space.
Mm-hmm.
So by that immediately I would take white over black. But again, black's position is not easy to crack like as often in these positions. So like there's two basic plans, right? You can either like play king h1 and go for a kingside push with g4, or you play like a4 and b5.
Which would be your preference of those two? I mean, there are two. It's choice A, choice B. Which is Kevin's choice?
I would go for a4.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
yeah,
Because then you aren't really risking opening your king up, right? You're just expanding your space over there that you already have more control over there, anyways.
yeah.
Makes sense. Kevin, let's take a quick break. Will you be able to
All right.
come back after the break, or do you have other work that needs to be attended to? It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll be able to come back.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play some ads. Oh, by the way, you and Eric should make an ad for Mission 360, so I can add it to the official commercial reel. So when you get a chance, have some fun with Eric.
Yeah.
Make a nice ad. I'm going to go ahead and play the ads, and I will be back in 8.5 minutes.
Okay.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musing's free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAT Foundation? What's the EAT Foundation? The EAT Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Yeah, our screens are a little bit screwy today. Let's see. Why? I can see you, Kevin, if you stand up. There we go. So we are joined by Kevin Pan. You don't see me at all, but that's okay. You know I'm here. You see the nice Mission 360 Foundation logo, the PNWCC, Bay Area Chess, Daily Chess Musings, all that good stuff. We are joined by FIDE Master Kevin Pan, and let's get back to the board since how did this... There we go. I fixed it. Now I can see
Nice.
that. Now I need to fix me. This could be nice if we could like actually chat properly. I think I'm supposed to hold down the Alt button. Let's see here. Yeah, that's how you do it. And then just kind of pull that like that. Awesome. All right. So, Kevin, thanks again for joining us. Before we get back to the boards, I'm just curious. Fremont, California is my hometown as well. And when I was your age, let's see, the cool things to do. What did Chris like doing? I like going to get coffee in the bookstores with my friends. There's like Barnes and Noble and Borders. These things don't even exist anymore, I don't think. What's fun? What's fun in Fremont, California these days?
Let's see. Like just playing sports, I guess, with my friends.
Sports. What kind of? Yeah, that was something else I like doing. What sports are you into?
I play tennis.
Really?
Yeah.
And how competitive
Also,
are
like,
you in this? Are you playing tennis at Mission San Jose?
yeah, we actually have tryouts coming up in like 1 week, so looking forward to that.
Awesome. And now, are you trying out for the varsity team or the JV team or?
Yeah, varsity.
Wow, and you're a sophomore trying out for the varsity team. Awesome stuff. All right, let's get back to the boards. Yeah, for me it was. I would love to have played baseball more, honestly, when I was your age, because I just loved baseball. But spring allergies. Oh man, that was terrible. So I was relegated to playing basketball, which I was terrible at. Usually I'd like sit on the bench, unless my team was ahead by like 40 points, then they'd stick me in at the end of the game. Last 2 minutes of the game, I'd foul out. 5 fouls, they called me Hackmaster. Yeah, I was terrible at it, but it's fun to play sports with your friends for sure. Let's see what's going on. Let's go back to Christopher Yu's game, because that's the one getting the most attention always. Superstar player Christopher Yu. Let's see what's changed since we were last here. A lot.
Right. So yeah, looks like he blacked it to go for h6, which is expected. Oh, he actually played h6 in, like, if you go to move 30.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I just thought this was kind of cool. He just plays h6. Just looks like he's giving up the e6 bishop, but rook e8's coming in afterward.
Yep.
Okay, so he just ends up in this position where Christopher is up a pawn, but it's definitely not easy to break open black's position.
And it wasn't yesterday either. It was, and yet, it just sheer willpower and accuracy. Christopher prevailed yesterday and scored a win, and that was in that round 1 restart. I felt bad because the first time they played, he had a huge space advantage in the center. It looked like he was going to have a comfortable game, and then they restart, and his opponent chooses a different line. How would that affect you? Just out of curiosity. I mean, that's got to be frustrating, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think naturally anyone would be frustrated there. Like if already have a better position, you have to restart. But at the end of the day, you just have to reset your mentality, which I'm sure Christopher is able to do.
He's very professional, for sure. So tennis, in chess. What other kinds of things are you doing these days? Video games, you said, yeah, first-person shooters especially.
Yeah.
School.
And I guess like the rest of the time is just school,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, no kidding.
Difficult.
That's already busy right there. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so rook to the 7th rank, pinning the knight to the king.
So I guess ideally he's looking to bring both rooks to the 7th rank.
Sure.
But then he has to worry about the f6 pawn. So not sure how he'll deal with that.
Yeah, is he able to use the bishop since f6 is a dark square?
Yeah. So he can't really get the bishop to g7 or e7, which is ideal, but he could, even though it looks kind of awkward, he could play like bishop g3, bishop h4. The issue is that black is not completely out of counterplay. Like if black moves the king out the way, and like ignoring the hanging on f7, if he does this, he could double up the rooks and the e file and play like rook e2. So it's not completely
so
like black still is like has moves to play. So
right now, then, given that, my inclination would be to try and get the king closer to the passed pawn on f6, like king e8. But you said that the counterplay opportunity is in the e file from stacking the rooks. Oh, and he does play king e8. Would you have played king e8 then, or would you have stepped out of the pin a different way?
like before, at first glance, I would have played like king c6, but king e8 actually looks like a pretty interesting move because I think his main purpose is to defend f7 with the king.
Sure.
Actually, this frees up his rook to go to like g8, and the counterplay can come on g2 this way. So
okay, so rook g8, rook g2 kind of thing instead of stacking in the e file. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. And what do you think about the time situation here? Is Christopher in a little bit of trouble or not so much?
I think he has more than enough time because it's not like too complex of a position anymore. Like there's no like king on c7 as we had before. So there's only so many pieces. I feel like the time situation shouldn't be a problem.
Awesome. Are you on YouTube at all, Kevin, or anything you want to promote while you're here? Do you make any videos?
No.
Okay, just curious. I mean, yeah, if I've already linked to the Mission 360 site, but if you guys start doing that, just let me know.
All right.
So King E8 was played, and Black is hoping to hold the knight, protect the knight with their king, and then move the rook over to G8 and maybe G2. And then if you're Christopher, you is that a bishop G3, bishop H4 idea still applicable?
It might be a little bit too slow. And at the end of the day, like you can't really play rook g1 anymore because his rook's gonna get there first. So, what I would do is white, maybe play like rook f2, just defend the second rank, and like you said, possibly we can play rook e2, trade rooks, and bring the king forward. Another interesting idea. I'm not sure if like it accomplishes anything, but like you could play like bishop b8 or something, and like activate the bishop on a7.
Whoa.
It looks a little weird, but it's possible.
It does. It's awesome though. Going all the way to the end to come back around. That's the second time. Maybe in this game, that because the first was with the fancy exchange of queens on like a6, where you had the bishop going back and back around.
Yeah.
And these are ideas that creative ideas that just come naturally to you, Kevin. That's wonderful. It's the type of stuff us chess mortals don't really envision very often, right? Interesting stuff. Let's check in on Mike Zelazny's game. That was also interesting. Where was that at?
So he did play e4. Maybe black actually just forgot white could castle, or not sure, because I feel like you should take on e4, but
Which game are you commenting on right now?
Mike Zelazny.
Oh, yeah. So he did play e4, in fact, and then
Yeah.
You're thinking perhaps for a moment that because it just looks odd, right? Normally you're thinking of castling to get the king safe. E castles.
Yeah, maybe black forgot white could castle.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens.
sure.
Like, it's happened to me before, but
Now, what do you think about that pawn being all the way on d2? Is that like a... Oh my goodness, look at Mike's time too.
oh, you're definitely not easy to play this time.
He does have a 30-second increment though, but something's gone wrong. Because I think when we left, he was not at this big of a time disadvantage. So he must have used a lot of time calculating. And he plays king h2. Is queen c1 possible here?
Yeah, I think it is. Queen c1 looks pretty strong. Yeah, I'm not sure what he can actually do about this. Maybe queen takes b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably queen takes b7. And the point is that you can't take on f1, the hanging rook, because queen takes c8.
Ah, yes. Okay, so that is what's that's what's going on. So queen c1 is very tempting, but Mike has a nifty idea to respond to that. Is there anything else you see for black though? I mean, it looks this is very White's walking a tightrope here, right? In time and the position. This is tough. We'll keep it.
I think black just needs to play like solid chess, you know, just kick the queen out with like rook e8.
Ooh.
And then bring your own queen down, trade the bishop for the knight, and then eventually your d2 pawn's gonna promote, or the white king's gonna get open. So
you know, I think I would have fallen victim. You know, I would have played the queen c1, and then he would have had that neat queen takes b7 kind of stuff. But this rook e8 now looks better. That looks that's much stronger. Rook e8, and then you're in some trouble. In fact, that might even be resignable, right? If rook e8's played.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, we'll definitely keep it right here then. So if Chris Pan comes back, you know, for like summer break, and you two just kind of sit down, play some chess, you know, some blitz games, play 10 games in a row, how big of a score are you going to run up against your brother?
To be honest, I lose a lot of blitz games against him. Because after he like stopped playing that much, he resulted to openings which I would call like pretty cheesy, but they're pretty good though. Like he plays like b3 and b6, which is on move one, and personally, I don't like playing against it, especially in blitz games. So yeah, even though my rating is higher, I think he still would get the upper hand in blitz games.
Interesting.
Unfortunately.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Black has just played king h8, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
What? That is shocking. And this can't be like this is played directly on chess.com. This is not like a board error. You know,
yeah,
it's not being rebroadcast from a physical board. That is shocking. What is do you see a reason to play king h8?
Yeah, basically the only reason is potentially if the white queen moves away, there's this 97 like fork here.
So
like in the rook e8 line, maybe white could just completely ignore the queen and just play like rook d1 because he's gonna take with a knight and fork the queen. But king h8 does not look like the right way to handle this
No,
because
not at all. But
yeah.
then again, look at Mike's clock. So had Black played rook e8, it's potentially resignable, right?
Yeah.
And Black had a lot of time, 48 minutes, and he plays king h8, which is
I don't see an issue with rook d1
yeah,
here.
rook
Yeah, he
d1.
plays.
What just happened here? That's shocking. I think we just had our most shocking moment of the tournament, honestly. Um, okay, now rook e8. And Mike's battling the clock here. His opponent's got 48 minutes. He had 40 seconds. I mean,
Yeah. Um, probably just queen f7.
uh-huh. But
All right, okay,
he's
he plays
down on
queen.
time, so he's feeling the pressure for sure. I mean, he's a speed chess player online a lot, but when you're playing FIDE rated games that aren't supposed to be time scrambles, it's a different feel, right?
Yeah.
So queen b4 seems like he just wants to get rid of this dangerous d pawn, right?
Hmm.
So what kind of
Um,
snack did your mom bring you? What is the snack of choice?
it's a red velvet cake.
Wow, you are a lucky guy. Lucky guy.
Okay, so for black, he'd probably just play like queen c2 or queen e6. Just try to hit
Mm-hmm.
e4. Just trade the d2 pawn for the e4
And
pawn.
he has a lot of time. So sometimes in these kinds of situations, and you were saying queen e6, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That totally looks right. Now, if you're going to choose kind of an off the wall move though, that's pretty good. Maybe not the best move to make Mike think more. What would you choose? Is there an off the
Um,
wall move here that's pretty good, like a pretty good second or third best? But
like similar idea, but maybe a little bit more like scary for white is like queen g6 instead. Basically you're still hitting
uh huh.
e4, but maybe you have like actually okay, he's just played h6, which is make it more like off the wall, I guess. So
Yeah, that one's pretty off the wall. I mean, it makes more sense than the king h8 though, right? I mean,
yeah.
we can see, okay, open up the h file perhaps, and the queen can hop over there and check the king as well, kind of stuff, right? Um, okay, so Mike gets rid of that dangerous pawn. So again, back queen c1. Oh, was getting rid of the pawn a mistake? I think it was.
Yeah, I think you have to take with the rook because the rook e4,
Yeah.
your d5 is weak now, and
Whoa.
rook h4 is coming. So
Oh man. This is a what's the proper adjective to describe the ending of this game, Kevin? What word am I looking for?
um, a seesaw.
Yeah, there you go. This is a seesaw. In 14 seconds, Mike. Uh-oh. He gets f4 in to block rook h4, right? And now his opponent has 47 minutes to use. And when you're in this kind of situation, you want to use your time and come up with the best move, because that's going to be the one hardest to respond to.
Yeah, you don't want to play on your opponent's clock. You want to always like take the time.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Interesting. What do you choose here as black, Kevin?
Queen e6 again looks good.
Yeah.
Just yeah, directly threatening like rook e2. Queen g4 is also coming. Like I'm not sure white can really do anything after queen e6.
Okay, so queen e6 is like the the blow. It's almost a knockout punch.
Yeah, there's just too much pressure on white's position right now. I don't think he can hold
Yeah.
this.
I mean, you never know. I mean, black may just play a move with the king in the back rank again, inexplicably, right? Maybe king g8. Mike's can't resign because you never know. Victor's played an interesting move. That king h8 was just a shock. A shock.
Yeah. But looks like it's paying off.
It
So.
does, yeah. And we can kind of see why now, because now with the queen on c6 and if the king was still on g8, right? I mean, there's the danger of that fork as you were describing. So it's not, it's not completely without reason. It was just so unexpected.
Yeah.
Let's jump back. I have a feeling, though, we're going to see a move soon, so I'm not going to change boards. And then once we see a move, then Mike's got to move fast. So I think this is a good action board for our viewers at home. I'm not a TV analyst. I just play one on YouTube. Ah, there it is, queen e6.
Yeah. So it looks like the game should be ending soon, barring no like king g8 moves.
So there's just too many threats here, right?
Yeah.
The first being rook e2 check. Knight c3, and then now it's the threat is queen to h3 is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think so.
And is there anything we can do to stop this? Other than queen takes rook?
Like the b7 bishop is really the killer here. Like you can play knight d5, but then rook e2 is open again. So yeah, I don't think there's anything.
And 2 seconds. Moves were played. There seems to be a little bit of a lag, I think. Oh, queen d8 check. Of course. Yeah. He throws a check and then king h7. So he gets one check. And now he's back in the same kind of problem, right?
Yeah.
But got one last hurrah. And another hurrah.
Another one.
This is fun. In a over-the-board tournament, you don't necessarily see this kind of last-minute resourcefulness, right?
Yeah.
It has a little of it's FIDE rated, but it still has the feel a little bit of online versus in person. So I mean, what happens if there's a mouse slip? Are you just dead in the water then? I mean, you gotta live with it, right? Is that the rules? Yeah.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful. And internet disconnects. I'm curious about that too. What happens if your whole team goes offline for a little bit? Does the round pause, or is everybody forfeited?
Definitely everyone's not forfeited, but um, I think the TDs on like both sides, they decide whether to like add the time back or just continue with the time that was lost.
Okay, well that's good. I'm glad that. So, the big danger is the mouse slip is even more painful than normal, right? Because
Yeah.
it's FIDE rated. Okay, so unfortunately Mike lost that one. Let us get to Nitish Nathan versus Ivalio Stoyanov. And how many of these players within the Bay Area group have you played with, Kevin?
Um, Almost everyone.
Almost everyone. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, except for like two or three. I think I played with everyone here.
So you have firsthand experience.
Mhm.
Um, how many times have you been paired up with Christopher Yu?
Um, like four or five.
4 or 5.
I'm proud to say I have a winning record against him, but that's only because I played him when he was like not as obviously not as good as he
Yeah,
is
but
now.
you got a winning record against Christopher Yu. Now that's something, right?
You have to beat him when he's coming up.
Yeah, that's funny. So, what do you think of this? How do you read this position, the Nitish Nathan versus Valio Stoyanov? What's going on here?
Um, let's see.
It's Ivalio's move.
So as like the past pawns here.
Yes.
Um, so
S
White's pawn advantage on the king side is kind of like nullified by the g4 pawn.
Sure. So just trade rooks, right?
Yeah, trade rooks and then start pushing.
Yeah.
And another issue is that like all of White's pawns that are on the king side are in dark squares. So potentially the black bishop could like go behind and just start taking everything. So
Sure. I mean, yeah, because the king might have to go over there to blockade the passed pawns.
yeah.
So okay, we'll watch it play out. We'll see some good endgame technique, hopefully. How's your red velvet cake? Good stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Awesome. Is it homemade or store bought?
It's like from a box, so
Ah,
like
okay.
box.
Yeah. Red velvet cake has become increasingly more popular. It used to be like a rare thing, and now it seems like it's the choice of a lot of younger people. So black doesn't trade rooks and instead advances the pawn first. That's an interesting choice.
So I'm assuming like black doesn't feel the need to like rush to trade rooks because white's rook can't really go anywhere. So
Mm-hmm. It's true. It is very restricted now that I look at it more closely. And it can't like swing around, can't go to d8 and then get behind the passed pawns because the bishop, yeah. Oh, and the rook too. I mean, it's just, yeah, yeah, it's kind of painful. And the knight can't really move because it's defending the rook. So what
yeah.
is white supposed to do here? Uh,
Um. So I feel like if you trade, should be lost. So you have to find some way to keep the rook somehow in a favorable position. Um.
only rook
So I guess
f5.
either like rook d6 or rook f5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
But
that's right. Rook d6 too. Okay, so there are two possible squares. Rook d6 is played, pinning the bishop. If the rook takes, the problem is, right? The king can get. Yeah, I mean that pawn on d6 isn't going to score.
yeah, I feel like black can just take the rook and play king f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking good for white.
We'll keep the action here. because I think these moves are gonna be played fairly rapidly because this seems pretty cut and dry. So in the first round, the Bay Area team did decidedly better, and then in the second round, it seems like Bulgaria has bounced back.
Yeah, it could be from like all the confusion yesterday in the Bulgaria side. So.
Yeah, yeah. And this is the third match with Bulgaria, right? There have been
Yeah.
previous ones, and pretty much the same team each time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very experienced team. I was really impressed. Kirill, is it Gorgiev or Georgiev? Do you know how to pronounce his last name right?
No, I don't.
Neither do I. Okay. Yeah, but at any rate, Kirill, yeah, I mean he was playing with like the Petrosians and the Towels, right? Back in the 60s and 70s, he played with Kasparov in the 80s. I mean, this guy's been around.
Oh wow.
Maybe no, he didn't play with the not in the 60s, but he did play with Towel. He played with guys who were at the top in the 1960s. Later on, I was going through his I was looking at who was playing, and man, he's battled with so many different generations of chess players, right? It's amazing. And kind of cool that he's still up for playing. Some of those guys who you butted heads with in Dubai on that team from India. Yeah, he's played with them as well. So I don't think he's written a book, but he should think about it with all the different players from different eras that he's battled against in the past. Yeah, Rook takes d6. CXD6, and it looks pretty cut and dry for black. So I wonder what I've just double checking, I guess, Stoyanov is.
Yeah.
Making sure, 100% sure before committing. You have the time to do it. Let's jump to another game. Let's see where else we got stuff. Let's go back to Christopher Yu's game. There's definitely some points of interest here.
So he managed to trade off one of the rooks.
Yep.
So black does not want to trade rooks in this position, obviously, because the bishop is kind of like overpowering the knight here. And again, like in the other position, the other games, right? The c5, d4 pawns are vulnerable to the black bishop. So he definitely doesn't want to trade. So probably like rook e6 is coming. And then how would Christopher make progress?
It's tough because the pawns are stuck, right?
Yeah.
So if he's going to do it, it's going to be with the rook or the bishop because all the pawns are stuck. So rook e6. This is, yeah. I hate to say it, but it's looking like it could end up finishing in a draw. Because it's really hard to make progress, right?
Yeah, looks likely. Like maybe he could swing his rook back to g2 and go to e2. And then slowly bring the king back up, but like even then I don't think like immediately when his king starts leaving, right, the black rook can start attacking like the d3 pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that might not even be possible. So I'm not sure what Chris.
And then there's this time situation now. His opponent has an hour. He's got 19 minutes. That might be a factor too. If there's a draw offer, would you accept it in this kind of situation?
As white?
Yeah.
Normally, like I would accept it. Like in positions where like I'm slightly better and I have a lot less time, I would probably take it. But in this position, like there's really no chance of losing the game. So like when there's no chance of losing, like why not just play on?
Yeah,
So
keep maneuvering, keep shuffling pieces around. So this one, and we saw that yesterday with Christopher in that first round endgame. Just the resourcefulness he used. It looked like at the end of the road, and it was going to be a draw there too. And then he taught us something about bishop versus rook endgames, and yeah, found the path to victory. Interesting stuff. I'm going to go ahead and play the ads, Kevin, and refill my beverage.
okay.
You can take a break, and I will see you back after the ads.
All right.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards. right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Ah, there's Big Kevin again. We are back. Let me see. Sometimes resizing this just automatically fixes it for some reason, but right now it's not. Let's get back to the boards. This is Chris Torres in Daily Chess Musings. At least our board screen on OBS is working flawlessly. That is, after all, the most important stuff. Again, this is Chris Torres, Daily Chess Musings, broadcasting the PNWCC versus Bulgaria chess match featuring top players from the Bay Area. And we are joined by one of those top players right now, FIDE master Kevin Pan. Welcome back, Kevin. And what's going on in this game with Christopher and Pitar? What have we missed during the break? Anything of interest?
Not much. It looks like just a bit of maneuvering. Christopher trying to break open black position. But
now,
yeah, that's pretty drawish to me.
Is your idea still a valid one with this possible bishop b8, a7 thing? Is that still something that would work?
Possibly. It looks interesting. Maybe like first you would probably bring the king, the white king, over a bit. And you can get the bishop to b8 to a7 to kind of tie down the black rook to c5. Then you could maybe bring the king to like f4 and try to trade the rooks off. So that's an idea that Christopher could go for.
White king to f4. In the meantime, the rook would have to go back to f2, right? So the rook would go to f2, and then the king would go to e2, f3, and then f4. Got it.
Yeah, and then like king g4, rook f5 possibly, and then hopefully you can win c5.
It's a thought, right? And as you pointed out, Christopher is in no danger of losing this. It's just hard to make progress. So he can fool around and try and solve the puzzle, and not be worried so much about black hurting him. Let us see. Is anybody else still playing? Looks like Yi-Sun Lee is still playing. And what's going on in this one, Kevin?
So she was up in exchange earlier, and looks like a couple pawns were traded on the queen side, and okay, interesting move g5, but I don't think it will cause that much. Yeah, so basically she's just playing like as she should. She's up in exchange, right? So just looking for the trades of the pawns, and the open files benefit white because of the double rooks. So.
Yep.
Let's see, what could she do next?
What's going to happen with this rook on d2? Is it staying put, or is it going to move to b2, or?
Yeah, naturally you would probably put it to b2. And that would make your queen more free to like roam around.
Sure.
And
it's a little annoying, right? Black's defensive setup with the knight on d7, f8. So if you get the rook on b2, where would you put your queen?
Okay.
Or would you just play pawn g6 perhaps?
G6 is interesting, right? Because okay, if the f takes, then it should benefit white because the e6 is weak now, and you don't really care about the double pawns.
Sure.
But if like the knight takes, then you're kind of like tossing the pawn away, but you potentially you can play like rook b7, like it's in future obviously. Basically, I guess the point of g6 is just like getting rid of the f8 knight's attention for like one moment, so that you could play like rook b7 or something like that.
And what about like potentially a bishop e5? Does that do anything?
Well, bishop e5, like right now, definitely not, because you just take it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just trying to find
maybe
a
like
job
bishop to
for that
d6.
bishop.
Yeah, maybe the bishop should go to d6, and if you gain control of 8th rank, or even immediately, you can just take on FA and, well, actually, you don't want to take immediately because your king might be a little bit weak in that case. If I'm white, I would just be looking to trade like the queens or the rooks, because the 2 knights can't really do anything by themselves. They're just defending, right? So
Yeah.
if you trade off the queen or trade off the rook,
So
you should
maybe
be good
just
to go.
queen b7, maybe the simple approach right off the bat.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes we overcomplicate things, and when you're winning and you can simplify, that's even better. Let's go to Alexi Jovchev versus Shashwath. What are we seeing here?
So, okay, Shashwath went for the A4 plan. And interesting move by Black to play like A5 to try to stop White's initiative. Okay, so then what's happening in present? So, okay, again, clearly White is better because just a lot more space. And in these types of positions, you would want the knight over the bishop because the pawns are all very closed. So the bishops are kind of running into pawns right now. They're hitting pawns directly. So your knight would be better here. It's more free to roam around.
And where is it going to roam around to? Where do you envision this knight going in a couple hops?
Let's see. So, like right now, it could go to F4, just applying pressure to E6. And you, obviously, yeah, I don't think you should be worried about G5. So knight F4, just like putting the knight on the outpost there, that works.
Sure.
But like the other positions we've seen, it's not easy to crack Black's position. So maybe he has to go for something more decisive. Let's see.
These are kind of fun positions we're looking at because we keep seeing, you know, the player we're rooting for kind of in command, but Black has a pretty good defensive setup.
Yeah.
I mean, those bishops can't do much, but they do hold off, you know, a lot of different approaches we might take. It's interesting to see, yeah, just the 2 bishops in the back rank like that. And then, okay, so the rook steps up.
I'm thinking maybe White can play like Rook A1 and like Rook A4, Queen A1, just double up on the A file, and then slowly bring your knight to B4, like knight C1, knight A2, B4, and then play A6. But obviously that takes a lot of time, and Black will have counterplay in the meantime. So
yeah.
But I think that's like the way he needs to. That's like the plan he needs to.
So
go
now
for
you're
eventually.
now you're actually picturing like getting the rook in the big weapons in the A file and getting the knight to B4.
Yeah, and then eventually breaking through with the A6.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll check in on that game in a little bit and see how it progresses. And then we're back to Ashley Peng's game.
Okay, so what's happening here?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you.
Okay, so even material. Black looks like the one who's applying a little bit more pressure here. So yeah, it takes B4 is coming, and it's not like that simple to defend here. Yeah, because you can't take because then bishop takes B4. So like maybe you have to go for A4 here, which doesn't look like the best. Yeah, so I think Black is probably better here.
How much better would you in terms of let's say winning chances in a percentage?
Probably like 20%, because like I think with perfect play, white can probably defend this not that
So
difficultly. Because
80% chance of a draw, 20% win for black, is what you're speculating. Okay.
yeah,
Probably more like 70%. Well, 75%. There's always like that 5% chance that something really goes crazy, right?
yeah.
All right, let's go on. Look at Kimberly Liu versus Goran Krastev.
Okay. So it looks like both sides are attacking on the king side. Like neither side can really break through here. Like even though black's pawns look menacing, like if g4 comes, you just play rook g3, rook f g3, and then don't see
Ah,
where black's attack is really gonna go from there.
very good.
So
Excellent, excellent, excellent point. Because that g4 was troubling me, and
yeah,
you just said, hey, if they play g4, you just move rook f to g3, and you're fine.
yeah. So it looks like Kimberly is going for play on the queen side, so c4.
Uh huh.
So she's threatening taking on d5 and then taking on f5, just removing the defender of the f5 pawn.
Yep.
So two choices basically here, I think. Like either play c6, like maintain the tension, and if takes, then you take with the c pawn,
Mm-hmm.
or you just give up the tension and take on c4. I think taking on c4 actually would be interesting because it could give the opportunity to play c5 in the future and try to make something happen on the d file.
Yep.
C6 is like the more solid approach because it's just stopping anything from happening. So
Yeah, I'm more inclined with the c6, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, the dx c4, bishop takes c4 has a potential for this, pawn c5, and would black be prepared to play on that wing if that happened? Can they shuffle their pieces over faster than white?
yeah, that's a good point. That might be an issue with playing c4, like the plan I mentioned, because
Mhm.
the like right now black's pieces are all geared toward attacking the king, right?
Yep.
But the issue is that once they leave, black's king is now weak because the g5 pawn is susceptible to being taken, right? Just like doubling on g3.
Mm-hmm.
So if the rooks leave, I don't think black can actually afford to do that because uh, his king would be too weak.
Interesting stuff. We'll keep it right here for a moment because this next move, um, I it seems like there's just two main options here: dx c4 or pawn c6. Either defend the d5 pawn, keeping the tension, or yeah, and c6 is played. Okay. So now is Kimberly going to play a cx d5? You think?
Um, Maybe not immediately because she doesn't like need to take immediately because d takes c4 now like wouldn't make that much sense because then you would just do it before, right? So
Mm-hmm.
she can just keep the tension right now. Because again, the issue like with both sides, if you start swinging the rooks to the queen side, your king's gonna be weak, like
Yep.
for both sides.
Yep.
So again, another position where it's not that easy to make any progress.
What would what about your rook fg3 idea even without the pawn g4? Is that worthy of being played right now?
Okay, okay, rook g3. So
It almost gets played out of order, right? Yeah. At first, you were saying if black plays g4,
yeah,
you play rook g3. But if we played rook g3, I think black would just play g4, right? And we end up kind
yeah,
of
I think
similar.
black has to play g4.
Okay,
So
that's interesting. That rarely happens, right? That it works both ways in this kind of situation. Interesting. We'll come back and check on that. I like your rook f to g3 idea. Let's see. Um, and oh, it looks like Sri Ram Krishna Kumar and Bizer Georgiev's game is getting to a very exciting moment. What do you see happening here?
this has to be a mouse slip, right? Because he played queen c8 here. Yeah.
So we were just talking about that, right? Where was the
Uh-huh.
queen before? He moved the queen back. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably meant to just take the rook.
Oh, you think? Yeah. Huh. So queen takes d8. So he might just resign. We were just talking about the brutality of the mouse slip in this kind of format.
Hmm.
Wow. Well, I'm glad it benefited our guys, right?
Yeah.
It's the first. It's the first that I'm aware of. I've been, playing through it. It's the first. You see hundreds and hundreds of moves. We've got what, close to 50 games played, um, and the first mouse slip. So it's less than 1%. It's less than 0.5%, but it did show up. Maybe I jinxed it. I don't know. Do you play much online chess, just casually for fun, Kevin?
Yeah, I play a lot of bullet on chess.com.
Super, super. What's your handle on chess.com?
Um,
Is it an anonymous one? Do you wanna share public?
no, it's not anonymous. I mean, I can share it,
Okay.
but it's Pete, P-E-T-E,
Uh-huh.
A-R-R, P-A-N.
Okay. Pete, Peterrarpan. So it's Peter Pan. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah. So go ahead and send Kevin a friend request on chess.com. Now you know. You can follow him. How often do you play?
Um, like 10 games per day, maybe 10
Hmm.
bullet games. Depends on my
That's
mood.
not that's not actually very much, right, for bullet.
Yeah, for bullet,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I tried experimenting a little bit more. I play on some other places too, but they started this league thing, and I wanted to see, about like moving up, moving, whatever. And I decided, with the 10-minute time control, maybe the best strategy was to play 10-minute games like it's a bullet game, and then if you blow it, resign, and if not, then you won the game faster. You get the 15 points. You move up, right? But I got to Crystal and trying to get to Elite, and I don't even know how these guys are playing so much. My goodness. you know, it would require an investment of more than a couple hours a day. Yeah, at that point. So I'll have to rethink my strategy. But yeah, I was just kind of curious. How difficult the league option would be, because like everybody's in a league, right? You're automatically placed in one.
Yeah. I'm not really sure how that is. This just like gives you points if you win?
Yeah, yeah. So I think maybe it's like 3 points for a bullet game, 5 for a blitz, and 15 for a quick, right?
Uh,
So what I was figuring is you're gonna win like half your games, right? No matter what your rating is, you're probably gonna win about 50% of your games, because that's just what's gonna happen. If you're higher rated, you're gonna be playing with people up there. You're gonna win half your games. If you're very low rated, you're gonna be playing. You're playing people your own skill level, right? So I figured, you know what? even if you lose slightly more, let's say you lose 60% of your games because you're playing your quick games like Bullet, you know, um, you'll be having the results so much faster. You'll get more points in the league. Um, but like I said, that seemed to work until I got to Crystal League, and now I'm gonna have to. I'm taking a break for a while. I'm gonna kind of rethink the strategy. Also, you know, you lose a couple hundred points in your rating doing that too. You know, playing quick like Bullet. Um, not that it matters so much, but yeah, it's an interesting thing. So, who are the most famous chess players you've played against? You know, you're going to name drop some people that you've played against either in person or online, Kevin.
In Vegas 3 years ago, I played against Levy Rosman, like Gotham Chess.
Whoa!
Yeah, but that was like before he was like really, really big on YouTube.
Yeah, now he's got like scores of thousands of fans, right? He's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you do against him? Did
Um,
you beat him?
nah, I lost.
Oh, yeah, I would have loved it. Yeah. And that happened like at the American Open or something in Vegas.
I'm not sure what the tournament's called,
Yeah,
but
it's one of those big
yeah.
ones. Yeah.
Mhm.
Who else? Who else have you played with?
Um, Let me think.
Well, you've played.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
in Dubai, I played against Gukesh, which is like one of the best juniors.
Yeah,
So,
Gukesh.
and he's played
Everybody
against
knows
Carlsen and stuff.
Gukesh. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's even more famous than Levi. And you've played against Christopher Yu, you've said.
Yeah.
Have you played against Magnus yet?
No.
Not even casually. Okay. What about anybody like in the top 10?
No.
Ah, interesting. Let us. It's down to 13 minutes, and he made the mouse slip. I mean, it's. I figured Beiser was going to resign. Maybe he's talking with the arbiters, right?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the TDs do here.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave it here. You know, what's funny is Tom checked in with us yesterday. So, Tom, if you're listening, after you handle this situation, you can let us know what's going on in the YouTube chat. Yeah. We'll leave it right here. It's a clear instance of a mouse slip. Now, if a player agrees to a take back, I don't know. I don't know what the rules call for, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure
It
either.
gets a little sketchy though, you know. I mean, I think uh, it's almost like touch, move, mouse slip, these kinds of things. It's just easier just to have no takebacks whatsoever as the rule. Because otherwise you start opening the door a little bit for mistakes and this and that, and of course it gets opened wider and wider, and then there's more exotic kind of instances, and yeah, before you know it, you've got a headache as an arbiter. These guys always sneaking in, trying to post whatever kind of links. Hui's here. Your mom is. There are clear rules for mouse slip, she says.
Oh,
Awesome.
okay.
Maybe she'll tell us what they are. Because you don't know what the rules are, Kevin.
Nah.
Your mom knows better. Always listen to mom. That's rule number 1. Always listen to mom. Yeah. We'll leave it right here because this is a developing situation. Breaking news.
Black could just be like, like it's natural that he's a little mad that this happened. So, I mean, it looks like he's been sitting on this move for a while.
He has been. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, we switched here, and the move had already been played, right? So
Yeah.
is he just gonna let the clock run out completely?
Maybe.
I mean, what time is it in Bulgaria now? It's got to be really late.
Yeah.
Your mom says too many words to post here. If she wants to, if you want to come on the broadcast, feel free. It's fine. I'm sure Kevin would let you in, especially if you have more red velvet cake. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be no system that's perfect, in person or, I mean, we just saw an in-person tournament in Tata Steel have problems. Your mom says basically it stays, except one if it is about a queen sack or wrong castling, and the board can physically prove that. Okay, got it.
Okay, so like if the players are like playing with like a physical board next to the computer, then maybe they could like claim, but
So that actually might, if you're playing with a physical board, you would be at a disadvantage in a time scramble. But with the 30-second increment, it might be a safer way of playing, huh?
like insurance for the mouse lift.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, plus then you get like the dual perspective too. You can like look back and forth and. Interesting. Are you going to have the DGT boards for that? I'm expecting you will for that tournament in at the end of March.
Yeah, I think we are.
Awesome. Yeah. Still waiting for something to happen with this game. I mean, the clock's just ticking down. I mean,
Yeah.
I could switch, but I mean, it's just I expected like a resignation or something, or I'm guessing possibly he's like really upset and just left, or speaking with the arbiters and there's like a big conference, right? But I think your mom just laid down the law that this is not going to be overturned. So 7.5 minutes. Interesting stuff. Yeah, that's going to be super exciting. 9 round robin. What's going to be the time control on this? And what's the name of the tournament? Have you given it a name yet? The one March 25th through 29th. Is there going to be a name? I don't think I saw one.
No, it's like right now it's just called like invitational event, but maybe I have to think of something more spicy.
Yeah. And do you know what the time control on that's going to be? Is it going to be like the
G90 increment 30?
Oh, okay.
So it's also pretty short actually for.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of times with the over the board norm things, it's like what 40 moves in the first 90 minutes or something, and then like 30 moves
Plus
in the
30
next
minutes,
hour. Yeah, so on and so forth. I kind of like these, speed it up as much as possible, but still have it, count. I think people are busier, and yeah. I think, with my favorite time controls to watch. I really enjoyed the 15 and 10. Is that what you played with the Charlotte tournament? It was close.
It was like 20 and 5.
20 and 5,
yeah,
15, 10,
much.
yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that feel to you? Was it a comfortable time control? Did it
Um,
feel too quick?
I mean, a little bit because like I'm used to long time
Yeah.
controls, but like it feels quicker when you're defending.
Uh-huh.
But like when you're in command, like it's pretty easy because then your opponent starts like it makes it easier for like you to gain like a really big lead because your opponent starts getting under pressure and stuff if they're in a tough position.
What's your absolute favorite time control to play?
Um,
Like if you were going to get
I mean, I
your
don't really have one.
revenge match against Levi Rosman, what would you set the clock to?
1 minute.
1 minute,
I
yeah.
don't know.
What is your what is your bullet rating these days for like 1 minute stuff? Like super astronomical high, over 3,000.
Mm, nah, right now it's like pretty low, but my peak is pretty
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, we're down to 4 minutes 39 seconds, and yeah, I'm wondering if this game was just abandoned. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it very well could be. Let's go ahead and switch then. I tried to give it enough time to show us a result. Let's go ahead and go back to Kimberly Lou's game because this was really interesting. Um, oh, and now there's no option for the Rook G3 anymore because G4 has been played and the Rook went to F2.
Yeah. Um, so I guess like rook f2 instead of rook g3 to swing the rook to
Uh huh.
c2 instead. And I guess like the rook on g3 is a little restricted too because it can't really do anything from there. But yeah, so maybe rook f2 was better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, rook to c2, and then you're threatening, rook c7. So I'm guessing black might want to play. Let me draw some arrows, anyways. Black might want to play rook h3, and then try and get their queen on h4. They aren't going to break through, but they have enough pressure on h2 that white would have to stay defensive in the second rank, right?
Yeah, I agree. So
Yeah.
similar idea, right? Queen
Uh huh.
g5 basically supplying pressure so that white can't really build up an attack on the c file.
Can I guess white could do it like a roundabout way, right? They could do like rook g2 to g3 and then rook f2 to g2. If they wanted to get back to that, that's the same, but it cost an extra move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like chess players they don't want to admit like they made a bad move, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll go back.
Yeah. And again, I kind of expect to see some faster moves on this board too, because she's down to 22 minutes. There is that 30-second increment though, and that is that's deceptive because it looks like your clock's getting lower, but if you know you're going to get half a minute per move, that's a lot of time. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that the National Quick Championship was 20-5, which is a lot less common than 15-10. It's kind of the same, but oh, and she did. She plays the Rook G3. So now,
Yeah, I think it's because Black was actually starting to play G3 himself.
now see, I didn't
Yeah.
catch that. All right, so I was just thinking about shuffling the rooks back. So here I might have played the right move by accident. Right? I might have, if I was Kimberly, it's like, oh no, I really ought to have done it the other way, and then okay, I guess I can do it that way. Will black be able to make progress down this narrow corridor?
Um,
I mean, white can put a lot of stuff to defend. White's going to have
yeah.
enough defenders. The most black can have, right, as long as the g4 pawn is stuck there, black can at most have 3 attackers on h2, and
Hmm.
and white easily can have 3 defenders. the king.
Yeah, I don't
A4.
think black can break through here. So rook g3 was a good move.
Absolutely. This, I think I would prefer to be white here because maybe your position's a little bit more flexible. You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably easier to play white because, like,
Because
well, actually, I'm not sure.
what other kind of chances does black have other than trying to overpower on h2? Is there another opportunity for them anywhere?
Like if black manages to solidify the queen side, like maybe even right now, you can start bringing the other rooks to the c file, but I don't think so. Like, it's kind of equally difficult to play on both sides because, like we were discussing earlier, right? If white decides to start playing on the queen side, his king's gonna be too weak, and then vice versa.
Yeah.
So
So chances
yeah.
of a draw. What percentage would you give this one, Kevin?
Um, for a draw, like 40%, because it still looks a little dynamic.
Yep.
So possible chances for tactics, but again, it's nothing concrete. So
Yep. Gotcha. All right. Let's switch. Who haven't we looked at in a while? We were following Christopher's game, of course. Let's see if I can. There we go. Wow. Okay. So, what's happened since we last checked in, Kevin? And what do you think about the game now?
okay, so if you go back a couple moves, okay, looks like Christopher managed to trade off the rooks, which
Uh-huh.
I guess was some progress, and then what happened after that? Okay, so black gave up the a4 pawn and traded this, and then okay, we're here now. Can he win this? I don't think so. Like,
Yeah.
let's say black gets the knight to like a6 or something. I don't see how Christopher can make any progress. So
Yeah.
it's kind of just like a
So
everything.
you're thinking like knight d7, knight b8, knight a6 kind of path for black. It stops the doubled pawns, and the bishop can't do anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's Peter's turn right now. Let's see. We'll keep it here for a moment and see if he follows Kevin's advice. It seems legit to me, Kevin. I think you're right. I think circling the knight around it just there's not much that can be done, even for Christopher Yu. But he impressed us yesterday when I was kind of thinking along the same line. So you never know, but I think this one's even. What percentage of a draw chance would you give this one? It's going to end in a draw. What percentage of the time?
90.
90. Yeah.
Especially since black is like they're both GM.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. 90%.
kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt to find the best continuation. So
Yeah. Okay. Let's flip around. See who else is still playing. I think we're getting down to the last few games, and they're starting. The percentage draw chances in those are starting to. Let me see if there's. If I'm forgetting about any of the ones on the lower numbers, that's all. Okay, I'm already back to yesterday. Flipping through. There's Christopher's game again, and oh, here we go. Oh yeah, we were looking at Yi Sun's game. Why don't we? Let's stay with her for a little bit, because
okay.
I think this one has the best winning chances of any of the games we're watching, right? So let's keep it here. People like to see results. I don't mind a well played draw, but I think the casual viewer likes the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
So she's up an
Yeah.
exchange and 2 pawns. So
Yeah,
has
so
to be
I
winning,
think
but-
we'll keep it here and just watch Yi Sun. How old is Yi Sun?
She's 1 year younger than me, so she's a
Nice,
freshman
nice.
in high school.
Yeah, so our average age for this Bay Area group was much lower than the Bulgarian age, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is great experience in just so many ways. So again, I know I track like what country people are coming to my blog from, and I've seen a lot of traffic from Bulgaria actually. So I know
Oh
that
wow.
you know the Bulgarians are checking it out, and I'm really it's really nice, you know, that some of their the older players, you know, like Kirill and such, participated and are giving our younger players this kind of experience. It's just absolutely wonderful. Okay, so Yisun is winning, and we just want to see some good winning technique here. Some good winning technique. So, tennis wise, do you watch the pros on TV much? Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
Australian
So
Open final
so
was
who are your
yesterday.
favorite?
Or
Well, first of all, there was
yeah.
a controversy over there, right? So what happened again? I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. Was it did Nadal won, right? And who was
Yeah.
disqualified again? There we go. Yeah,
Djokovic
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
like he
Djokovic.
wasn't
That's right.
vaccinated, so
So there's a little controversy there, but certainly you know Nadal is a great tennis player. So he may have won even if Djokovic was
mhm.
playing. Um, but yeah, so who are your personal favorites? Who do you know if they're playing on TV, who are you gonna flip the channel for to watch?
Um well, like any like tennis fan, like the big three,
Hmm.
Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, um like they're all like quote unquote old, but like they're still
Yeah,
beating like all the younger people,
yeah.
so that's fun
It
to
is. It is fun to watch. When I was your age,
watch.
I also had you know kind of a fun time. I wasn't very good at tennis either, but I enjoyed watching Agassi and Sampras. You know, two distinctly
uh,
different styles, right? But man, did they have some?
yeah.
They had some battles, and Sampras came out on top a little bit, you know, in the end. But Agassi was entertaining as heck. Um, just you know his style was just very entertaining. And then the U.S. Open this last year was crazy entertaining, huh? Especially the women's. Like what
Yeah.
one player played in, and they were both very young, right? I remember watching the women's final.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
on the
I
women's
remember
side, I
watching
think.
the women's final and just being. Who are the two now? I come on. You know, I've been broadcasting so much, my brain's losing it. But it was entertaining as heck. And then the funny thing was, two of my students were in the audience, but they didn't know each other.
Oh wow.
So it's just funny. Tennis is quite popular in the chess world. So is soccer and swimming. I've noticed that chess players tend to like tennis, soccer, and swimming. That's
Yeah.
interesting. Soccer being more of the team sport in that. It you know kind of makes sense. You know the tennis and the swimming because chess players are used to you know just relying on themselves, right? And uh, you
Mhm.
know improving on whatever their best is. But soccer, I guess it's a very international game, and so is chess. So I guess that makes sense as well. I heard. I think San Jose is going to build a cricket stadium. Have you heard anything about this? Like an actual huge
No,
stadium,
but
like a cricket stadium. You know, like you know that should be interesting. There certainly are a lot of cricket players. I don't know, but we don't have a professional team that I'm aware of. So it's like maybe you should get the team before you build the stadium, or I don't know. You know.
yeah,
Because I, you
that would
know,
make
just
sense.
from what I've seen, it's like you know a lot of A lot of weekend warriors go out and set up for a cricket game in just any open field, right? You know, even at your old elementary school, right? I mean, they'll just, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know that they're going to be wanting to rent a facility. I mean, maybe. I don't know. You ever play cricket, Kevin? It's kind of crazy fun.
No.
It really is. Yeah, especially if you got
Really?
people that don't really know what they're doing. Because the pitcher comes running at you before he hurls the ball. I mean, it's just kind of it's kind of extreme. It's kind of fun. All right, so there's Rook E1. What is Yisun looking to do?
Just like getting in Rook E8. Probably it's
Mm-hmm.
just a simple idea there. And like Rook E8, King H7. Maybe like
So
Rook F8.
King H7 came first.
And if King G6.
Is she still going to play Rook E8?
Possibly. Maybe she could be looking to play like moving the bishop out of the way, like bishop D6 first. Actually, nah, knight C4 looks kind of suspicious, so maybe not bishop D6. Okay, let's say like bishop B8. And this way you can play like F4 now. So you can connect all your pawns together and play like F5
yeah,
and
so you can get those pawns really.
slowly push forward. Yeah. Maybe even F4 right now is good too. You don't need to move your bishop out.
I like your idea of taking the bishop out first, because then at least you have some, possible movement with it. Whereas if you play F4 first, I mean, it's just kind of stuck.
Yeah.
What about getting, rooks in the H file? Is that going to be useful at all, or?
Possibly, but I think that has to come with like F4, because once you start checking, the king can escape to G6,
Sure.
and that's a little annoying because it's attacking
So get
G5.
those
So eventually
pawns
you're
up,
gonna have
take
to play
squares
F4.
away from the king. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody else is still playing. This one is certainly a game of interest. We've got we do have another the Shashwath game with Alexi Jovchev. He has just played 34 H4. What's going on here?
Wait. Okay, so it looks like he gave up the exchange. With Rook
Yeah,
D6.
let's go back a couple moves. Wow. Yeah. And black wasn't forced to take the rook, right? Just was willing to. He was a willing participant in whatever Siva Kumar's plan was here. And then Siva Kumar takes back with the C pawn, so that he can get bishop b4 and then like bishop c5.
Yeah.
Okay.
But black plays C5 himself, so.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that move though, because
It's interesting. It's an interesting move.
yeah.
Sometimes, preemptively playing to a square that your opponent wants to is good. Here, I'm not so sure. And then what is? Whoa! He ignores it and plays H4. That's how he got here. Now that's interesting too. What do you think about that? Black plays C5 and then H4. What do you think about that? Those two moves right there.
Yeah, so basically, the more I like look at C5, the more I like it. Basically, the idea is like C5, right? If bishop takes immediately, then you take on A5 with the rook, activate the rook.
Got it. Yeah.
If pawn takes, then queen takes E5.
Yeah. So it's very clever. It was very clever.
Yeah.
Okay. There's more to it than
So
meets
this
the
is why Shashwath, I think Shashwath plays H4 instead,
Yeah.
like diverting the queen so that I guess now he's looking to take DC5 with the pawn, and there's no more queen takes
And
D5.
again, the queen gobbles the pawn. So he's offered a rook. The bishop takes the rook. He offers pawn. Queen takes the pawn. And then dx(c5) is playable without queen takes e5. And now, what is Sivakumar's plan here?
Eventually he would want to get the queenside pawns through, and this can be achieved like, well, you don't do a6 because the rook's there right now, but either c6 or a6, one of those. And once you take, the other pawn goes forward, and you have two connected passers. So
Now, if Black were to bring his, well, he can't. Okay, because the bishop is. I was thinking maybe Black could bring their queen back to e7, and then use the bishop on e8 to stop c6. But the bishop would be on the same diagonal as e7, so it's not possible. So he plays d4.
just throwing all the pawns
Yeah.
away. But okay, he can't take this time, so.
Maybe you shouldn't have taken the rook, huh? when your opponent offers you a rook, says here, take it. Maybe you should be more suspicious of that. Maybe. Let me go back to that move because we kind of went by it real fast. The 30 rook b6. Yeah, it wasn't forced at all, was it? I mean,
Yeah.
you could just kind of ignore it, right? Would he be in a better defensive position then right now, you think?
So if he ignores it, like the only threat that white really has, is to play like queen b2 and try to take b7. But that doesn't really do anything because you just play queen c8 and it just stops the entire thing.
So yeah, if you just
Yeah, so he
ignored
didn't have to
he's fine, but he took it. So Shashwath offered him, hey, take my rook, and Alexi said sure, and likely regrets it now. Now I did like that c5 move. That was pretty clever. But then h4 was a clever response to a clever move. And maybe Alexi probably wasn't thinking of the h4. That was probably something he didn't picture when he was calculating ahead. That's what I'm speculating. And then we move ahead, and as you said, now he's just throwing pawns. Oh, and then yeah, fun stuff. So it's like white offers black something, black gobbles it. Black offers white something, white says, no, thank you, I want to win. It's a fun little conversation these guys are having, and I like the way it's trending for us.
Yeah. So you can't defend b7. So I think the only viable move is just to take c6.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just play a6 b7. I don't think that can be stopped.
Yeah, it's almost I think they'll play a few more moves, but then it's resignation time. This one's looking good. Let me go ahead and see who else might still be playing. Ashley Peng's game, which is not looking as good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This one, but anytime you lose, you learn, and our players are younger on average. And you said Ashley is how old?
She's also a year younger than me.
Yeah. So I mean, she's gonna learn from this and come back much stronger.
It's an interesting idea that Black played.
Mm-hmm.
On move 31, Black played bishop a3, which is a pretty good move.
Wow, that is it. That is, that's a puzzle-worthy move, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah.
All right. So why don't you explain what's the rationale behind bishop a3?
I mean, basically, just if white takes b2 and promote, you can't do anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a pretty common idea actually.
Sure it is. Yeah.
like you have two pawns like in front of each other, you throw something like a bishop or a pawn on the side of the other pawn, and then you can push your own pawn forward.
Yeah. So
Um,
if people are watching at home and learning, with us today, Kevin said this is a pretty common idea, and the closer a pawn gets to its goal, if it's impeded by a pawn that hasn't moved yet, especially, this is pretty common, often overlooked though, often overlooked. I can't tell you how many times I've played speed chess online or something, and then you do a quick analysis afterwards, right? And you realize, oh, I could have won with something like that, right? So this will
yeah.
be a good reminder. This is a good reminder for those of us who know this pattern. Hey, anytime you re-see a pattern like this, it kind of bleeds through in your own games. And if you haven't seen it before, it's really going to be helpful. Yeah, so that was a nice little technique there for sure. And then moving forward.
Yeah, then from there, basically just the pawn is won, and
It's
yeah,
interesting that it's so lopsided. It's a bishop and queen versus bishop and queen, but it's very lopsided, um, and it has to do with activity.
yeah. I think it's just a difference in king safety because like whenever you have like queens on the board, right?
Yep.
Um, you need to start worrying about the king safety again. So Black's king obviously is just sheltered by a bunch of pawns.
And
White's king
yeah,
is a little bit more exposed with like queen e4 and stuff that he did in the game.
and you know what you just said is profound. Once the queens are back on the board, right? Because the
Yeah,
kings must be active in the end game, but then the goal of the end game is to get a pawn promoted, and rarely do both sides get a pawn turned into a queen. And in this case, Black's king is shielded, and Black had a queen placement that, yeah, right into the center, and there was just no good option. And so yeah, this one's not looking so good for Ashley, but as we said, she's young, and this is great experience, great experience. And let's look at Goran and Krustov versus Kimberly Liu. And what do you see going on here, Kevin?
okay, so
What's changed? Yeah.
Kimberly, yeah, so she decided to go for the queenside attack, so pushing for the
Mm-hmm.
win. Um, in the position right now, um, Black is actually threatening like a pretty nasty tactic, queen g3.
Oh,
Um,
my goodness. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't see this at all. So queen takes g3 as a check. You got to analyze checks, captures, threats. Hx g3, and then the rook just comes on down. Yeah.
yeah,
So this whole time we
so
were like, I was thinking about the fact that h2 was just defendable. White had enough resources to defend h2, but this cool little tactic of queen takes g3, and then h1 becomes the critical square. Got it.
um, it still looks fine for White. Like I'm assuming Kimberly sees this, which she should. Um,
What do you recommend? Yeah, rook
you,
g2. There you go.
yeah, and then
She saw it. Good for her. And guess what, Kevin? There's that rook on g2 and g3. But now I really like White's position better, because of the queen is targeting stuff on the queen side, right? And black's
yeah,
black's
definitely.
pieces are like all offside. They're all stacked, for this H file action down this narrow corridor, and maybe I guess the queen can run back to d8, right? Black's queen can just shoot back to d8 to defend b6.
Yeah.
And then
Um,
black should be okay, maybe?
the issue is that like from there you can probably just trade queens and then play like h3, and the two rooks come into action on g4. So
Ah, very good. Very, very good. So then white's, yeah, so white's going back to action on the king side immediately once they distract. So we'll keep it right here on this board because I think the tempting move here for black is queen to d8, and we'll see if black catches on. If Goran catches on that queen d8 has a serious flaw, and that is after queen takes, rook takes, then h3. Interesting stuff. Very insightful analysis, Kevin. Thank you for joining us today.
yeah.
So if you're playing an event like this where you're playing two hard games in a day, what's your strategy for keeping your and queen d8 is played. This could be a problem for black. What's your strategy for keeping your energy level and focus up during is that even a problem for you, Kevin?
Yeah. Like in any tournament, like I like to like at least take like a nap
Mm-hmm.
before between rounds, so like
Yeah.
recharge. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
What kind of do you have like go-to snacks that are like brain food for you?
Uh, no, not
No,
really.
I know. I think it was Mikhail Tal like chocolate. Bobby Fischer liked apple juice. Um, these guys liked their sugar. Magnus drinks like orange juice mixed with water, right? Um, that's been his thing for a lot of years. So again, simple sugars. I've seen conflicting things. Yeah, I've seen some things saying chess players burn like a gazillion calories, right? And then now there was a study that came out. No, that was nonsense. Do you find that you need to eat more during tournaments and things? More carbohydrates or
Um,
anything or?
no, not really. I just like eating
Yeah,
like my usual
but you're a
diet.
tennis
So
player too, right? So if you've got the energy to
mhm.
play tennis, then yeah. So again, we're expecting Kimberly to take on d8, which pulls the rook off of h8. And then Kevin has said then she can play 37 h3, which really kind of tips it in her favor. So this was looking, a little bit more drawish, and now I'm really starting to get bullish about Kimberly's chances. What about you, Kevin?
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. If she finds it, she just should just win this pawn, and then black has a little bit
Mm-hmm.
of counterplay on like rook c8, but she
Awesome,
definitely has winning chances,
awesome. So that's
basically.
that's a nice surprise compared to when we last looked at it. And then I'm looking at. It looks like the queen was left on c8 and never captured or something. Queen c8. Oh no, rook takes c. Okay, there we go. And yeah, so Beiser, Georgiev. Remember, we left after what appeared to be a mouse slip on move 18. Um, and Beiser did indeed lose. Um, and that's so what? I think we have what 3 games going, Kevin? Am I counting right?
I think there's four.
4 games. Okay.
Yeah. And looks like Christopher drew his game.
Ah. Let's go see how that finished. Let's go look at the final position. And yeah, it's a draw. So we didn't even get to see that neat knight maneuver you suggested, huh?
Kept White's king out of his position, so then really you can't make any progress then. So.
Sure. I still like your knight maneuver. I thought it was rather elegant. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see it. And then we actually got to see a checkmate in Nitish Nathan's game with Ivalio. He played all the way until the end. We've seen a couple games go all the way to the end. We saw one just get to 2 kings and end in a draw as well. And I'm trying to see where's our other games. Let's see. Looks like things are finishing up rather quickly. And unfortunately, Ashley Ping lost as expected. Let me go back up. I think, let's see. You said you think we have 4 games, and then that was not counting Christopher Pan's, right?
Yeah, not counting Christopher Yu, but
or I'm sorry, I got yeah.
Yeah, so once Ashley finishes her game, there's 3 left.
Okay. That was a funny slip up. That was a funny one.
Alright, looks like Kimberly didn't play H3, so.
Let's get back to that one. I'm losing my mind. Which, oh, there we are. There we are, number 45. All right, so Kimberly did not play the H3 move. But she still, it still looks good for her because her rook's in the, well, black can fight for this file, right? Can she still play H3? It's still possible.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was looking at. Yeah. Yeah, right now maybe
Okay.
H3 is still good.
Was it better before, we think? Or
I think it was better before because like you just do it immediately. Like there's no questions about it. You just win the pawn, like straight up. Like right now, maybe Black can play like Bishop H5, defend G4, or
and play
maybe
rook
just
C8,
ignore the
yeah.
the
Fight,
pawn altogether. Yeah, rook C8 and go on C3. So
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's too bad she missed the H3 move. That was a neat move. I was hoping she would spot that. So let's see. Game. Let me take notes on where we're at, because like I said, I've been at it a while. I'm starting to lose track. So 45 is one of the ones we want to keep an eye on. Let's see. What are the other game numbers in this that are still going? 44. But that's finishing up. But yeah, so 44, 45. And where are the other ones? Let's see. 43. So, okay. It's very sequential. That makes it easy, right? And 42. Okay. So there we have it. The 4 games left are all in order. Easy peasy. It very rarely happens like that. But I think because players can start when they feel comfortable starting, right?
yeah.
The second game. So I think that's why. All right. So we'll keep it on 42 because the players are in a little bit less time. And what do you see happening in Ilya Popov and Yi Sun Lee?
So it looks like she gave back the exchange. Okay, wait. I think Black just blundered his.
I think they just did. I was wiping my eye for a second because I thought maybe I'm imagining. No. That is a quick night, and it just happened lightning fast, right? The moves just updated just like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so this should just be an
yeah,
easy
it
win
should
now.
be. We'll keep it right here because Yisun has 3 minutes left. She's gonna take the knight. This will be a good one to watch. And even though all these people compete, they're friends too, right? Um, Yisun and Kimberly and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Rivals yet friends. It's a special thing about chess. So probably just GX F5 here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then start
yeah,
pushing D pawn should be.
looks pretty good. So I'm almost expecting black to resign momentarily, after a couple more moves from white. Yeah, this has been fun to get a front row seat, and especially since you've played so many of these players, having you on the show is just really cool because these are these are your generation of chess players, which I guess is like the one after Josiah's, right? Yeah, because
Yeah. Yeah.
Josiah's more with Hans Niemann's group, and what was the other kid? Very, very strong. He moved out of California though. I can almost think of his name. He was Armenian. It's not coming to me right now. I want to say it was an A name. Then before him, it was Cameron Wheeler and such. So on and so forth. So when's the Dinker qualifier for California? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll find out for you. I guess I should know. I'm the Cal Chess Scholastic coordinator, so I should know these things, but I'm asking you. Yeah, I think if you're the Danker representative, because you're under 15, right? So if you're the Danker representative, then I think you get like a special award um, from Ursula Foster Foundation or something. I want to say. But the Danker tournament, for those who don't know, that is for the top high school representative. They've added a whole bunch of other tournaments that occur during the U.S. Open, but the Danker being perhaps the most historic of them, has a very long history. You can go back and look at Northern California's Danker representatives, and they're all very known people. You know. And again, keeping the rook behind the pass pawn. But that pawn can just advance, right? Either of
Yeah.
them, right? Either pawn. But maybe f4 is even better. Let's see what she chooses. Yeah, I remember back in the day, Kevin, I got to notate a game for a. He was very strictly. He followed strict Jewish law, and he was playing Vinay Bhat in the Cal Chess Scholastics, and I got put there to notate his game for him, and that was just really cool. Because this was before Vinay was a grandmaster. Vinay came from Cupertino, and I don't know what where Vinay is these days, but yeah, he's the first of the. Well, that might not be true because Dmitry Zilberstein too. I remember vaguely before he was grandmaster. So yeah, we had a couple. Jordi Montarenad was the youngest chess player to become master, and then he was the same age as Vinay. So as soon as he got the record, then Vinay was a little bit younger, and then beat him right away. And poor Jordi, I mean, just like over and over again. And then yeah. And then, if I remember correctly, Jordi, who's a fantastic chess player, fun to watch as well. Reminded me a lot of younger Fabiano Caruana. He got his. Vinay decided not to play in the Scholastic Championship that particular year, and it was their senior year. Vinay had already been the Danker representative a couple times, so it was going to be Jordi's thing. But nothing's a guarantee, right? I mean, that's a tough tournament. And Jordi, I think, ended up coming in second, so or third. Yeah. We're expecting a resignation here anytime from Ilya Popov, and then we'll switch to one of the last couple remaining. I'm crossing the boards off, and then I guess probably later on this evening, maybe tomorrow, I'll update the blog with all the standings and links to the games for easy viewing for anybody who's watching the broadcast. And I might make a highlight video too, because these are longer broadcasts. 10-hour days or something, and it might be nice just to pull a few highlights from exciting moments. A best of montage. When's the next one of these? Do you know, Kevin?
No, I'm not sure. Okay, so looks like Kimberly and Goran drew.
Kimberly and Goran drew. Let's go take a look at that real fast. That was game 43. No, 45. Yeah, there we go. Ends up being a draw, and let's see what happens since we last checked in. So it was that Queen X D8 moment with the Rook takes D8, and then the key move. As you pointed out to us, it was going to be pawn H3 on move 37, and Kimberly played Rook C2, which it's a good move. It really is. It just may not be the best move. It's grabbing an open file with a rook. Almost always the winning idea, but there was that H3 tactic. So then Goran brings his rook back to the 8th rank, so his rooks are connected. And then H3 was played, but as Kevin pointed out, not quite as good as if it had been played earlier. And then Rook C8, fighting for control of the C file. Rook takes. Goran gets the c file. Do you agree? Was there any way to? Is that what should have happened there? No, I mean
The
the
draw.
exchange of rooks in the c8.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she's kind of forced to do
yeah.
that
You
because
never.
yeah, if you
Yeah,
move the
you
rook away,
never
rook
want to,
c7.
but with the tension on h3 and g4, I think it was forced. And then rook takes g4, king f8, and yeah, that looks very drawish to me. The players came to the right conclusion, as they almost always do. And then let's see. So that was game 45. I can cross that off. And we've just got 42, 43, 44. Let's check in. 44 is still going. Ashley is hanging on, but that pawn on e4. Oh man, that's bad. Then 43 finished, and Shashwath won on 43. So what happened here since we last visited it, Kevin?
So this was like the exchange sacrifice game, like rook b6. So yeah, you played c6, and then okay, so it looks like black didn't take on c6. But like both are winning for white. So rook c8 was played, c7. Yeah, and then black literally has like no moves. So
just really nicely done. Shashwath has really impressed me in this tournament. In fact, they're brothers, right? Both Siva Kumars. Yeah, awesome. And what are the ages? Thereabouts.
I think Shashwath is a senior, and Shakith, I'm not sure. Maybe like a year or two younger than me.
Awesome. Wonder where Shashwath's going to go to college. I'll have to find out and let our viewers know. So we've got just 42 and 44 still going, right?
Yep.
And 44 was looking very, very difficult with those black pawns. But there's still like a thread of hope, maybe, right? Or is it as bleak as it appears? Is there, what sort of resources does Ashley have left? There's not many pieces left on the board.
She might actually be able to draw this now because, okay, black can't stop white's pawn from promoting, so you have to stack on d6, right? And then it's a bishop versus 3 pawns.
Did Kirill blow his opportunity to win this? When did he? Let's go back a couple moves because it looked sealed and done, right? It's like stamped, sealed, and ready to be mailed. And then what happens? So
I think it was this move on move 46,
46, queen e4. Let's take a look at it. And what do you think should have been played instead?
I think just f4, like
start advancing. Yeah.
Yeah, because your king's not in danger, so it's not in danger of the enemy queen, so you just keep pushing. I think he underestimated like d5, I guess, because okay, from first glance it looks like black has just way too many pawns, but the d5 conveniently opens up the b6 bishop to defend e3. So
it really does. Ashley Ping might get the save of the day. I mean, this one looked really bad, and then we go forward just a little bit here, and I'm looking at 48 d5. And what Kevin's saying is once that pawn goes to d6, then the bishop's got to sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
And so, this whole time the king being in the corner was good when the queens were on the board, right? The king being in the black king being in the h file. was
Yeah.
good when the queens were on. And then Kirill trades the queens, but his king is not nearly as active as Ashley's. Yep. So the trade of queens hurt him in a couple ways. For sure. Let's see if she can pull it out. I think it's one of those things where if you look at any possible what your best only chances are, it's the correct path, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Ashley's gonna go wrong here. I wouldn't suspect.
I think Kirill must have had like mate earlier. Like on move 41.
Yeah.
So I think he went wrong here because, okay, he's still winning afterward, but like, there's a pretty easy win because you just want to like create a net around the enemy king, right?
Yep.
So he played f5 here, letting the king go to f4, but like if you just stop all like squares the king go to, like with like bishop d2, and I think he's just mate in like 2 moves after this.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. Fascinating. Because then bishop d2 and then f5, right? Is
yeah, and there's like nothing you can do.
Okay. So not only did he blow an endgame, but missed a mating opportunity. Guy might be really tired, because again, it is very late in Bulgaria. He might be just really out of gas, because these are the kind of mistakes you don't expect a FIDE master to make, right, Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Kevin? Let's see. Yeah, so she played d6. He might be feeling so defeated now, he might just offer the draw.
I think he'll probably just play on, like, might as well. I mean, it's a little bit tricky because she still has to position her bishop in like the correct places, but.
Mm-hmm. And what are the key? What would be the key location for the bishop? Where's your dream square to stop all these pawns?
Let's see.
Because it's interesting. There, maybe what, b6?
Yeah, b6 doesn't look too bad, but the issue is that like king f4, e3 will cut everything off, right?
Yes.
So it's still a little tricky. So maybe like bishop e1 or bishop d2.
Got it. Bishop e1 or bishop d2. Yeah, so it definitely still is tricky. And he's again, this is that kind of position where white has no hope of winning. So he might as well just play out whatever moves are remaining, even though he seems to be very tired or not thinking as clearly. Not having his best game today. Let's check in on game 42. And that one finished. Yisun won. Nicely done, Yisun. Nicely done. So we're just down to our last game. And this one. So we've seen some good comebacks on your shift, Kevin. Yes. You brought some good luck to the team. Their earlier round today, I think, went in the favor of the Bulgarians in the second round. And what time is it in Bulgaria right now? Let's double check again. What time is it in Bulgaria right now? 4:48 a.m. Yeah. It's almost going to be daylight again. These players have played all night. Kirill Badov has played all night long. Again, very gracious of the Bulgarian team to play and give our younger players, our scholastic players in California, this valuable experience. And she got it. Bishop d2. Nicely done, Ashley. As Kevin pointed out, bishop e6 looks like the bishop's going to, be in a position to stop, but then the black king can move down, the pawn moves down to e3, and then it's cut off. It would be coming at it from the wrong direction. Yeah, so the physical board, that was an interesting thing that came up, was that you can use a physical board plugged in and still participate in this kind of hybrid, and then you don't have to worry about the mouse slip. That might be the best plan, like for the most serious players, because it's a heck of an opportunity to play in a FIDE rated tournament, this highly rated, right? I mean, it's a rare thing. I mean, it's more common for players in Bulgaria because Bulgaria has a lot of neighboring countries with strong chess players. But particularly for our players in North America, our countries have so much surface area that you don't get to play very many foreign grandmasters very often in the same tournament. And yeah, this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And so king d5 or bishop e3, what are you thinking here, Kevin? Or does it even matter? Okay.
I think just king d5. Should be an easy draw now, because like king d5, the point is that like black's king can't really,
yeah,
it can't go forward anymore. So
up she goes bishop e3,
and then if like g2,
and then now
okay.
I mean, black could play g3 and then try and get their king over to h3 or something, but yeah, but this should be stoppable as well. So we should get to see the draw.
Yeah. You just take the pawn e4 and then sack your bishop on g1
Yep.
and then go take g7. It should be a draw.
Easy peasy. But this is a very good chance to review our basic endgame technique. Always fun. I appreciate it when you get to see titled players play the games out. It.
Yeah.
Because no matter when you end the result, early, there's always going to be a certain percentage of the population that position would not be a clear result to, And just for instructive purposes, it's just wonderful. It's one of the reasons was one of the many reasons I don't really watch golf on TV. Because I always thought it was a little strange that they just pick up the ball and say, yeah, it's an easy putt, I would have made it, and nobody. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that are like simple, like free throws in basketball, right? Are supposed to be simple, and people miss it, Yeah.
Wait, they really do that
crazy?
in golf?
Yeah, so if
that's kind of crazy.
Like, whatever. I mean, your ball's like a couple feet away from the hole, 2-3 feet away from the hole. They'll just pick it up and put it in their pocket and add the stroke as if they made it, right? Yeah. It's one of the weird things, in sports, I think. And any moment we should be seeing a draw here. And then I'll try and adjust my OBS in the other screen again. OBS is a little quirky. It's a great thing, but it can be a little quirky. Like things just resize themselves. It's kind of funny. It's like you go back and all of a sudden all the camera's just zoomed in on your eyeball or something. I mean, it's You never know what to expect when you switch screens. But luckily, the quirky screen was not affecting. Well, I should double check. Yeah. Our chess.com looks great. So if you don't double check every once in a while, then it's like most of your board could be cut, or the whole board could be cut off, and then you've been commentating on the game for whatever amount of time, and it's like a podcast or something. Let's see. So do the players chat with each other, during the game at all? Or that's what I figured.
No.
Yeah, that's
We
what
were just all just focusing.
silly question, but thought worthwhile of asking. And Ashley is just making sure everything is perfect. And then what we're expecting, like king d4, g3, and then king goes back to d5, and black can't really make any progress, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So like two.
Black king can go to like h2. But then you just sit the white king on f3, and then whenever black promotes, you just take the bishop and then take a g3. So.
Yeah, let me go ahead and draw arrows like Hikaru anyways. So you, all right, so we're expecting Ashley to play king d4, right? And then pawn g3 perhaps, right? And then her king could just go back to d5, right? And then then pawn promotes, and then bishop takes, and then the king would go to g4, is what we're thinking. Or king f4 is probably, king f4 would be better. Yeah, of course. Hanging on to that, and then the king could go back to d4 again. Oh, and I'm erasing my arrow. See, I'm not as good as Hikaru. when the king goes back and forth, I erase arrows. I get how it works. Now. I got to figure out how to use those different color arrows. I know chess.com gives you that option. You know, it'd be really cool though. Numbered arrows. Is there any chess program that lets you do that you're aware of, Kevin? They should let you number your arrows, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Waiting for Ashley to make her move. Final game of a wonderful, wonderful tournament. Hats off to everybody who played a part in this, and that is of course, the Pacific Northwest. Is it Chess Center or Chess Club, Kevin?
I think it's Chess Center. Let me check.
Pacific Northwest Chess Center. The Bulgarian team.
Yeah.
Thank you. This has been immensely educational, entertaining, valuable to our players. Thank you so much, guys. I know some of you are checking out the broadcast, and we greatly appreciate it. And then Bay Area Chess coming to the rescue, making sure these guys have a site to play in that meets the FIDE regulations. Tom Langland, the tournament director. Long days being the FIDE arbiter, especially yesterday with the camera disconnect, all that stuff. Yeah. There's probably other people as well. I'm sure there are. Maybe some of them don't want to be named publicly, but a lot of people play a role in helping these things happen. Thank you to all. Oh, and thank you to my co-hosts. Thanks, Kevin, for joining us. Tom Langland says if a player mouse slips and blundered a queen or messed up the castling, and he can show his intention of queen trade or castling with a position on the real chess board. Okay, so Tom Langland jumps in with... told you Tom jumps in as well. Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You did a great job. This has been a great broadcast. And, you know, Tom coming and helping with the broadcast yesterday. He came. I was having a problem with chess.com. Tom heard on the broadcast. And also yesterday I forgot to turn the board feedback on one time. And Tom reminded me of that. So he was doing a couple extra duties. James Eade, FIDE Master James Eade, joined us both days in the morning. Thanks, James. Josiah Stearman, that was wonderful catching up with Josiah yesterday. A lot of fun conversation. Yep, Tom's posting the exact rules. So if anybody wants to know about how to handle a mouse slip and how the FIDE arbiters would handle a mouse slip in the in this kind of event, it is posted in the chat of the YouTube video. However many hours we are in right now, I don't even know. We're pretty dang far in. Final moves being played of a wonderful event. We don't quite know when the next one will be. He says Bulgaria was not using real chessboards, so the move slip protocol could not be applied. See, this is what we came to. The conclusion that Kevin and I came to is, yeah, if you have the real chessboard, it might put you at a slight disadvantage in a time scramble. However, with a 30-second increment, I think it is a good thing to use. You know, with 30 seconds you get 30 seconds after each move. I think there was only one game that I saw counting down below 2 games during the whole thing that I saw counting down below 10 seconds, and both of those games were foregone conclusions anyways. So if you're thinking of playing in a FIDE hybrid tournament, it might be a great idea to use one of those boards if you have access to it, such as a DGT board, something that, you know, plugs in to the computer and transmits the moves onto screen from a physical board. Waiting for the last couple moves. Kevin, we're going to have you back more often, man. This was fun. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll figure something out. We'll talk offline and get you back on a little bit more often. However many years it's been too many. So the pawns don't even get to promote and be captured. Pretty much a guaranteed draw at this point. I wonder, yep, draw agreed. That is it. Let me switch back to the interview screen I have, so that we can say goodbye. And yeah, let's see. Here we are. There's Kevin again. Thank you very much, Kevin. Anybody you want to give a shout out to? No, not really.
No.
Okay. Well, shout out to Kevin's mom for being helpful in the Facebook messaging and this and that, especially yesterday with the round restart. Eric's mom as well. Just wonderful chess parents. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. If you enjoy this kind of broadcast, please subscribe and give a like to this video. It was a pleasure, but it was a lot of effort. I had to reschedule a whole bunch of private lessons and other commitments to be available for 20 hours this weekend. And so if you enjoy this kind of programming, a live, high-level chess tournament, international chess tournament, streamed for your enjoyment and education on YouTube, give this subscription and YouTube subscription, like. Remember, check out eatfoundation.org. Check out what's your website there for Mission 360, Kevin?
Mission 360 for you.
Mission 360 for you, and it's just FORU, right?
Yeah, FOR.
Yeah,
and the letter
check
U.
it out, mission360foryou.org. See what these young guys are up to, and we'll have to have Eric on the show as well. Eric's your age, right, Kevin?
He's
a
a few years
younger than you even. Whoa. You guys are just immensely talented. All right. This is Chris Torres. It's been Daily Chess Musings. So long.